Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is BMT coming at you again. I, yeah, I thought I want to do this conversation with you guys on what's coming up ahead, and I do enjoy having the convo. That's why I invited a lot of my good compatriot friends, um, my brother John, I'm also known as Mano, uh, and I invited other people. This is a very um, serious thing that we're going to be looking at. I'm asking a lot of y'all to share it. This is an open panel discussion. We're looking at that Trump is signing out some checks, and almost as if this is your last meal for some. And a lot of people are saying, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" I remember, I remember in the service, and Manna will tell you that before you leave out, they would sign you off your last check or your last few checks. They'll say, "Okay, we're going to send you your last few checks coming to you, and then after that, we're going to kick you off of one system, but we don't know how the other system is going to take to you." This is normally when we start getting transitioned into the VA system, and as that starts to happen, not everybody gets picked up. Not everybody gets not everybody gets taken care of. It's going to be survival of the fittest after a while. Not everybody's going to get. Not everybody's going to fairly get to eat. You'd be a fool to think that we're all going to be on the same equal treatment. What's going on, Yori? Let me make sure I drop it down there. On the same equal like I said. So I'm going to be. I'm going. Ooh, you got the feedback going on.
Yeah, I'm turning
Um,
my TV down. Sorry.
all right, I got you, brother. Um, but we're putting this out here because this last thing that's getting put out, to some, this is their last meal that they're looking at. And y'all like, well, BMT, what are you talking about? Like, I'm like, some people will not be working come the end of this year. Some people will be saying goodbye to their homes come the end of this year. A lot of people will be losing their property, their businesses, and a lot of stuff due to the new regulations that will be going out come next year. Am I correct, Trailer? Am I correct, John? And
Yep.
From everything that I've seen, yeah, you are correct.
so I want you to understand this check. While I put it down, this will be your last check. That's why I said what I said. I know this because I just talked to a friend on the phone who wanted to commit suicide because he will be losing everything. He will be shutting the shutters to his door one last time. So we picked him up from taking a 357 revolver and blowing out his brains. We checked him into a mental institute.
You're a good friend for doing that, brother.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel like I just spared him more misery. And I asked myself, did I do him a favor? But I know it's going to get a lot more harder. We got to be realistic about this. Some people are fine with the cornmeal, but other people are going to be saying goodbye to their livelihood or their lives. And a lot of people do not know because there are new stipulations and regulations that are going to be coming out with the new administration. that a lot of people will say they will have to kiss goodbye to their old way of life. I've already have it where certain doctors are calling me, and if I say the wrong thing, they can send the police to my home as a veteran.
Oh, definitely.
I don't have to share it with y'all, but now I know if I say the wrong thing on the phone, they can send the police to my home and have me arrested.
It's not just the doctors, brother. Your neighbors could say something, and now that could happen too once this new administration comes in.
So
I had a
like
VA director come in and say that they're actually afraid of veterans because they said if you make a threat, we take it serious because you're trained to be able to carry it out, and so they don't play no games. So they're like ready to make that call.
So we're here to have this talk. I don't care what's your political affiliate, what's your background, your color, your race, your percentage, whatever you want to believe in, what God or demon or deity or whatever you have hold true. But at the end of the day, this is Trump signed America their last check. I don't know what money y'all think that we have,
We
but
don't
that
have
money
none.
it's long since been gone. So
What people need to understand, what money they think we do have, we have acquired because we have sold our country out to the globalists.
Well, it's more than that, Brian, because some people I've talked to, they just said, "Oh, you could just print more." They don't understand the concept
Right.
of money. They just say we could just print as much as we need. What's the big deal? Just print more.
It
They
don't
don't
work that way.
understand that causes inflation, and the money that you do have is now worth less, and they don't understand all that.
Yeah, they don't understand that we don't. Our currency right now currently isn't backed by anything of value anymore either.
Yeah.
You know, we used to have what was called the gold standard and the silver standard, and we ain't had that for a long time. We have this fiat currency system to where they just print money up willy-nilly and basically print it up out of thin air and nothing to back it. You know, and that puts us in a bad spot.
Hey, everybody.
hey, what's going on? So
Hey.
Doom and gloom.
So we're joined here by Super Mike.
What's up, Super Mike?
And by Attorney Michelle.
How you
How's it
doing?
going, Michelle?
Welcome, gentlemen and ladies. So you get to sit down. This will be our last meal for the year. It's fair to say that, but it is the 29th. Some checks will be getting handed out tonight.
Are they handing some of them out tonight?
Yes, while some people will be closing their doors for a final time tonight.
Sorry, but I know that I watched that Senate thing today, and Mitch McConnell didn't pass that $2,000 check. He held that. He held that.
Yeah, he incorporated it into a bill with a couple other things now. So
yeah,
they're
with
to vote on that tomorrow.
Section 230 crap.
Yeah.
I lost my.
And also checking out the elections. That was the third thing.
I lost one of my businesses.
You lost one of your businesses?
Yep.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's all right.
So BNT, you saying that the VA is not going to pay us next month?
They will. They will pay us. They're going to pay us, but there are going to be some new stipulations for a lot of us veterans.
How much of them stipulations revolve around you guys having to go and see psychiatrists and shit?
No. What is crazy is that the disability, I'm going to say it like this, y'all forgive me if I don't get anything right, but the federal government has said it is not a violation of your rights for your employers to say that you cannot continue to work unless you get the vaccination.
Yep.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing.
Crying to me.
John Brennan came out and said that.
Yeah.
They also said we'd have to have vaccine passports in order to travel anywhere, to go anywhere. You have to have it. proof of your vaccine.
Lucifer Ace.
Joe, did you get the did I send you the text message of the lady that got that facial disease?
I've been sharing that with everybody.
Katrina
She ended up
Mitchell.
with that Bell's palsy.
Yes.
Yeah, when I saw that, man, I was like, dang, dude. Like,
And Luke, that was that lady that they showed on the news. That first black nurse with the other black nurse.
No, that wasn't her. That was a different one.
Is it a different one? I thought for sure they were the same one.
No, it's not the first one.
No,
This lady got it.
Regardless
When I-
of that, I've had 3 strokes. 3. Not 1, but 3. And the loss, the paralysis of any part of your body is devastating. Devastating. And the fact that a vaccine can do that to you.
Yeah, that's insane. And
It's
I
not
understand paralysis too because
This is
I
the
had.
problem with getting the language wrong. This is an experimental biologic. This is an experimental biologic. We're calling it something that it has not proven itself to be. You see what I'm saying? Just because they say a thing doesn't make it true. I don't care if it's only a couple months of data. And this is the problem. This is what rule of the people is supposed to be. We are sheep, and everybody wants to be proud and tell and pretend like they're smart. Nobody wants to admit that these people have scientifically been able to control us and they've deceived every last one of us. There's some people that can admit that we're being misled, and some people won't admit it. Most people won't admit it. And this is the problem. So I look at this as I know it seems like it's doom and gloom but you got to realize, the human species, we're going to survive. But your survival is going to your survival is directly dependent on you recognizing the truth, not how many guns you can shoot, not how many
that is true.
people you can do. If you recognize how to tell what's true from what's false, then
what you're saying is absolutely true. But just because the human species will survive does not mean that you will survive. That we're
I'm
now
not worried about me, and see that's another problem about us as Americans. We're so selfish because we would have took care of this problem a long time ago, back in 1930 on Jekyll Island. Once we knew that was going, because everybody's worried about what's going to happen to them at that moment and forget the people in the future. You see what I'm saying? Let's kick it down the road. Let's kick it down the road. See, so all of that's got to get taken care of, and so this is what we're dealing with. We had to deal with this at some point.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I know, but
excuse me.
Some people know what I mean.
Let's go back.
Yeah, some people know what I mean.
I have no problem saying I'm ignorant of things. I don't understand what you're talking about. What happened? Explain that.
Okay, this is the creation of the Federal Reserve Bank on Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia. And you can look at that on YouTube because it's a long process. I'm not going to go through it, but the point is the Constitution warned against an outside entity printing the money. It
warned about private business printing money and us not controlling our money ourselves, letting the government print money.
Mm-hmm.
This is back in 1913 when they enacted the Federal Reserve and the income tax laws.
Right. As soon as that happened, you lost your country. Now that generation was supposed to fight and get it back, but they didn't because they were
at that time we were just coming off of World War I though too.
Yeah, and who started that? But I understand. Each generation has a situation, right? But the point is,
nobody recognized it.
Well, people did at that time recognize something was wrong, but it wasn't. It's the same thing that happens almost every generation.
They're willing to die to stop it. They're willing to die to stop it.
We know how to lose control of a country. There's a lot of stuff. I said there were people that knew how They knew the signs of when you're losing control. I'll say it that way. And so
But they weren't willing to die for it.
Okay, now time out just 1 second though.
People, I mean, I'm just being honest at this point in
Right.
time. I'm
Well,
tired.
I understand why you're telling her this, Super Mike, but what I want to know is most of us know this. What's relevant about it now, and what are we going to do to fix it?
Thank
Right.
you,
Well,
thank
the
you,
thing is,
Taylor.
you can't, let me tell you what's relevant. Let me tell you. The point is, you cannot fix that. It's done, and it took this long for people to recognize that this thing is done. You have to prepare for survival because what's coming after this obviously is not sustainable.
Well, then that's what I'm saying. What's your idea of survival? Because look, the reality of it is people aren't going to be able to go pack up and go run to the woods and live like Annie Oakley like they think they can. It's not going to be that simple.
Thank
Well,
you.
no.
What are you talking
The thing is, it's almost like this. If the levees broke, this is the analogy I'm gonna give. If I'm telling you there's a bunch of water here, let's do something. Let's get away. Let's prepare ourselves to handle that. Yes, I might die, but if I'm preparing myself for what's going to come, versus just sitting in a house, I don't trust you. I don't see any evidence of water. Well, how do you know that's true? How do you know if all this if someone's telling you the truth?
Move past.
One at a time. Stop cutting each
We
other
have
off.
to move past. Let me tell you this.
Stop cutting each other off.
Let me tell y'all this. Let me tell this. As Attorney Nichelle, that if somebody's sitting up there saying, "Oh my God, they're gonna do something bad to me," okay, what do you want me to do? They're gonna sue me. I can't stop them from suing you, but if they sue you, let me tell you what I can do. Long and short of it is, I provide solutions. I'm not going to sit up there and go, "Oh my God, you know, if you drive too fast, you can be sued." Yes, that's the truth. But that is the way that a lot of conservatives are sounding now. They're telling you what could happen, what has happened, okay? But what will we do about it? There's nothing we can do about it.
Well,
If you're going to tell me something happened and there's nothing I can do about it, you have no value to me. None.
Well,
nada. But
okay.
what I'm saying is, if we sit down, dude, I'm sitting up there saying, if somebody sits up there and says, "I fucked my girl, I got her pregnant," okay, good job, dude, but I don't want the baby.
Okay.
Okay. What are his options? What are his options?
No, we need to pass it. We need to pass it around. We're not gonna just keep it where it's only two people talking. Like,
I'm sorry. Anybody else that wants to jump in? I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
No, we're gonna pass it around. This is literally a discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
About etiquette, y'all.
That's fine.
I'm bringing this up because right now I just stopped the man from blowing out his damn brains. And I'm not gonna lie, part of me is wondering, did I do the right thing?
You did.
Was death the easier way out? Y'all saying it is, but at the end of the day, what's gonna make him want to live on or go on? I mean, honestly, I'm telling him it's gonna be okay, but he's lost 15 years of his life for nothing. 15 years of his life. We got a lot of people who are saying, "Well, I'm happy because we're getting a check, we're getting this, we're getting that." Or who's we? Like, there is no we in this. Everybody is not going to come out. A lot of people.
One thing I'm saying is, everyone in America at this point in time has to realize one thing.
What's that?
With COVID and the shutdowns, whatever you want to call it, we have to come to the terms of, your girl is pregnant. Your girl is pregnant. Now what you gonna do? You might have stopped a guy from blowing her brains out or blowing his brain out, but you still have a child coming. The reality, face reality. Your
But
girl is pregnant. What do you do?
This is beyond what you got to realize is what he's talking about is far beyond and far more substantial than your girl is pregnant. Your
No, it's
girl is
not.
pregnant. Yes, it is. Your girl is pregnant is something that you can work with. What we have
No,
ahead of us is something
hold
that
on,
is going.
let Trella get at it. Go ahead.
no.
What we got.
When you say your girl is pregnant,
Oh my
it means
God!
a child is coming. You
Wait,
have a child that you're gonna have to feed for the next 18 years. It
I'll just
means
mute my
that,
mic and let you speak.
listen. Go, yeah,
no, I'm saying you're sitting up there saying, my girl is pregnant. You can deal with that. Okay, whatever the fuck that's happening, then you can deal with that. The reality is your girl is pregnant. You're about to have a child. You're about to have a child. How do you deal with the new reality of having a child? If you want to sit up there and be, oh no, me having a child is not something I'm going to have to deal with. That's just not. Then you have cast yourself as what kind of man you are going to be for the rest of your life. But we have a
What are
situation.
you talking about?
I said what I said. I said the reality is your girl is pregnant. That means you're about to have a child. You have to deal with reality. There are
Yeah,
things.
and this reality is we're about to lose everything. That's far different than your girl is pregnant.
Okay, again, when your
It's
girl
more
is
like your house is on fire.
Yes, your house is
no,
on fire. What are you going to do about it?
excuse me, man. Excuse me, man. Your house is on fire. You can call your house is on fire. Is it a big fire? Is it burned down to the ground and there's nothing you can do but file an insurance claim? I will give you solutions to everything you say. But when you say, my girl is pregnant, I'm about to have a child, that brings in so many nuances. What school am I going to send my kid to do? How am I going to save up for him to go to college? Stop being narrow minded. And I'm sitting up there saying that if your house is on fire, you got two choices.
So okay,
Put it out yourself, call the fire department and let them put it out, or call your insurance company. If you don't have insurance, you're screwed. That's the reality of your house is on fire.
so,
The reality of my girlfriend is about to provide me a child is far more nuanced. That's where we are. That's where we are.
So the thing, so in looking at this, and Trell, I'm gonna give it over to you. Again, you're gonna have, like I said, there are some people that are gonna be out of the job, out of the home. When people are in a destitute, on desperation, stuff is gonna go on a rise, from crime,
That's what I'm talking
suicide,
about.
depression, different kind of stuff, sickness. These things will be unavoidable. Y'all gonna say, well, there's a program. No, there's not we don't have the money for programs like that. That means there's gonna have to, you have to start doing Granddaddy Trailer. We're gonna have to sell your favorite guitar. Wait a minute, that's priceless, but we have to sell it because we need. Because guess what?
Well, BMT, it's like what Conspiracy Box says all the time, and he said it to me. What are you willing to do without?
Go ahead, Trailer. I'll let you take the mic.
Because look, what you're saying is 100% true. What people don't realize is we are coming up on a very unprecedented time to where what you just said about, people are going to be in a position to where they're going to do things that they wouldn't normally do. We're not talking about the normal facet of, crime that we see on a daily basis. We're talking about average, honest, hardworking individuals that normally would go about their life working and abiding by the law, but they're going to be put in a position to where it's either, you go out and take from someone else that has, or you do without, because we have been groomed in this country and put in a position to where we live in a here and now type of society, day and age, where most people don't even go out and buy enough groceries in their home to get them through the week. Most people on average only have about 3 to 4 days worth of food in their house. you know, and so you're going to see when all this stuff comes in, like what is it? I heard through the pipeline that there's a potential with this next administration, 100-day shutdown for everyone except essential employees. And when they say essential this time, they mean just hospital workers and police officers, first responders, and that's
And it's
it.
going to be a
That's-
mandated mask. He said
Yep.
mandated mask for first 100 days. Everybody.
You know, in 100 days, for people that don't understand, that's what, almost 6 months.
Right.
You know, and how the reality of it is how many people have been thinking ahead and have even 2 months worth of supplies in their house. You know, and then on top of it, you ain't going to be able to go to work. How many people can get away with not making their house payment or paying their utilities and shit? There's a lot of things that are going to start happening. It's going to start snowballing. It's going to make this to where it becomes a very, very, very violent situation very fast. And people need to be mentally prepared for that.
I want the thing about it is, and why we gone about this, and this is an open panel, so it doesn't matter how old you are, your age, your background. Y'all gonna start learning the art of get what you need and use only what you need. It's compartmentalization. You're not gonna start like I'm telling you right now, man. Stop cutting people off. Wait. I promise you, you'll get to talking. So.
I'm adding to the conversation.
I know, dear, but you're just cutting somebody off who's talking. I got you.
Okay, go ahead. Say what you got to say.
Thank you. You gotta understand. You're gonna start seeing some people might go a little postal. You're gonna see some people start getting a little desperate and start stealing. We used to laugh at those videos of people stealing out the grocery store. I can promise you that's going to possibly shoot up. Men are going to be walking possibly out on their families because they cannot afford it. They're going to have women who are not going to, y'all complaining about why are these babies being born? But I'm telling you right now, the way the economy is going right now, listen, childbirth is about to drop because ain't nobody going to be trying to have no damn kids in a goddamn failed economy, in a goddamn failed when they literally don't even know they can feed their own mouth. They're not going to talk about let's have a baby. They're not doing that. So,
are you going to let me in while you're talking this mess?
Go ahead, Michelle. Go ahead. What you got to say?
I'm going to tell you this. If your husband can't work and you can't work, it's the opposite. That the government will provide for women that have children.
She's missing the point.
Old children. If my daughter,
you're missing the point. You are missing the point. You're acting like you're acting like the things are going to continue on as if they always have.
My 19-year-old daughter just told me that her friends who can't get a job, they're 19. They know that they're not looking for sugar daddies anymore. They're getting pregnant. Because
where does this money from the government come from when there ain't no money for the government to have because nobody's working?
Government can print money.
You don't do. Oh my God.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
Like
I say they don't know the difference between what money really is. That it has to be based on something. You can't just print money.
Young women are not trying to get pregnant like that.
That's what Venezuela did, and look how much the inflation was.
Since this lockdown started, 7 of my twin daughters' friends are pregnant and about to give birth because it's an easy, they get Section 8, they get food stamps, and it doesn't matter.
But that will all be gone. That's what he's talking about. That will be gone. So what are they going to do when that's gone? That's what PMP's trying to say, is that when that's all gone, what are they going to do?
Unemployment is being
Again, Walmart is not going to stop accepting food stamps. The government, the prices may go up.
What are they going to do when the government stops giving food stamps? When there's no more food stamps to give.
You don't need the pants, right? So just
the government is not going to stop. That's why we have a deficit. It's a credit card. As long as you have an unlimited credit card, you're good. You're good.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness.
Have you ever had an unlimited credit card?
Hold on, let me get Doc. I gotta get Datu. Does Datu up? Datu,
Okay,
you
go
up there?
ahead, go ahead.
I'll be back tomorrow to reset.
Datu, you there?
I'll get them all different. Yep. You left.
Okay, he's not there. Okay, go. If Datu's not there, I'll get it. I'll push it up
Let
to.
me let me try to give a positive perspective. See, this is what I was hitting at earlier when you were saying, what does that matter about the Federal Reserve stuff? Because this is all about money. We're a capitalist society, but that did not work. So now we're realizing that, okay, people, all of us are going to survive. If you can't pay your rent and the economy collapses, who's going to try to kick you out?
Well, here's the thing. I think
Hold
that
on.
people.
Okay, go ahead. You didn't say nothing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think people are in panic mode. I mean, panic mode, and also like not being creative, realizing that there's a lot of opportunities out there. One of them, like I put in the post, is like, move to where it's cheaper. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to sit in that one bedroom apartment, you know what I'm saying, and starve to death when you can go to certain places and buy you a house.
But it's not always that simple to just pack
Well, you
up and
missed
move a
it.
family.
BMT said that earlier. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. BMT said that earlier. People don't have the money to move. That's the problem.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, whether you have the money or not, you're gonna if you don't change your situation or make sacrifices, you know what I mean, to change the situation, nothing's just gonna change for you. You see what I'm saying? So you can sit there and hope and wonder, but if you don't get up there and account for your time, and whether set yourself up to where when things do open back up or just move, then that's on you.
Let
Y'all sitting up there.
Let me
Y'all
finish
sitting up there.
this.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna let y'all keep
That's on you
talking.
because
I'm gonna let y'all
right
keep
now,
talking because y'all are not realizing what happened. That Obamacare and all of
That's
the
done.
other Medicaid, Medicare, they
The
said,
government is gone. What if
okay,
it's gone? What if it's
okay,
gone?
but you keep saying what if?
The government is gone. Pretend like they don't exist. This is your
Okay,
last
let's
check.
deal with reality. That has not happened yet. Reality is that the government set it up so
You know that
that,
we're like $28 trillion in debt, right? That means that we're
okay,
at negative
that
500% of our gross national product.
the government does not care. The long and short of it is the government's up there and said, you know something? It's like a credit card where your minimum payment is X amount. As long as you can make your minimum payment, we don't give a
You
fuck.
can't make the
We can
minimum now.
we can renegotiate the minimum payment. Ain't nobody sitting up there saying that the United States has not reached their minimum payment. But what the United States government did do is say, okay, our essential workers, we're going to make sure you're taken care of. That as far as doctors and lawyers, CPAs, I can go down the list of essential workers. If you guys are taken care of, even if we have to print imaginary money,
Do you
use
hear
our
yourself?
credit card.
Mhm.
Excuse me.
Let me say something though.
Excuse
But no,
me. I
this
ain't
is
talking about the
imaginary
deficit
money.
like you guys
but,
don't use credit cards.
hold
If
on
you
a second.
use a
I
credit
just want to
card,
say
You
this.
gotta have credit sometimes to get a credit card. Everybody's not at. That's what I said.
it's called
Y'all hear
credit.
yourself. Nope.
That's
Everybody.
why
Okay.
the United
Credit.
States has
Okay.
credit.
Now
That's what
hear
the
yourself.
deficit spending is all about. We got
Michelle.
credit. We got world credit.
Michelle. Listen. Hear yourself with this. Essential, non-essential. Who gets to play God and who's the essential and non-essential? Who gets to eat and who don't get to eat? When you
Right.
start playing those type of rules, yeah, okay, I get it. The guy's a musician or an artist. I get it. Well, guess what? He's non-essential. But hold up. That's his craft. That's what he does. But you're telling me that now he's no longer an essential when he was making a living and making money? Well, guess what? I'm a painter. That female's a painter. She went to school to paint murals and stuff. Well, guess what? Now she's not essential no more. So guess what? You don't get to eat.
Yeah, dude. I mean, and I'm
And,
right there
and
with you, BMT, because I am a musician and I am an artist and I have made a living doing that for the last fucking 4 years of my life, and I have not had a paycheck for 10 months.
and
So when
another
you
thing
get to
is once
play
you lose that
God,
job,
Fine.
BMT, that you stop
Go ahead.
paying
I
taxes.
emphasize.
And if there's no revenue
I
for the
emphasize.
government, how are they supposed to supply you with benefits?
Did you
When
just,
everybody's
just say there was
unemployed,
no revenue for the government? Did you guys just not understand? Essential workers are still paying taxes. Essential
but that's
corporations
a
are still
small
paying taxes.
minority of the population.
No, it's not. It's the majority. It's the majority. That's what Trump told people. He told you that corporations pay more taxes than individuals. You didn't get it.
Wow.
You didn't
You
get it.
haven't noticed that? Never
But all the
mind.
businesses,
Never
yeah, the
mind.
businesses are closed. Restaurants,
Is Walmart
small
closed?
businesses. No,
Okay,
the
small
global
businesses.
corporations are open.
Right, and they pay a lot of taxes.
No, they don't.
They
They're the ones
get
that
a
the
lot of tax
break.
breaks.
No,
Yeah, they
they
get
don't.
tax breaks.
Yeah, they get tax breaks.
Because
Like,
they still pay a lot of taxes.
so,
That's
so you're telling me, so Datu's corner store where he sells dried and canned goods, right?
Isn't essential, but Walmart is.
Right. But mind you, only 8 people, possibly, or 10 people come into that store at max at a time. Versus Walmart will have hundreds of people in there, but somehow that is the safest place to go. Like,
and
Yeah, but
Let me
yeah,
tell y'all, let me tell y'all this by law.
Hey,
Let me tell
Hey,
you this
time
by
out,
law.
time out,
forget
time
about-
out, man. You guys got
Y'all-
to stop talking over each other because no one can hear and you can't have an intelligent conversation if
Thank
you're talking over each other.
Okay, I'm just trying to say that
But
Walmart
look,
by law.
no, look, I know you're just trying to say, but you got to let other people respond and say as well.
Okay, I'm
Let me-
trying to
Let me say
explain.
something, Michelle.
Why
I know
are strip clubs essential?
Just hold on a second. I just
Casinos.
want to I want to put something else in the mix so that we can think of some survival, real things that people will survive this, and I'm gonna tell you how they will survive. The people that will die are just gonna keep trying to trust something that's just not going to happen. The
Right.
people who will survive, the land is what we survived off of. So the people who are smart enough to do land grabs, I mean this, and to not fight and steal from each other, but work with each other. I'm just telling you, these are the people who are going to survive, who form co-ops together, who form associations together, because
Okay.
that can survive in any situation on earth. Okay,
Okay.
and you know that's the part. That's the thing I just want us to understand, because the ideas of rent and all these things will keep happening. We're going to have different currencies coming through, like Amero or Bitcoin and all these other different things, because obviously they're collapsing the economy. But all I'm saying is, if you're depending on a paper check or some kind of currency in order to survive, you're going to probably start stealing. So
Well, look, it's like this, okay? I don't mean to cut you off, man, but some of us, like myself, I've been preparing for this for a while, and then when this lockdown came down, I pulled all my money out of the bank. I don't care. I don't have cash on hand. I don't keep money in the bank. I've taken every penny I got and I've used it to make sure that I have supplies at my house. I'm not bugging out when all this shit goes off. I'm bugging in. I'm staying in my house. I'm staying put. And I'm going to let all these people run around and do their thing.
I think one of the things.
Let them run.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you, Voodoo. What state do you live in?
Well, I live in Indiana.
Okay, well, that's a whole different world.
See,
No, dude, I live right. I don't live but an hour away from Indianapolis, dude.
No, I know. I'm just saying that, like when people start talking about these doomsday scenarios, I just question it because certain environments is just different. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's why I tell people that that we've been led to believe that bugging out is the right thing to do, and it's not. Really, you should bug in if you can.
I
That's
think
what you should do.
Right.
I'm trying to tell you people, y'all won't listen. Y'all sit up there and say, people are going to start stealing. Well, guess what? People are going to go start getting caught and thrown in jail.
The prisons only hold so many.
Yeah.
Guess what? The prisons
And
whether
they're
or
letting
not
people out of prison right now.
Yeah, they're
they
actually
can
trying to get
put
more
an
people.
ankle monitor on your ass. And guess what?
Right.
If you violate the terms of probation, the internet is still active.
They got the
And they will
cashless
pull,
bail where you don't have to pay cash for bail to be bailed out now.
I think you're in
but
They
denial.
got certain
Yeah,
crimes they're
they're
not
trying to
even
get in denial on this,
enforcing.
yo.
I think you're in
I
denial of
don't
what's really going
know.
on here.
I'm telling you how the system works. You
I'm
guys are
telling you, our system is
incarcerated.
collapsing. That's what me and BMT are trying to say. Our system is collapsing. The system that
And
you are
I'm
relying on is no longer
telling
going to be
you,
around.
you might fantasize about the system collapsing, but unfortunately, the system, there are a lot of very powerful, influential
Oh my
people
lord.
that are
Who?
controlling the collapse of the system.
Who
You
is
may
it?
not like this, but when the system collapses, they are in their world where they don't have to worry about having, they have 100
Oh,
days
I can't
of
do this.
supply.
But
You
see,
may not like it, but I know people personally that sat up there and said they wanted Candace Owens to keep mouthing off about how ignorant black people were because white people were buying it and it would be to their advantage to collapse the system based on his ignorance. These are men that could afford, excuse me, these are men that could afford to have a doghouse replica in their own house. I'm sorry you're not there, but these men spent money so their dogs could have a doghouse that looked like their house. They are in control. They're
now,
in control.
What the
now,
hell is this?
here's the thing about it. So here's the thing about it. So let's look at this. So we've been seeing since a lot of rich people or celebrities either A, sell their masters, try to commit suicide, go bankrupt, get caught with federal charges of fraud. The rich don't got it like y'all think they got it like that. Like they mean he putting on these nice little shows and holding up money, but I don't know. But what we're seeing is not the same result because quite a lot of them have been dying off or literally been going bankrupt, or not to mention a lot of them. I was seeing on IG, why is so and so artist or rapper or millionaire living in my neighborhood? Wait, so they went from living on the hills of a high city mansion, now they're living in the burbs. That means they don't got it like that. That means reality is kicking in that maybe they can't afford that lifestyle anymore and they're trying to downsize. Now, mind you, he had it with Tulsa himself left California to go to Texas. He said, fuck that Texas. I'm out. I'm going to Texas. That means, guess what? They can be touched also. Understand, history has proven when the poor get tired of being tired, they start burning and tearing shit up. I'm sorry. French, English, Spanish, they all do it. Everybody has done it. When shit goes bad, they're like, fuck the government, fuck the system. I'm just going to do what I got to do. And guess what? They're going to do it. Y'all keep trying to pretend like it doesn't happen. But
They keep forgetting that Rome fell too, man, and that's what this is modern day Rome, and that's all I got to say.
no, you're right about it. Like I said,
You're right. But do you not understand that the House of Wells traces his lineage. The House of Wells.
Come on.
Every leader in Europe is a descendant of who? The Pope. The Pope didn't fall. The Pope said, these are the people that I say should be in charge of your countries.
The Pope is now think about it. You're using the Pope, a guy who's literally going against his creed, and now talking about booty sex right now.
I didn't say he was right or wrong.
They're pretty much on their last leg. They're on their last leg right now. They literally went against their own moniker of their creed. They're like, you know what? Maybe we might have to go kiss the devil on the lip. Like everybody's doing whatever it takes.
Maybe they already kissed the devil on the lip when they sat up there and said, okay, We established the monarchy.
Yeah,
The
I mean, didn't the
monarchy.
Pope just fire the financial director or whatever it is for all kinds of money problems and shit?
Exactly.
Again,
So they desperate. They're desperate right now. I'm only waiting till where they start selling the goddamn relic jewels so I can go up there for auction and buy for $1. So we can miss this shit. Women now,
okay,
women now.
y'all
Let's
have been up there
let's talk
fantasizing.
about
The
let's talk about the women.
reality of the
Women
reality
now
is
are going
the
to start
prophecy.
looking for a way to survive. Women, I am watching a lot of women now that were talking on the hee-rah, hoorah shit about, well, I can do it on my own, or either finding a mate or finding somebody to subjugate themselves off to. Like I said, and I told y'all the story already, last month, a family married off their 16-year-old daughter to a 41-year-old man. Why? I'm going to put my money on it. They couldn't afford to take care of her. So they gave her off to an older man.
What do you guys think the monarchy fucking did for thousands of years?
Are you okay? Are
Y'all
you okay?
acting like this is brand new.
Michelle, are you okay?
Y'all acting like the monarchy did not do that.
What
Left,
monarchy?
right. Do you not understand the very history of American history has to do with the fact that the Queen of Spain, the most powerful nation in the world.
We're talking about America.
Could you stop and learn something for an instant?
America.
Okay, America. Guess
Talk
what?
about America.
Y'all about to be sacrificed like Queen Elizabeth. Excuse me.
We know that.
Y'all gonna be sacrificed like Queen Elizabeth, who was sacrificed before herself
What's your point?
by Queen
What's your point?
Anne.
How is this relevant?
Okay, I'm going to explain it to you if you listen and not interrupt me.
I'm
Back in
sorry.
the
I'm
day.
just used to you interrupting, so I figured I'd take point.
Okay, you asked me a question, I'll answer it.
I'm sure you will.
Long and short of, you haven't answered any of my questions. The long and
You
short
haven't
of
asked
it is,
any, and you ain't listened to
yes,
anybody
I have.
either.
Every time I interrupted was to ask a question. The long and short of it is that back in the day, Queen Ferdinand, Queen Isabel and Ferdinand sold their daughter to the King of England. And because she could only produce a daughter, Queen Anne, he sent her back and they went to war. He married another woman and they had a daughter named Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth is the mother of, I'll say it, she adopted mother of King James.
How is that good?
Wound up happening?
How is it relevant though to what we're talking about?
I'm about to
Right.
listen.
It
Queen
don't have
Elizabeth.
Look, this shit don't have nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're trying to talk about what's going on right now and get
Right
people
now,
mentally
what I'm
prepared about what's
saying
going
is
on right
that
now.
we're in the same situation
Man,
as
women, hey,
we're
don't fucking scream at me like that. I ain't your fucking kid.
okay, then don't interrupt me. If you want an answer, then listen. If you can't understand
Well, then
it,
talk with
that's
some
your
relevance.
IQ. That's your IQ.
How much have you
That's
drank
your
today?
IQ.
Damn.
God, I
Then
thought somebody.
listen.
What is it?
According to you, you're just fucked. The only thing you can do is go out in the woods. That other people have faced this situation where our leaders, because they wanted to establish strategic alliances with other countries, like Spain did with England, by marrying off their daughter. Okay, that didn't work, so they sold out their daughter. You guys are sitting up there going, "Oh my God, people are so desperate. They're selling off their daughters." What the hell do you think happened to create Queen Anne or Queen Elizabeth? They sold off their daughters
So Michelle,
so that they could have money to do some bullshit that wound up at the end of the day affecting all of the underlings. The underlings sat up there and said,
Saber.
Now, first of all, shout out to Kelly for the $4.99 super chat.
What's up, Kelly and Mo?
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, guys. We can always drop the links for people to come on up and talk. Listen, I don't think
I've been dropping it, BMT.
Thank you, brother. I don't think Triller wants to sell off his daughter for a fucking piece of corned beef hash and some bread. I don't think no man or woman, well, in there that I know of, wants to be put in that predicament. That means society is in shit's fuck bill when we're having to bargain off our people for goddamn another goddamn meal. That is not good, y'all. That's beyond bad.
That's the reality that some people are failing to realize that we're about to be put in.
Right. Like when you start to offer off, hey, I can't afford. That's like some other countries that we will not say when they're starting to talk about, well, guess what? Let me just take my kid. See, y'all talk this good jabber, but I don't want to hear shit when y'all see grown adults walking around with kids and y'all like, well, guess what? He's mine. He is mine now. Why are you bitching and complaining? Y'all, I don't want to hear no fucking panels. I don't want to hear shit. I just want you to know I'm gonna tell you shut the fuck up because y'all were fine with it.
I don't
That's
care.
what people want to tell you. Y'all can shut the
I
fuck
don't
up.
care if you are religious or not. But some people have heard the story of Job. Do y'all not realize that Job, before Sodom and Gomorrah, he offered up his daughters to stop.
Time out for a second. BMT, I'll hop off my phone and hop off this and then hop back on my computer.
All right, see, come on back in, brother.
Y'all understand the selling off of your children, the trading of your children is nothing new. In Job, who is praised in Christian and Jewish and Muslim philosophies, he offered to exchange his daughters to save the world from Sodom and Gomorrah. That his sacrifice of his daughters was considered a virtuous act. That I'm not saying right or wrong, but in three religions, Muslim. I'm sorry?
His daughters got raped. How was that virtuous?
I'm saying that he offered his daughters and it was considered it. I'm not arguing religion. What I said was right before Sodom and Gomorrah happened, he offered his daughters to prevent Sodom and Gomorrah from being destroyed.
What happened to Sodom and Gomorrah?
It still got destroyed. Shit. No,
they did not accept his daughters.
That's what's happening now. I'm trying to tell you.
His daughters, they didn't accept his daughters. They did not accept his daughters.
You got to.
Okay, all I'm saying is, y'all can argue whether it was right or wrong, but in Christianity, Hebrew, and Islam tradition, the fact that he was willing to sacrifice his daughters to save the world is considered a heroic act. So, I don't agree with it.
Let me say something.
Wait. Let me ask this before Mike. Who here on this panel?
No, not me. Not me.
Put their kids or anybody anything up for goddamn auction. Please let me know right now. Let's start the auction right now. Let's start. Come on, you ready to put up anybody for auction? You got anybody you want to put up for auction yet? You want to put your if a man were to come to your door right now, you want to tell me you gonna put baby, come on up, put on that cute dress, twirl around for him. You gonna put your daughters up for auction?
Oh my God.
Huh?
But listen what I'm saying.
No. This is the art of nature. So why don't you start put your daughters up?
I'm not saying BMT. I'm not saying I agree with that. But historically, that has been the role of honor. I just sat up there and said the King of England. The King of England.
At America.
All the kings and queens. It was normal for them to give their daughters and their
We can't have,
sons.
we can't have
Yeah, but
a-
it's not normal now.
we can't
It's not
have a
normal
real
now.
conversation about this if someone wants to keep diverting from what we're trying to talk about.
Now again, trailer.
Yeah, because I wanted to ask you, when you went back about perception, you said this is our perception that things are going to go bad. But the thing is what BMT was saying earlier, that his friend tried to kill himself and he stopped him because his perception, there was no hope. And BMT asked, did I do the right thing? Is there
And
hope?
you did do the right thing.
Is
You
there
did.
hope?
Yes,
What are we
there
going to
is.
do?
And what you do is you start going back, and so that's why I went onto that little story about the money. Is the
Yeah.
fact is that the economy is rearranging itself. A lot of stuff that was not fixed, right? We're going to have to bite the bullet. This is what's time to pay the piper.
How's
And
that
I
going to
mean-
happen when we have so much divide in this country alone that we can't
Well,
even
it's
agree
going to
on?
happen. That's what I meant. That's what the analogy I gave about the flood. The bottom line is it's coming. I mean, it doesn't matter if you don't believe it or it's happening. And if your survival depends on if you see it. The people who see it are going to have a better chance of getting to the other side with themselves and their families. And that's all to it. That's just how all truth happens. That's how any situation occurs. I mean, and that's what we're faced with right now as a group. A lot of stuff that we argued over about race, about all these different things. The country is divided. Why is it divided? Whose fault is it? Whatever. This is the result of ignoring those problems. Like,
Disconnecting from a live
like Michelle
broadcast.
said, the credit card.
Does it matter what I say if I say, hold up? I told you were little.
Hey, Mo.
My question
I'm
is
gonna pass it to you.
Mo, come on here and get petty for a minute.
I'm Patty. Y'all know I'm pouring Patty. What's up, y'all? Time to bring this pettiness up on this motherfucker.
Well,
Hey, listen, though, let me finish that. Though. All I'm saying is we have to talk about hope to people because there is hope on the other side. People do survive. Rome fell, but Italy became a thing. Romania and all of these other things, England and stuff. So people do survive, y'all, and that's all I'm saying to
Right.
people.
And look, I get that. You can talk all about hope all you want, but you can't talk about hope and not sit and let them know what the real reality is.
No. We let them know what the real reality is. But what I'm saying is, if you don't include the hope part, you don't have to lie at all. But if you don't include that little hope portion, then people feel like they want to shoot themselves.
Well, see, that's the thing is right now we got too many people that they're wanting to focus on things that they already know, things that are already in place, systems that are already here. That
that's going away.
If things progress the way they are, that ain't going to be here no more. We're not going to have those fallbacks anymore, which means we're going to have to start thinking in a different way.
The people who
And some people
survive
are blind. Some people are blind.
Yeah, they would die.
You just heard earlier. Just print more money. You know what I mean? That will solve everything.
because they will make stupid mistakes that the people who understand the truth will not make those mistakes. The people who understand the truth will prepare themselves to survive. The people who believe in the systems and who don't prepare, they're going to sit there waiting on the government until they starve to death. That's how this thing gonna go.
Yeah, I think. Well, so the thing about it is this, and I put it out. Look where we're at now. To where now people are begging the government for scraps. People are begging the government for scraps. Y'all can say whatever you want, say how you ever want to say it. Some people are saying that they don't want to take the check, and some people know, like, listen, I have to. They'll say one thing, but they doing another. Reality is setting in. Again, a lot of mom and pop stores are not going to be opening back up. A lot of business. Reality is setting in. Again, a lot of mom and pop stores are not going to open up. We got the feedback there. A lot of business. That's you. Okay, thank you. So, again, a lot of people our options or our freedom of choices are being taken away.
Well, look, BMT.
So this
The other
is
night
the
on Mo's,
difference.
the other night on Mo's channel, when me and you kind of butted heads because I was talking, the whole revolution shit. I understand where you were coming from. I really do. But that's why I was saying the things that I was saying. Because, I understand that, unfortunately, one of the main things that are going to happen if we want to have any kind of real survival or to be able to fix this is we got to take that power structure out. And
But see, trucker, you're gonna waste good life.
I'm not trucker, I'm trailer.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. But doing
All white people look alike.
Shut up.
no, I didn't see it. There he is. But no. The reason why
I
that's
hope.
unwise, but the reason why that's unwise is because you're gonna waste perfectly good people who are better served in surviving. Because the superstructure that you'll be trying to take out is already collapsing on its own. It's dysfunctional. It's collapsing on its own.
You know what that superstructure is doing right now? It's collaborating with the rest of its powers all across the world.
Well, yeah, but the
All right,
point
y'all,
is,
bring me up to speed. What y'all talking about here? Bring me up to speed.
yeah, somebody bring her up to speed.
So
basically,
Go ahead, BMT. It's your stream.
well, like I said, we're looking at it right now. It's about the end of this year. I believe it's what, the 29th? It's about to be the 30th right now.
Tomorrow's the 30th.
So this will be the end. This will probably be the last check Trump will be able to sign off towards the people. Versus he said he'd rather have opened up the small businesses. But instead, the system wanted, write the checks.
Mm-hmm.
But in writing the checks, that means a lot of businesses will not get to open back up. They won't be able to make it off of some of these shutdowns.
So who
Again,
fault is that though?
Listen,
Because, but who fault is that though? Y'all voted, but
let them bring you up to speed. Let them bring you up to speed. Hold on.
So again, we can say y'all a lot, all y'all want. Y'all can say that all you want. At the end of the day, both parties fucked us hard. Both parties.
$2,000.
I mean, no offense, but
those are facts.
The government is the government. They don't give a shit how y'all try to make. Y'all want to believe that there's two sides. That's like saying the Army, the Navy.
This ain't the Super Bowl.
So everybody, so let me get this straight. Y'all sitting up here crying over $2,000.
Well, we're not.
A one-time check.
Why are we crying?
Last check.
Who's
crying? Though.
Who's crying over $2,000?
If you ain't making moves to change your situation, $2,000 ain't gonna solve a motherfucking thing.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you.
I think it's the rest of the part of the bill, Hope.
You gotta make moves though. And y'all crying over fucking $2,000. And then on top of it,
money going to Pakistan.
Let her talk, John.
For gender studies.
Hold up, but the bill, for what I understand, the stipulation with that $2,000 is the money going to other countries and shit too.
No, we're not getting a $2,000 check. It's actually $600.
I know you ain't gonna get it.
So what are you talking about?
I said, is that what y'all upset about? The $2,000?
No, you just started rambling about.
No, I'm asking.
Well, no, y'all don't see, because this is what I'm saying. You got to kind of listen a little bit, because different people made different points.
Exactly.
And you just stop hearing it. So he tried to bring you up to speed, but you just can't go off on everybody, because
I didn't say y'all about anything. I said, is y'all upset or is up? Because I seen a lot of people upset about the $2,000. I seen a lot of people upset about it.
The thing is, he said that's the last check. And basically, people are collapsing. There's people wanting to steal because they're not going to be able to make it. People getting put out of their house. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of devastation going on. You got food lines over a mile, and
we never talked about the 2,000
suicide. BMT just prevented a suicide. People are in desperation. Now,
regardless how you want to look at it, you cannot blame this on the people themselves.
So wait a minute. So
that's the upset issue. That's the issue, not the
let
money.
me get this all the way straight because
yeah, get it straight.
We're gonna go all the way back to the pandemic, right?
Right.
So when they first got their stimulus check, the first check, right?
Are we going back there?
And those, you damn
Well, why
right.
don't we go back? No, let's not go to the Let's go all the way back to the very beginning.
It's not really the check.
I don't know why y'all keep going back. Why do we keep going back?
No, because my thing is, people had enough time to save their damn money.
Save their money doing what?
Who saved money?
Wait a minute. Now, hold on. Let me break it all the way down.
Go ahead. Let
me break it all the way fucking down. You had the stimulus. You got the stimulus check, right?
Right.
And people with married couples got $2,400, and if they had kids, you had an extra $500 with it, right? And if you lost your job, you was able to collect unemployment. Unemployment was given. Some states was given an extra $600 over top of the $300 a week. Now, and then some states was getting $800 over top of their $300 a week.
Not everybody got $300.
You do know you are generalizing.
Just let her talk.
Go let her go.
For a whole 6 months.
Let her go. Let her go. Let her talk.
And you mean to tell me nobody didn't think to put money to the side just in case some more shit jumped down?
What the fuck is that money you put to the side going to be worth anything when the money has no value?
If you're getting fucking $4,000 a month, you can.
So what I'm saying, you saying that people don't have the right to kill themselves.
And you on Section 8 and everything too.
So people, I'm just trying to get to the point. Like you saying that people don't have the right to even talk about the bad stuff that's going on that they see.
Exactly.
We don't have the right.
Exactly. That's kind of like what it's saying to me.
What she's basically saying is, no. What
the government is not responsible for your bad choices. You shouldn't be dependent on them so much any motherfucking way.
And with that, the government's not responsible for handing everybody money to come up either.
Okay. That's right.
Exactly.
The government does not be responsible for nothing. How about that? Why don't they just disappear?
They shouldn't. And my thing is, nobody shouldn't be dependent on them either. Shit.
Well, maybe they shouldn't exist.
Make better moves.
You want to get real about Hey, you want to get real about some shit? The government had no business fucking telling people they couldn't go to work and fucking provide for their family to begin with. And we wouldn't be in this situation.
And you sit up there and listen. Pick something else. Make another move. That's what I'm saying.
So wait, hold on.
Make better moves. Why would you pick a motherfucking career that you know can get shut down? Make better moves.
Oh, really? Okay.
I can't believe
we can do all things.
I got furloughed off my motherfucking job too. I got furloughed, and guess what? I got 2 job offers a month later afterwards.
So hold on. Let me get this straight.
Without your motherfucking resume.
So somebody picked somebody picked an electrical.
The government had no right to say that. The government had no right to say that we, as the government, we control health and safety.
Stop depending on the government. It shouldn't exist.
I'm
in the most regulated.
Right. I'm in
one of the most.
Thank you, Super Mike.
Bucket.
We can't. So here's the thing about it. Y'all were depending on the government to drain the swamp. Facts. Now all of a sudden y'all depend on the government to give you a check. Another fact.
Okay.
It seems like you keep hearing.
I can't even run an ad unless I get. I don't mean to interrupt anybody, but one thing is, I cannot even run an ad. Excuse me, 1 second.
Go ahead, Michelle.
I'll get another beer.
Dude, I'm about ready to start drinking. And I've been sober for 5 years.
Here's the thing about it. So when we hear these talking points, and I'm listening to a lot of y'all, man, what the fuck?
Can I say this?
Nobody can hear me.
Can I finish? That I'm in one of the most highly regulated industries in the world. As an attorney, I cannot even run an ad. I cannot even say, hey, you need a lawyer without getting permission from the government. That y'all were fine with that. Y'all were fine with doctors and lawyers and CPAs. We couldn't run an ad. Y'all can sit up there and say, hey, y'all, I'll give you a ride. Y'all were fine with us being highly regulated because we were essential workers. That what we did was essential. And so we were highly regulated. Now we're getting to the point where y'all are realizing, wait a minute, how those motherfuckers working and we can't is because we had to deal with the government red tape for all of our existence. I've been a lawyer for over 25 years. I've had to deal with the government red tape to allow me to feed my families. And at this point in time, as a lawyer that has to feed my family just like everybody else, guess what?
But
I dealt with the government regulations,
you
and I had to
signed
deal
up
with.
for that. You signed up for that.
Okay,
Just like I did
I
as a
signed up
soldier.
for that,
Just
but I
like
also
John.
signed up.
We signed
I
up
signed up.
to serve
Uh,
the country. We signed up for that.
I
That was our job.
okay. I also signed up for the fact that sometimes, even as a lawyer, if I don't have any money for your services, if your services are detrimental to me because I can't afford them or whatever, I don't want your services. I can't have your services. The government said there's certain things, Nichelle, you cannot sit up there and advertise for. I can't sit up there and say, okay, I handle civil rights violations under 1983. No, you can't advertise under that.
What's this got to do with
One.
what we're doing right now? What does got to do with what we're doing right now? Like,
Thank you.
Well, I
honestly,
just
I'm hearing
said,
family.
listen.
All I hear is
I'm
me and
not
I.
rambling. Excuse me, people. The only way you
I
can
don't know. They're
protect your
pregnant.
constitutional rights is, excuse me. The only way you can protect your rights is through a 1983. That's the only way. 1983 action. That is the only way. You're sitting up there saying, Nichelle, how does 1983 have to do with my rights? If the only way you can pursue your rights is through 1983, and you're sitting up there saying, I don't know nothing about 1983. That's because
1
the
minute
government
time
said I
limit
couldn't
on people
advertise.
talking from here on out.
Like, here's the thing about it. So if Mo worked at a factory for 15 years, but then all of a sudden that factory says, you know what? Fuck it. I don't want to be here no more. The prices are going up. They just take the factory and leave. Here, Mo, I'm gonna give you your last check for $1,200. Now, Mo's been working at for umpteen years. Now he has to find another job, and I always find when everybody says, "Well, just jump on to unemployment." Well, all these fucking do. Because I know a lot of people who've been trying to get on unemployment, and they begin to ring about because one, first of all, the building is closed, and two, depending on what you were living before unemployment, you might not be able to afford to do or have a lot of things. You might lose your vehicle or shit like that because $300 don't cover much of jack shit. Especially, you gotta be careful. The people who are talking and asking, well, first, do you have a baby? Do you have kids? Are you married? What kind of stuff do you have? Because I know there's a lot of people that are talking don't have jack shit to fucking take care of,
Right.
but they're doing a lot of pointing fingers at people.
Right. Thank you.
Now the people that are literally like, whoa, I just had my cousin who worked at T-Mobile as a supervisor literally get a severance pay of $5,000. That's a lot of money. He said, dude, my rent is $1,100. I still
Okay.
I still got to get groceries. I still got my 2 kids. I still got my wife. How the fuck is $5,000 gonna get me through the year? Let alone I gotta find another job. Mind you, LinkedIn, which a lot of people are on LinkedIn, Indeed.com, all these other places. Guess what? They weren't hiring like that. The only place you could probably go was Amazon or some big corporate job. So when we're talking about, well, just go get a job, most people are now delivery boys now. You talk about people who have degrees or different other shit. Now they're delivering pizzas or delivering packages just to might buy. That is crazy.
working
Shout
three
out to the
jobs.
shout out to the people that's working at Burger King. Shout out to the people that's delivering pizza. Shout out to the people that's about it, down to do whatever. Shout out to them.
Yeah. I got mad love for the dash
Exactly.
drivers. Don't get me wrong.
Thank you, Mo. A job is a job. If you,
A job's a job.
Sometimes you gotta get out of your comfort zone.
Thank you.
So okay, so we got.
Yeah, but why should I have to? Why should I have
And
to waste my
DoorDash.
fucking college education that I spent on working 3 different jobs to replace what I went to school to do for one job?
Uber is a blessing in disguise because we finally getting them damn Arabs out of here with that yellow taxi, and we can finally get our own taxi. Listen, everybody.
Shots fired, John. Shots fired.
So
Yep.
now,
Triggered.
Shots fired, John.
Now, Mo, I would ask the question: what if it's a single parent with 2 and 3 kids? What do they do then?
What do they do then?
We're gonna have to
Get the child support going on then. Fuck it.
What if they're single parent because they're a widower or a widow?
Gotta do that. That's what child support money come in. Stop
what I'm
getting
saying,
that
bro.
goddamn child support money to get
Hey,
your
I work
motherfucking
two-
hair
I
done.
work two-
Get that child. That's what child support is for.
Hold on. Now, Mo, now, just look what you just said. You said
I
go to
worked
passport.
2 jobs for during the pandemic. Shit.
Do you have any kids? Do you have any babies?
what's
That you-
gonna
I do. I have a 9-year-old.
what
You have a 9-year-old.
America has
Go ahead, Culture.
Her daughter just
Hello?
graduated boot camp last
America
year.
America has over romanticized how it came about. The reality is how we live today is not conducive to how America came about. We have families that live in different states. We are not close to people. We don't have friends. We don't have a support system. In order for us, if there are changes, we're going to have to go back to some old stuff. We're going to have to come together a little bit more. Families going to have to depend on families and do some stuff. Nobody put their people in nursing homes. There weren't 50 children in daycares and all of these bills. A lot of things America hasn't taken into account. Like, oh, we got this great history. We are the #1 power. Nobody had child care back then. That was $1,000 a month. Families lived together. They pool their resources, and for us to make it and get to the next level, we're gonna have to go back to some of that old shit. I lived in a neighborhood where I didn't even know the next door neighbor name. I didn't have no support system. So with this romantic view of how America came, you had aunties, uncles living in the same communities, helping each other out, regardless if it was a mother or a dad in the home. They still had. We're gonna have to get back to old. Somebody did a job on us when they convinced us paying 30 years for a damn house, paying 3 times the value of it was a good deal. We have been overextended in credit, and to get out of some of this stuff, we're gonna have to go to some old-fashioned shit and let some stuff go. Stop having an entitlement. Oh, I'm entitled to a treat. I have to do this for myself. We're just gonna have to make do and get through. And
BMP, she's right, because how many times have I talked to you about that? What she just said. You know, the whole community dynamic and how it was eroded.
And that's how America came. You had 10 children living in the same neighborhood, in the same house. If I had to go to work, I ain't pay $800, $1,000 a month to go somewhere. I might have paid the old lady $25 a week, which was good for her. Or I might have had a cousin or a grandma or auntie or older aunt that kept the kids. We're going to have to redo some stuff, rethink some things. We want to live this Cosby Show existence, which now we know the Cosby Show existence didn't exist, without and pay for everything instead of engaging in more of a bartering type system. I'm not saying strictly bartering, but we are going to have to barter on some levels with each other to be able to make it. And we have seen this before. When the housing market crashed, we had airline pilots driving damn commercial trucks. This has happened before. And in a true capitalist society, some things will go away and some things will rise. People may even have a backlash to big corporations and intentionally start shopping small if small things exist. I remember I see how they do the rebranding. Back in the day, when somebody had a food truck which is now chic, gourmet food trucks, that was just the people who went out in the fields and cooked food for other people. But they rebranded it. And yes.
Let me. The one thing that we were talking about is the fact, though, that once Trump leaves and this new administration comes in, the first thing that they plan on doing, the very first thing, is they want to put everybody on a 100-day lockdown. That is non-essential. And when they say non-essential, they mean that only healthcare workers and basically first responders and law enforcement are going to be out. And the problem that we're arising with right now is, they're given this stimulus and from some imaginary money that they made up and got from nowhere. And then and people are going to start losing businesses when they're told that they can't work for almost 6 months straight. I mean, there's going to be a lot of loss going on.
Personally,
so who
don't
voted
have
there? No, they voted
the lockdown. Let me say this: I don't have a problem with the lockdown because I live in one traffic town.
I ain't gonna be like that.
So I don't have a problem with it. Nothing about my life has really changed, but I just don't go to restaurants anymore.
Your life.
Okay, I don't go to instead of eating out every day. I had to go and spend that money that I ate out with at the grocery store. So it's just that the money transition a different place.
We cannot talk
he
over
asked
each
me
other.
about it, and I'm saying I don't have a problem with the lockdown. Now, what the next person may have is their business. He just asked me in particular, so that's why I gave my opinion. Whoever said I don't have a problem, I don't have a problem with it. Now, you may have a problem with it, and that may be a problem. He asked me.
Well, and that's the thing is we got to realize that everybody's individual situation ain't the same as yours too, and other people aren't in that position.
Exactly. I happen to have work because I'm a healthcare worker and essential personnel. So I didn't have a problem with staying home. I'm not saying that that's the right answer for everybody, but the fact is that you asked me, so that was my response.
Right, and I respect that.
I think one of the things about it is, again, we're looking at this again, 2021. We're going to be having a lot of changes, y'all. And,
Yep.
I mean, I just like I said, I just ask people keep that same energy.
Just remember, new norm.
For whatever you believe in to get you through. Like I said, we just had it on my show earlier. A man blew himself up because he just wanted to exist. Remember that, Mike? And guess what?
Yeah.
A lot y'all don't think that ideology ain't going to be coming to fruition. There's going to be a lot more. Suicide rates are going up in Atlanta.
Suicides are going up altogether all across the country. They
Suicides all over the West are jumping up. Now they don't want to say that out loud, but that would be something that snap, people are killing themselves drastically. There's a reason.
May I say this?
Go ahead, Michelle.
But y'all voted for the motherfucker. So what does that have to do with politics? What does that do with
evolution? What the lady said before I started talking was that whether you are a music performer, whether you are a doctor, a lawyer, whether or not you are just a stripper, if you can evolve your industry, evolution, we're at a phase where you don't have a right to anybody else's money. You don't have a right that when people sit up there and say, I'm just an essential worker as everybody else. Okay, are they going to risk their lives to go see you to get your services? But the government shouldn't tell them that. I understand what you're saying. But at a certain point, it comes down to, what are you providing them? That all this flim flam of, I want people to hear me. You don't have a right to charge people to hear you. You have a right, maybe if your client pays you, to get results. So sitting up there saying you have a right to say, I have a right to tell people about my musical expression. If people don't buy my books, they don't buy my book. They don't buy my books. But
see, wait. Let me touch on that, because where you're going with that, that's where you're giving the individual a choice on whether or not they want to take part in that person's musical expression or read their book. The government does not have a right to tell a person that they don't have a right to put that out there and attempt to sell it.
You can put it out there. Put it out there. Put it out there and
Exactly.
charge them for it. Charge them to hear your artistic expression. Just like I put it out there.
How am I supposed to put that out there when I can't go do a gig in a fucking bar?
Because guess what? The bar.
How am I supposed to work when I can't go do a gig in a bar?
They came to the bar. They came to the bar for the bars. The bar served them drinks. They didn't come to the bar because you had an artistic expression. They could sit up there and bring up old versions of Bobby Blue Bland or
You are
Bobby.
right, America's man.
Okay.
You sit up there saying you have a right. You have a right that people listen to your music. They don't. You have no right that people listen
Can you
to
get to
your
your point?
Okay, yes, get to your point. Get to the point. You're
My point is, you have no right to say that people have a right to your particular expression at any
You don't have a
bar.
right to tell me I don't have a right.
Now here's the thing. Here's the thing about
You don't
that.
got a right. I said it.
Now here's the thing about it. Y'all would have to definitely be crazy to think that either political side is in your favor. Y'all are crazy to still think that y'all are thinking that the Republicans are in your favor or the Democrats are in your favor. When they both have done spit in your face countless times already. Like, I don't know why y'all still think either side is favoring you or give a fuck about you. You're crazy. You really are crazy.
I don't think
You shouldn't even be dependent on
like
the
I was
person.
saying, those who have the ability to see the change regardless whether Democrat or Republican House, we still not gonna stop moving. The people that see the change and are trying to put things in place are not gonna stop moving because of Republican or Democrat in office. The only thing we're doing is biding time. Biding time.
Make move. That's what I'm saying. What she just said.
So
what she
the
said.
world
Make
ain't stop
move.
moving.
Make
Okay.
move. That's it.
But a lot of people rely on the government, and if the
That's the
government
problem.
falls because of national debt and collapses financially, those people are going to not realize that they're not going to get their check, their rent's not going to get paid, they're not going to get food stamps.
Sound like you need the government more than we do. You're sitting up there saying, as a person who has a highly regulated profession that tells me I cannot provide certain services, you suddenly going, "Oh my God, they're treating me like this." They're
Now,
lawyers.
Question. So you had no problem, Michelle, when you're saying that
See,
everybody sells their kids. Everybody sells their kids. That's so. Are you still up for selling your kids?
Like I said, if
Are you still
you
up for selling your kids?
That's right. I do it.
I'm not in a position. I don't
America,
need to sell my kids.
You were the one that was brought up as the. You were the one that brought up as selling kids and how you.
Excuse me, Joe. I don't need to sell my kids because I don't need to pay my bills. But if my daughters are going to get married, if my daughters,
Hey, how you gonna pay your bills
break it
when that
down
paper
to you,
money you got ain't
dumbasses.
worth yet?
If my daughters are going to get married, they understand that there's a price for their affection.
How you gonna pay your bills when that paper money has
Dumbass,
no value
my daughter is understand. My three daughters
when that paper
who
money
are
has
all
no
marriageable
value.
age
Make a commercial
in college. I have three daughters in college.
Prime.
I have three daughters in college. Anybody else want to try to say they have $3 in college?
I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that have their kids.
What the fuck does that have to do
No,
with what we're talking about?
on this panel,
Make yourself.
That's not getting your kids in college.
on this panel, are there anybody who wants to say they have a daughter in college? That says,
I can raise you.
I got 2 kids in college. What?
In the military.
You understand what I'm saying? You have a daughter in college. You understand your daughter? No, somebody answer.
Hold on.
I want to talk to the person that answered.
Yeah, but we can't hear BMT.
College to the military.
BMT, we can't hardly hear you.
I have more than
Speak into the mic or something.
Right, we can't hear you, bro.
And be like
So,
Darth Vader. Get
again,
into that mic.
Again, I don't have to brag. That's my job as a parent
Right.
to do that. I'm not bragging about, well, I did that.
But you ain't done it yet. Your
I've already
kids
did it.
ain't in college yet.
Fucker.
Mine are.
I've already did it.
Oh my God!
I've already did it.
Drink another one.
Oh shit.
Okay, I'll break it down to you. Your kids ain't in college yet. That when before my kids got accepted in the
I'm glad
college,
you know what
I didn't.
everybody else's life is on the panel, lady.
I went to college, BMT. Before my kids went to college, I did not brag that I went to Duke and George Washington and had a law degree. I didn't
No, you
brag.
came on here and you turned BMT's channel into your channel.
Again, it don't matter what mama got. Don't matter what kids got.
Time out.
Why are you telling us? Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all right
and
now.
I said,
let me
you
let y'all
don't
know
want
right
to deal with reality. I said,
you gotta let other people talk. Fuck, you're not the only one on this panel.
Listen, I'm gonna let
I didn't say I was the only one on the panel.
Well, then stop interrupting people. Damn, there's other thoughts.
I'm gonna let y'all know right now. BMT don't give a fuck about what y'all got going on right now. I'm talking about what's the state of the nation.
And I said, it's the stake of the nation. I said, the stake of the nation. It don't matter whether or not you went to college or didn't go to college. Don't sit up there. Your kids can go to college or not go to college based on whether you went to college.
My fucking time telling me about your 3 kids going to college.
I said my 3 kids went to college. Simple point. Your kids ain't gone to college yet. I said that, motherfucker, your kids are not guaranteed to go to college. Guaranteed. They not guaranteed. Your daughter may be a trick like TJ's daughter. Your kid may be a trick like TJ's daughter.
Now hold up. Now, so you're saying your trick. So what are your kids?
BMT, we cannot hear you, brother.
I just said my daughters are not tricks like TJ's daughter, but TJ, excuse me, I'm saying this, TJ, your esteemed Potter House representative.
Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all right now.
Waiting room.
There we go.
I don't got time to argue with no drunk motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck about y'all narratives right now. I really don't give a shit.
Thank you.
Right now, listen, I'm not arguing with no drunks. The fuck, especially on my last few days of this year. The fuck y'all lost y'all damn mind. Listen, that's good if y'all get y'all kids to college, into the military, into Job Corps, into a job. I'm happy for y'all. That is your job as a parent to guide them. But it's going to be up to them to finish. It's easy to talk that shit. It's easy to talk that good shit. I know plenty of parents that done handed their kids 6-figure inheritance and they blew it all on dope. So miss me with the narrative. I'm not saying what Hope is saying is wrong. I understand her, what she's saying that. But I'm also understanding from my partner who's now in a rehab. A lot of people are going to start opting out. The government or the government done shitted on the Constitution. They do not care right now. It's right now they're going to save their paychecks before they save you.
Right.
We're going to start seeing major conglomerate corporations or businesses start to wobble out. So
look, there's a lot of things
I
that
want
people haven't
to tell you
noticed.
we can have a fair conversation. And I mean, it's not centered. The reason why I said the stimulus or the last check, because this is the last check being signed this year.
Right.
I don't want it to be where we as a people are dependent on a system, because that means you're not strong enough to fend for yourself. Maybe y'all are missing my intent, or maybe I'm overshooting or talking over people's heads.
I hear you, bro.
However, if the businesses keep closing, if the stuff keeps shutting down, I can't, like, if I perfect example, let me just give it a quick illustration. If I move out of my parents' house, but I keep on going back to them for money, did I truly move under my parents' house? No.
Boom.
If I move out and I'm working, busting my ass, busting tables, working on 2 jobs, which I had to do to get my way up, then that's me on my own system. I can talk my shit. Yeah, I probably had to go get stuff from a thrift store. Maybe I had to buy some used dishes. Who gives a shit? But guess what? It's mine. I did it at the end of the day. But a lot of people are not going to holistically be able to do that at their full rate because they're going to be capsized under a system.
Right. Can I expand on that a little bit?
That's the truth, bro. That's the truth. Just say it.
Go ahead.
Okay, now what I want to say, to expand on that first, I want to shout out Mo for turning your channel into Thick Skin. And now I'm going to sit and say the thing that he's trying to say too. Well, I think what he's trying to reiterate too is while he was saying we shouldn't be dependent on the federal government, the government's actually going out of the way right now to force us to be in a position to where we have no choice but to be dependent on them. And that's not nowhere we want to be either.
Yeah, like I said, man, we've been seeing a lot of stuff.
They've been doing that for years, though. Trying to dictate people's lives.
Right, and there's been some that have been trying to warn people about
it's up to you to take control of your own life. That's where I'm at.
Okay.
I mean, that's just my opinion. Everybody's situation is different.
Right.
So
I agree with you. Go ahead, Cole. Go ahead, Hope.
We will survive. We will go back to some things. We may not always do what we want to do, but we'll survive. People may not have their own house no more. Your kids may not have their own. My auntie lived in my house with me. Maybe my kids have to double up for us to get through. Maybe we're gonna have to combine resources. Like, we lived in the 80s before we got a little bit spoiled and a little entitled, and we will come together and we will survive, or else participate. And most people will survive. Some people gonna commit suicide because some people are not strong enough. Some people ain't made it for the whole battle. Some people just dead weight. And it'll happen, and they'll go to the wayside, and we'll keep on moving. We'll cry, we'll grieve, we'll move forward. And that's what's gonna happen.
What's your thoughts on this, Mo? We see a lot of things are starting to come down the pipe. You're an older man that's seen your time and tenure. What's your thoughts on these?
You talking about saving money, the slimming the check on all this bullshit, the shit that's going on right now?
Yes.
And like I said, see, my Aunt Deborah was mentoring me the past 4 years on some things, and she said she just say point blank, start saving you some money. The slimming check ain't gonna help you. Nothing that gonna help you. No other shit gonna help you. Your job ain't gonna help you. Start saving some goddamn money. You know what I'm saying? You know what? The $2,000 people want $2,000. They got $600. Let me tell you, I made. I get that on YouTube. I'm gonna be real. So why I'm gonna complain about that goddamn 2,000? But I ain't just saying YouTube. I mean, you can just save money. It's ways. Look, you could maybe if you would have saved that $2,000, you would have got that goddamn $2,000 and not worry about that motherfucker $2,000. And stop worrying about shit that don't belong to us. That's when you motherfuckers gonna get fucking fucked. That's when you gonna get fucked in your ass.
People gotta learn how to stand on their own 2 feet, bro. That's it.
That's it. Shout out to the people that got food stamp. Shout out to everybody that's in the Section 8. Shout out to everybody that's doing some that's working at Burger King. Like I said, shout out to everybody. Get what you can. It's ways to do things.
Right. I agree. And like I said, and listen, y'all, I've done work at Walmart. I've done flip burgers. I've done work security. Yeah. I'm never going to spew or look down on any man or woman bagging or pushing carts at Walmart. If anything, I saw
we need them.
That. I saw a young brother doing that.
They're just important.
I had no, but see, I don't want to say that, Hope, that they're just not as important because
I said, no, hold on, that's not what I said. They're just as important.
Yeah,
as anybody else. That's what I said.
It's miscommunication. It's important.
My bad. No, it was a misstep. Again, and like I said, because like I said, I know this one brother. He's working at a grocery store, but to his grandma, that's her lifeline. That's the only thing He's goddamn 21. This man could have been done, went off and lived his life. But goddamn it, she got one check, and that's that SSI. Y'all, groceries don't go as far as they used to go anymore, especially in the cart. I'm telling you. So right now he's busting his ass, and she got her check, and they're teaming up together. I mean, I talked with his brother. I'm like, hey man, like you could have been done gone off to community college. He said I would, but it's hard. You know, I got to help my grandma. I'm her caretaker. Plus, also, you know what I'm saying? My life now is just making sure that she gets through. And I know, and listen, I know it. Listen, I respect him because he's taking on a huge responsibility. This man is not.
He's doing it working from the ground up too. I respect that.
So again, I like I said, y'all gotta understand. A lot of people, to what Koja and a lot of us are agreeing on, we're going to be making some harder decisions. I know, like how somebody said earlier, women are going to be out here trying to have babies. No, I'm trying to let y'all know, a lot of these women are going to be like, no. A lot of these women are going to be slowing down on this baby making. Y'all trust and believe. I have watched the conversations go down. These women are trying to doggone listen. It is not as easy as it used to be to get on public assistance. That is a wait time. Plus, not only that, to mention also doggone getting the food stamps. You know what I'm saying? I luckily shout out to my cousin, my baby cousin. She was able to get $400 in food stamps, and she was able to get WIC. But she has help. She has family. Some women don't have family. Some young men, they're not ready to be daddy. They don't have a father like John or Super Mike or Mo or doggone or Trailer to say, hey, like, son, let me give you let me slide you $100 until that job picks up. You know what I'm saying? When you first start your job, that check don't come the same week. So you got to make it 2 or 3 weeks in the hole. Sorry, but guess what? You still got a woman with a swollen up belly that needs food in her belly. She needs to get taken to the OBGYN. These are real shit. So a lot of people are afraid to start families, but they're like, yo, I don't think we can make it like that right now. So
let me say something too.
Go ahead, Mike.
No, I just wanted to say something because see, that's what I'm kind of glad the conversation is kind of turning towards survival. And that's what I think we need to understand, because this is what I want to say. I did a video, just a little video a while back. It's not that far. Like I got fired from a job. Well, I didn't get fired, but I just got laid off. And I purposely kept myself unemployed for a couple of weeks because I was starting this business. I was starting a business, and I have been starting a business, but I've been putting it off because I've been getting those dependable checks from my job. So when I did get laid off from the job, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to pick up something else, because I wanted to start the process on my own thing. But the thing is, I just wanted us to understand, like, what is really valuable. Like, our kids, what should they be going to school for? Skills. Because let's say everything collapsed and you did move off in the woods somewhere, right? Or the family, you got the family compound, the family put some gold together, some money together, and went ahead and got a piece of land or something like that for the family, right? So these are the type of mindsets we should be thinking about, I think, if we're going to survive in a, not just scraping. I mean, because I don't picture us surviving, just being in the house with your gun and living off some dried food that you order from Amazon for maybe 2-3 months and something like that. I picture people coming together as collectives and, creating little towns and protecting themselves and protecting each other, growing and doing trade with each other. You see what I'm saying? The world is still going to happen. It's just that, and people are still going to have technology. So what I'm saying is we just need to be in the mindset, I think, of getting actual skills like, how to purify water, all of the trades, building trades, all of those will have value no matter what situation you're in. You see what I'm saying? So, some of us sending kids to school, and I don't know. I'm just saying, like, we should be thinking about whatever skill that we got, how do we do it for ourselves, and how do we serve immediate people? How do we get our skill to them, like to another person, to your neighbor. You see what I'm saying? How do you make your skills valuable for your neighbor? And maybe your neighbor got some skills they can make valuable for you. Because I don't think that if things did collapse, let's say your neighbor can't
You're
pay
talking
their
about
rent.
bartering.
Yeah,
trade bartering.
just caring about people. Let's say you got a neighbor or somebody or your cousin or a family member. You know, we just let our family members get put out on the street, and we know they're good people, but maybe they ran out on hard times. But we don't have a mindset where that family member can move into the house with us. See, I think that's going to be a problem because the people who you grew up with, we're gonna have to change our mindset when stuff start going down. You know, maybe families need to have these meetings, start working with each other.
I want to say something about that because I've been there and I've let family stay with me and they fuck me in the process. So my days of letting
nobody knows how to do it. That's what I mean. Like we're not in that mindset.
In the process, I let them come. I let my family stay with me, and and they fucked me in the process. So the only family that's gonna be in my house is my kids and my man. That's it.
Hope, I hear you. My sister lived with me, her husband, and her 3 children in our own house. But that was a thing of a luxury. I think when we come down to the survival part, we're gonna.
Oh, me and mine's gonna be all right. Surviving very well.
I know. Me for myself, I'm trying to get some land. It's not a lot. It's 7 acres because I say I can't provide for everybody, but everybody can pull up a tent or a camper or something that come in here and have some place to stay. Because I know I just feel like together and come together and create something to be able to survive and move forward. And I don't know if that's crazy thinking or what, but right now we can afford the luxury of saying, "Oh, y'all want to talk to me about."
I don't rock with my family like that. I'm good. I'm good on that.
Family because the baby's strengthened. It's a luxury right now not to talk about. You understand? It's fine, but at some point we may need the numbers and we may need that familiar bond, or some type of bond with some people to get us to the.
I got a bond. I got a bond with people that ain't even blood, and I consider them family.
May I? All right. Now let me expand on this survival thing a little bit. You know, people need to sit back and think about, you know, if you're getting into a survival aspect, do you know how to can meat? Do you know how to can vegetables?
Yeah.
Do you know how to, like he said, sterilize water? Do you know how to clean a wound and fix a wound? Do you know how to sew someone up if they get a bullet hole put in them? Do you know how to fix a broken leg? Do you know how to sew clothes together and make clothes out of just straight up, you know, fabric? These are the type of things that we need to think about. And the type
I know how to naturally heal my body as well. Like if you get sick, I know how to naturally heal my body without medication.
My answer was yes to all of those questions.
And yes to all of those questions as well.
I don't know.
I know John and BMT do. They were in the military. So.
Canned meat and stuff. I don't know certain stuff. I don't know how to do. So I gotta brush up on some skills.
Right. I mean, that's just those are just that's just a short list of things. You know, the list of things to be able to survive is so long. You know that people really need to think about that kind of stuff.
Well, I eat veggies. I can live off of my just vegetables. That's it. I don't necessarily need the meat.
Now, in looking at everything that's going on, and it's good that some people have those skills, but in the vast majority of our country,
they don't.
They don't. And see,
they rely on too much stuff. You know, people don't educate themselves.
Now, again, in a world that is vastly censored. With a lot of things, a lot of skills have been pulled. A lot of homes are fragmented and broken. I'm not trying to do the doom and gloom. I'm just a realist.
You're just bringing reality to the table.
Right. I'm just a realist. Like I said, I had a talk with a young man about changing a lawnmower blade. I said, you could have done that yourself. He said, well, I'll pay you. I got $100. I said, dude, that's $20 a blade. You could literally keep that money and probably just change yourself. All you just buy the tool, just screw off the screw off the nut, and then just put the blade right up in there and just screw right back up in. That's all it is. He said, really? But again, it's the small things like that. A lot of young men and women don't know. A lot of people don't know how to properly cook a 2 or 3 day meal of rice and veggies and bake some chicken. You know, a lot of people don't know how to properly rear their children. So when we have these types of issues, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people are going to fall under the wayside, and that's because of the capping of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I remember my grandma said, one day you're going to wish that you had these lessons.
Yep.
And now I understand truly what she means by that in watching certain people. I watched certain people in society, they were running her out to go get toilet paper, snacks, and different other things. You know, when I saw a small group of society going to go do, they were getting ammo. They were getting guns. They were getting different other stuff. Their mindset was totally different. They're going to be the hunters, and they're just going to be the prey. I got to understand with the way how it's going for law enforcement, no offense, but when COVID had hit, a lot of law enforcement didn't want to do their fucking job anymore. They were like, fuck, actually.
Hey, BMT.
They stopped coming in.
You remember what happened with Katrina? A lot of the cops walked away and started doing it themselves, looting areas.
Right.
You know.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
But when shit hit the fan, the cops walked off. They just went and took care of their own shit. That take care of their own family.
Right.
They're like, screw it.
Yeah, you got to understand that when society starts having these types of hiccups or these blackouts, there's nothing to say that Mo has to be a doctor that day. He's like, fuck it, what the hell I need to do that for? No, it's all about me. There's nothing to say that Trailer has to be the law that day. Trailer, come on, you're the sheriff. You need to come over here. No, I'm not. No, I'm telling you, it's a lot. You're hoping, people are hoping society will do right by them. That you are a damn fool. You are a damn fool. And that's why I said you're going to start seeing the true nature of men and women, just like that family that didn't mind giving off their 16-year-old daughter. You're going to start seeing the true nature of people come 2021.
What they're about to watch happen, BMT, is what real natural order does when humans are put in a position to where they don't have supplies and the shit that they need to survive. They're about to witness natural order in the human place.
Big facts. Well, is there anything you guys would like to say before we wrap it up? But I will be passing it on the torch to my brother Mo. I'll be passing on to him because I think we started to go into thick skin mode. I will probably send the lawyer over to him.
Petty time.
Look, I'm trying to relax. Yeah, now you forced me to do a panel tonight.
Only thing I'm
petty time.
Start making some moves. That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's all.
No, I agree, Hope.
That's it.
I agree. We do need people, but understand, majority of that 80% of Americans are reactory. They're reaction based, not proaction. They're reaction.
But you know, BMT, that's not going to thin out the herd, right? Isn't that what basically will happen?
I'm counting on the herd to be thin out.
Look, you got to realize, John, that no matter how much advice you give people, just like the Katrina example, you can give them all the warnings ahead of time you want, and there's still going to be them idiots that sit and wait until the last second and still try and hold on to everything and go down.
Now, Kelly asked a good question. She said, when is this happening? I've heard this 20 years. Can I get a date? I'm glad you asked that, Kelly. If you look at it right now,
What's happening 20 years ago?
Trust me, we didn't have a world shut down like this 20 years ago. But you do now. Now, listen, America has long since been overdue for its shutdown. And the average world power only lasts 20 years. We kind of been like sputtering the engine to stay at the top. It's only been but so long. I mean, after a while, see, I'm not sure how the mentality will go to take it that what would it be like if Russia became the number one or China became the number one?
Well, see, China is number one.
But you see what I'm saying, Mike? Like how would y'all react to it? How will y'all like? I mean, honestly, listen.
This is the first time in my lifetime that I've actually seen this be a global thing and not just a one country thing. Right. That's what makes this different and unprecedented. This is global.
Yes.
This is a
Who
world.
remembers the Amero? You ever remember hearing about the Amero, like the euro, the Amero? Yeah. Yep. Anybody
World
know?
currency.
Yeah. This is there's supposed to be stages in this plan. You're supposed to have the euro, then you have to destroy the United States economy so you can let everybody go crazy, and then here's the solution. Here we're going to have this Amero, and then we're going to combine Canada.
That's the Great Reset they're talking about.
Well, yeah. See, this is what I'm saying. So, but at the same time, that's what when the person asked about the 20 years ago thing. See, people don't. To me, we don't know what we're looking at. We're thinking, oh, that's a one-off. Oh, this is a thing that happens every, that's just a, 9/11 or, I don't know, some kind of a, government shutdown and all these type of things. This is not the signs of a functioning society. So people are not aware of what they're looking at. When you have your government split, because see, this thing doesn't just immediately dissolve. It dissolves over a period.
Hold on. That's what we're seeing. Government split, because government's not split. They're all together on this. No,
they're split. And what I mean by that, this is what I'm talking about. Because everybody in these little halls of Congress, they're not in these cliques. Some, especially the local government, and then you got the little, you got tiers of government. So everybody's a member of some little organization, but they're all not in the in ground. And really? So there is argument. There's legitimate little argument about who's going to get what goodies. But the point is, you do have some sincere people that actually go in there and believe, and then they get ground up and spit out. But the point is, they have an argument on how to control the population. So even among them, they are unified on stuff like Israel or some other crap, or spending money and selling people out. But they're kind of disunified on how to hide it or how to go about doing it. So
y'all do know law enforcement are starting to go law enforcement are some law enforcement agencies are starting to go privatize.
Wow.
See,
this is what I'm saying. Like
Minneapolis just did that after what happened. They went private.
Privatized
police.
Big game changer.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Just like when they did that with prisons, they went where they could have private prisons.
See, people thinking
that means they playing by their own rules. That means, you ain't answering to the same law system I'm answering to.
Exactly.
You answering to a whole other
so it's a steady
just like freedom of speech doesn't apply to social media. because they're
Exactly.
not government.
It
So
don't-
a private police run under a different rule, just like the private prison.
Prison. And they can sell your labor.
So they want this. They want us to have a scripted mindset. A scripted mindset. You know what I'm saying?
Communism, Mo.
Yeah. The scripted. It gotta be scripted. Same thing. You write shit down. You know what I'm saying, on paper before you do a speech. They want to write something down in our heads before we even say something.
Right. And if you say the wrong thing, your video's taken, you're punished, or something like
Man,
that.
fuck them.
They
Well, see,
shadow ban you and every damn thing.
Fuck globalism. Fuck fucking socialism.
Yeah, social credit score. Social
Yeah, and
credit
everybody
score.
already has one of those.
and right now they got it to the point where people knowing you got an experimental little biological thing, but you got actual nurses sitting here allowing this crap to be stuck in them, and they know that this stuff is not safe enough.
Now I'm
and
triggered.
then but that's what I'm saying, like, because see, when you control somebody's ideas, or you control enough people's ideas, and the people who think for themselves, you can make them look stupid by calling them all sorts of names like conspiracy theorists or idiots. You don't have the evidence, all this kind of thing. And so you suppress all other thoughts to the contrary. Then you get comments like that. When is this supposed to happen? This collapse? When is the date? Exact dates, please. Stupid comment. I ain't that, but I'm just saying people would think like that because they can't even see a different perspective, because all alternative thoughts or conversation has been demonized or ridiculed, and so there's no real balance of all the real ideas that exist. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why we have a lot of people that's going to sit up here and be dumb enough to allow an experimental vaccine by companies who have a bad history. Well, because the government said.
Well, look, dude, it's like the way I told everybody that when they came out and started showing people on the news about taking the vaccines, the way they did it was all scripted.
Hey, it's all Simon said. Simon said, touch your head.
You know what? I know they
Can I
offer
finish my thought? Can I finish my statement, please? And then I'll let you have the floor. Thank you. What I was saying is that was all scripted. There's a reason why they put a black woman giving a black woman a vaccine. It was so people would feel comfortable with it. And then there was a reason why afterwards they televised all of our world leaders getting that vaccine. That way people would be sitting there saying, why did they get it instead of me? So first you're comfortable with it, and now you're questioning why your leaders are getting it and why they're more important than you are.
And little do they know, they don't even know what the fuck, if they really getting the damn vaccine or not.
That's a fact.
And let me tell you, like at my job, right? They offer that vaccine at my job. My supervisor, she got it. She had COVID and she still got it. And a couple of my coworkers, a couple of the doctors, and a couple of nurses. Now, a few, like maybe about 3 of them out of the bunch. Some had, as soon as they got the vaccine, they felt dizzy and had to sit down and faint and was fainting and stuff. Right?
Dang.
And like I bullshit you not. A doctor now, she was sitting in the chair, she was sitting in the wheelchair, and while the other physician assistant was pushing her around to the rooms to see the patients and shit. So I said, damn, what happened, honey? She said, oh, I just got the vaccine. She had just got the vaccine and she felt dizzy. She couldn't walk. I'm like, that's exactly why I'm not getting it. That's what I told her.
And then they say that's normal. And then when you complain, oh, that's normal. All vaccines do that. Like, dude, I'm hurt. This is hurting me. Well, it normally hurts. That's just in your head. Well, it didn't hurt me. It didn't hurt my kid.
You guys all know about the Tiffany Dover story, right?
I said, I'll sign any waiver paper, whatever. I'm not getting that fucking vaccine. I know how to take care of my body. I know how to beat down the, COVID. I beat it down. I know how to beat it down. I know how to beat down any fucking respiratory issue there is, because I have a respiratory. I have asthma. So that is a threat, like pneumonia and COVID and flu. All of it
you guys all know about Tiffany Dover, right?
So what can I finish talking now? Like I'm gonna do, give me the
You
same
can talk.
respect I gave you. Thank you.
Well, yeah,
And like I was saying, I know how to beat down those colds and illnesses and stuff. You got to see the problem with America is that we rely too much on medication. And when the real medication is your herbs, your fruit, and your veggies. Those are your medications.
Big pharma.
I am anti-medication and anti-vaccine. I take care of my body the natural way. Your body can self-heal. You just gotta know the right stuff to put in your body. Now I done sat up here and I done gave the tips to a whole panel full of people. I even put it on my page. Tips on how to take care of your body to defeat COVID, to defeat pneumonia, to defeat the flu, to defeat the common cold. Now, remind you, I had COVID. My whole family, you got my kids and you got my man who laying next to me, who did not catch it. They did not catch it because guess what? When I found out I had my COVID, I started pumping their bodies with the natural herbs to protect their body from it. And meanwhile, treating my body to get rid of it.
BMT, I'm pulling up some paperwork real quick, and I'm going to do a screen share if you don't mind. This is paperwork. It's the CDC 2019 COVID real-time diagnostic panel. I want to share some information with people and show them just how real this COVID isn't.
What's that, Tiffany? Whatever you said it was? Trailer.
Hold on. It's her name's Tiffany Dover. She was that nurse that was on TV that passed out after they gave her that COVID shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, did she live or she died? I keep hearing she died.
Well, see, that's the thing is nobody knows, but my God. Well, look, if you look up in the national database, they actually have a death certificate for her on file.
Wow.
I'm not bullshitting. They have a death certificate for her with her husband's name on it and everything. Now the media has come out. Look, the hospital came out and they put out this video like 3 days ago with some other woman that doesn't look nothing like her trying to claim that that's her. Okay, but they wouldn't let when the media asked if they could do an interview with her. They were told by hospital officials that she just wanted to be left alone and she wanted her privacy. Okay. So there's some weird shit going on with this.
Man.
She just wanted her privacy after all this time? She's
Yes,
a COVID nurse.
Well, look, but there's another rumor going on too that. Well, there's another rumor going on too that her Facebook page has been shut down now. And what happened was somebody had posted the obituary of her death on her Facebook page, and then there were people that were coming on, like family members and old friends, commenting on her Facebook, and some people found out about it, so they ended up deleting that actual post first, and then getting rid of her Facebook altogether.
Damn.
Share this, BMT.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
There's a video floating around. This black girl that's a RN that took the vaccine, and now she her face is twisted. What's that disease? Pardersbach. Yeah, now she had that. She was crying, and she was like, she can't smile. She barely can talk the right way, and you could tell she her face, one side of her face was twisted, like she had a stroke, and she
BMT, answer the phone, calling BMT.
So that I mean, everybody. Me personally, like I said, I'm not getting the shit. I already told my supervisor.
Well, here, I'll do this, man. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to drop this link into the chat and the private chat. This will be a link for
I need that.
It's a link for
really
PDF.
need that.
And what page I want everybody to go to right off the rip on it is
Bell Palsy.
Where's it at? Let me find it again real quick. Hold on. It fucking moved on me because I want to give you the exact page spot to go to find the information.
Because you don't look at the whole thing. I read stuff.
wearing them.
Hey, Hope, while
I'll
he's looking that up, my VA doctor freaked out because my liver functions were all out of whack, and I went and started taking milk thistle,
Mm-hmm.
and all of a sudden everything went to normal.
Yeah.
She was like,
Yeah.
"What happened? What happened?" I told her I'm taking milk thistle. What's
Yeah,
that?
milk thistle is good for your liver.
Yeah, she had no idea anything about it.
This
I
is
was-
what
You know?
they hate.
You know what, John? I
Give
was
the
surprised
book.
a lot of people didn't know about echinacea.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people
Hey,
don't
you-
know
When I drop this, you want to go to page 42 of this.
Zadriel.
Yeah, hey Zardrell, I haven't seen you since
Zadriel, it's been a
Facebook.
minute.
Yeah, what else,
Yeah.
Zardrell?
Z in the house. You
Yeah,
young
I haven't
motherfucker.
seen him
where you
since
been?
Facebook.
Yes, it's Facebook, man.
Man, I be watching. I'm just trying to watching everything. That's all. Just laying low.
Oh, you drop it. You drop it.
So what do you think about all this, Zardrell?
You can find the chat.
Oh, give me a second.
Now, what I'm going to that part that you're looking for is for performance characteristics, and what it tells you in there is it says that let me find. They say since no qualified virus isolate of the 2019 COVID virus were available for the CDC to use at the time the test was developed and the study conducted.
The file cannot be
Assays
downloaded.
for the detection were tested with characterized stocks of vitro transcribed full-length RNA. So what they're telling you right there is they had when they say they had no virus isolates, they're saying that they never had no virus strain to actually use as a control on this. They have none. There isn't one anywhere on the face of the fucking planet.
Damn.
And so if they don't have an isolate strain to actually use as a control for any of these tests or for this vaccine, then how the fuck can they say that it even exists?
Yeah.
Yup.
I want to get
Well, the
that.
goal here is that they're trying to blow your fucking lungs out. That's all they're trying to do here. They're trying to
They're
blow
trying to
the
depopulate the fuck out of- They're trying to depopulate America.
These guys, y'all forgot about the Georgia Guidestones, right? This is exactly.
Oh, no.
I know all about the Guidestones.
Hey, what's up,
man.
Taz?
Yep.
But I
Hey,
got a
Taz,
simple
Mike.
thing. You try to ventilate me with a mask, I'm gonna ventilate you with some lead. That's all.
Right.
We
and
all-
it's stupid that we're even buying into that. We've been told our whole lives not to block our air pathways. You know, our whole lives. It's
But you know the thing about it is this: with all the stuff going on, we're watching how the police reform. We don't know how the police reform is going to be for 2021. We don't know what the health reform is going to be, and we don't know about work, the work reform about for money, finances, and bills, on how a lot of, especially education. There's a lot of reforms that are going to be taking place, and see. I'm a parent. I don't like doing stuff in the unknown. I don't play those games.
what up, Taz?
And so when you're looking at it, whereas to other people, they're talking about reforms, and then you're acting so. To what? Now, if anybody ever gone out, they're like, well, where are we going? To what? I gotta know what we're doing. I can't go off of ifs and maybes, or we'll figure it out as we go. I can't afford to say that. So we got to start being very cautious, because we don't know what this next we don't know, like, hey, with this next stimulus, how a lot of American society is going to fare after that. They don't. I think there's going to be a lot of people. I don't go say I think. We know a lot of people are going to be getting kicked off of unemployment, but they can't find.
Dude, I've been off of unemployment for a month and a half.
And some of these businesses,
the whole time.
some of these,
I'm the truck driver.
some of these businesses are going to start putting automation in to replace the employees, so they don't have to deal with the pandemic like that.
I think for me, it's
So
a double-edged
some of these
sword.
jobs will be gone permanently.
I'll look at it this way. It's a double-edged sword for me. I'm not just an employee, but I'm also an employer. I'm on both sides of this thing. And the thing is that during COVID-19, most restaurants were closing down where mine is opening up. It's gotten to the point where literally the state senator here gave me a handwritten letter and commemorated me on my actions and the things that I did for the community. The government praised me for just growing. I didn't need a loan. I never took any type of loan. I just took what I had and I expanded like that. It's coming down to the modeling of how you're set up. It's not so much of the disease itself or the economic or political implementations. It's really coming down to the business setup. A lot of people don't have any foreknowledge. If you have some sort of foreknowledge, you'll be able to set yourself up. It's like backing a truck up in a tight spot. Your setup is everything. It's like being in Chicago. You got a dock right off the street. You know, you ride off of Kedzie. You got a dock right there. Hey, your setup is everything. You're a big object, right? Well, you're gonna still go in that tight space. Well, same thing with the business. You're a big object, go in a tight space. You can do it, but it's gonna be hard as fuck, but you can get it done. It's not impossible. Your setup is everything. It's key. It's all mathematics. From driving a truck to running a business, it's the same math, literally.
Yeah, but BMT was saying that not everybody's going to be able to transition. They're going to be able to make that transition.
It's survival. You got to adapt. You're a human
that's
being.
what we're talking about.
This for years.
Thinning of the herd type thing.
Well, it's not a degree-based economy anymore. It's a skills-based economy. If you don't have the skills, you will die. That's just that.
So, question. So, what happens to the person who has college debt surmounted up?
He chose that. He gonna have to pay it off. I'm not his mother. I'm not his father. You gotta pay that off.
You see how that worked out right there? You just said, "Well, tough luck for you. You owe that amount of money." You see how that? You see how that plays out?
I get this. I got the same debt. I have some college debt. Pay it off.
Okay.
You signed up for it. You knew what you was doing. You was 18 years old. Get it done. You're a grown man. Ain't nobody holding your hand. See, you pick. No one told you to get a underwater basket weaving studies with a minor in lesbian bisexual studies.
So when's that same mantra though going to apply to the government that starts us all out in debt for a debt that we never incurred?
Well, you need to water the tree of liberty. I'm gonna give you the same thing. Water the tree of liberty as our founding fathers did.
No, I'm with you on that.
Okay. So let's say and blessings to you on you starting your business. That's good. So let's say you start your business, you start making good investment. Then you try to get expand. Now the government starts regulating your business. What do you do then? Are you going to have that same smoke and energy?
Well, they tried that and it didn't work out too well last week.
Fight them.
They literally tried that last week.
You don't think they can't touch you? You don't think they can't?
They tried. It didn't work out too well for them, bro.
Okay, all right. You know, I've heard many people say that. I've heard many.
Hey, I'm like that guy in California, man. You don't want to fuck with me.
You don't want to fuck with me.
You don't want to
BMT.
It's just the way it is, man. BMT, you don't want to fuck with me.
That salon here in Oregon, the governor tried to take her kids away.
That's all where I'm at. You got to make moves. That's it. Y'all come up with a plan B.
Yeah. Hey, government tried to regulate. They was like, oh, you can't
have a plan B.
They was like, oh, you can't have dine-in. I was like, fuck you. These people gonna choose to sit wherever they want. What you gonna do about it? They never said anything else. They never came back with no subpoena, no nothing. Because Iowa is pretty much free. Iowa's free. You can have dine-in. You don't have to wear a mask. You do whatever you want. Police want to enforce it.
That's a red state. For how long?
So,
no. See,
yeah, but see, in the blue states,
it's been like
it's a lot
literally
different.
from January to now.
That's why.
Yeah,
that's
see,
why
blue states.
I had to retract on my statement because some of them blue states they catching it.
Yep.
Bad.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what. In Indiana, this says it's a red state, but it's a fucking blue state. We got
the salon owner. They tried to force her to close, and she wouldn't. Here in Oregon, and the governor tried to take her kids away, saying that it was jeopardizing her kids because she's putting them at risk because she can get COVID because she won't close her. Yeah, it was in the news. It made now.
No. Right now, of trying to get legislation passed.
John, she chose that, John. She chose that. Remember?
We're trying to get legislation passed in Indiana right now to limit
I'll
governor's
put it this way. There's 4 boxes. You have the soap box, the ballot box, the judicial box,
or the bullet box,
and the ammo box. Right now, we went past the soapbox, the ballot box, and the judicial box. We're at the ammo box.
And
Right.
how's that saying go? You know, every now and again you need to
I'm
water.
strapped. BNT,
Let me
I'm strapped
let me
up.
know. Let me know. Okay, so let me know when y'all grab y'all ammo box and y'all
Helicopter gunship.
Exactly. Mike, we'll,
I
we'll,
came
we'll,
close to
we'll
it.
sit and
I actually came close to it earlier this year. I nearly blew a dude's brain out.
I always
That's a
hear
real
people
talk.
talk about the ammo box, but I never see no action. I've already done.
BNT, how you gonna be the host and your fucking mic at the lowest? You must be on your phone.
Right.
You're right. Listen. I'm on. Listen. I am actually letting more so of Trailer. I'm pushing it more over to Trailer to actually run this hour than me. That's why I didn't mind my mic going down to shit.
Right.
I'm just saying, I think most people are so complacent in bureaucracy today. It's just ridiculous. For me, I'm just simply a capitalist. You know, you make your choices in certain things.
I'm not really so much a capitalist. I believe in free market trade.
I'm a far
What
right.
are you, David Trailer Hood?
I'm far right.
What are you? If you're not a capitalist, what are you?
I believe in free market trade.
That's capitalism.
Free market.
What we have is
Free
crony.
market.
That's laissez-faire capitalism, literally.
What we have is crony capitalism.
Yeah. Free market is the right way. Not
Right,
a
that's
cap-
laissez-faire.
No, I mean, I know people. Okay, well, people have different terms sometimes for the same thing, but the point is, somebody's got to keep the rules. Otherwise, it gets predatory and it destroys itself. And
Right.
that's kind of what we're dealing with.
And as of right now, the capitalistic system we have big corporations that lobby governors that enact legislation that allows them to monopolize on things.
Here's the thing. Trump is still here. Trump is still making moves as if he's staying. I don't understand why people are sitting here saying, "Oh my gosh, Trump is gone." No, this guy's making
How's he
moves.
making moves on the golf course?
Yeah, in fact, what I've been seeing on the ground, because I'm always on the ground, the military is actually mobilizing
I
for
know
martial law. They're literally mobilizing for martial law. I've been seeing convoys for the last 3 months.
Actually, what I've been hearing
They're coming together. They're coming together fucking fast, too.
I've been hearing coming down the pipe is they're mobilizing for multiple major cities where Black Lives Matter and Antifa rally and riot all the time.
I'm always hey Mo, you already know I'm always in Chicago. And the military, they're coming in on trains in the military in Chicago.
Damn.
They're coming from upper Wisconsin, Menominee, and they're taking the train down. There's a rail line coming down the National Guard Reserve.
I've also heard coming down the pipeline that they got proof that China's funding Antifa being militarized right now. As in their,
don't you supposed to be in a nursing home right now?
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, they trying to blow their
My
lungs out.
God, you crazy bastard.
What's going on? Yeah, Trailer Hood supposed to be in a nursing home right now. Don't your ass supposed to be in a nursing home?
Dude, if you ain't gonna come in here and bring something that's actually valuable to the topic, don't bother.
I'm just fucking with you, man, because you talked shit last night.
You fuck with everybody. Crazy ass.
It's an
Let me say
interesting
something
thing.
on that. Let me say something on that.
No, Byron, you good, dog. I'm just fucking with you, though.
Yeah, if the government attacks a city or a couple of cities, then that's going to make it weak and fragment. I mean, if it does some type of big mass scale attack or something like that, or even martial law or something like that on not one but a couple cities.
Well,
and you know, the thing is, you're going to set yourself up. You're setting yourself up, especially if it's like not valid and it's seen as not having the moral authority.
Mike, do you know what the
you got
They already the perception. Super Mike. Well, you got to already sanctioned. Trump has already placed sanctions on Chicago. Okay. He's already placed sanctions on Oregon. He has placed sanctions on Washington State and California.
I'm saying if the people resisted, because
we defend the Constitution from tyranny, whether it's foreign or domestic. That is the oath we have to
have foreign and domestic, because that's what's going to end up happening, and everybody's not going to agree.
Blow their lids off. They chose it. Blow their lids off.
Did y'all hear? Did y'all hear about the new strain? The new strain.
America is not invincible, and that's the problem with a lot of minds.
We are the most armed country on earth.
Mike, do you know what
my uncle has given me? Let me tell you something. We are literally the most armed country on
Doesn't
earth.
mean a damn thing if people
Yes, it
don't
does.
use the
Yes, it does.
Yeah,
Yes, it does.
because if
Why?
people
I'm not asking you
agree,
a question, Super Mike. Do you understand military strategy? Because I've never seen another country try to invade this one ever. And there are some modern militaries that can probably.
Why they don't need to invade? They're already here.
see, this is what I don't understand about military strategy.
Quit
About
talking over me and just listen.
They're
Jesus.
already here.
Okay.
They don't need to invade.
I'm not going to sit here and stand here.
You asked the question.
Hey, time out, man. We got to keep this. We got to keep this civil, man. You can't keep talking over each other. Otherwise, nothing gets accomplished. This ain't thick skin.
Yeah, go ahead, Dad. Go ahead.
Shut up. So you trying to tell let everybody talk over each other?
Yeah. He trying to be civil. Byron trying to be civil. Yeah.
Sometimes
We want to do that on most.
Sometimes I let the therapy. Sometimes I think it's therapy when people scream at each other. That's therapy. All right, scream. Say the fucking. Get it all out. Shit. Tell us how you really feel. That's why I let people.
As long as you're not
scream.
drunk. Mo, you know damn well it stresses you out too sometimes, and that's why you time everyone out.
I know.
Yeah, but Byron is civil now. He's civil. He's a civil trailer trash.
You're right on that. Because sometimes I'll be like, oh my god.
No, it's just some of us are out here trying to, to get a different message out, man. Some of us, and I know he's trying to send a good word out too, man. But there's people that need to understand that when you're trying to accomplish something or trying to accomplish just anything, get some real information out. You can't get that out if people are constantly talking over each other. You got to show a little bit of respect.
But I don't mind screaming.
Right.
We don't talk over each other.
Hey, man. Right. Trust me. That's why
I don't mind. Fuck you dumbass. I don't mind that.
Yeah, you don't mind if I go at trailer.
We all understand what Sunday Night Rumble is.
You fucking trailer trash ass fucking trailer trash in the fucking trailer, double wide trailer.
Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares about you.
Oh my god.
Like that, Mo got to do it like that.
But look, dude, that's why we all know what we're coming into on Sunday Night Rumble. We know that. Yeah. We know it's the loudest man wins the debate.
Hey, but no. Did y'all hear
you're not
about
gonna
the
have
new
to go
strain?
live tonight.
No, okay. All bullshit aside, did y'all hear the new strains in Colorado now? The new strain.
Yeah,
everybody knows that.
Okay, so now what they gonna do?
And supposedly the guy hasn't never left Colorado.
Hey, so is this vaccine? Will this vaccine help with this new strain?
It would. Yeah, if you did, then you won't catch it.
There is no COVID-19. Plain and simple, it's a hoax.
It's like a flu. That's basically what it is. It's like a flu.
Just a China.
I mean, like you sick. I feel sick now, but I got COVID-19.
No, trailer. Now that's the statement. Even though I'm with you on most stuff, but
I just read the paperwork off of the CDC where it stated that.
I know. Listen, hear me out though. These guys over there,
if it was real, they would have an actual sample of COVID-19.
Thank you.
That's if they were trying to tell you the truth. That's all I'm saying. If they were telling you this.
Look, dude, I'm here to tell you that if they were lying about it not being real, as much as they want people to think it's real for control right now, they wouldn't put on the CDC website that shit, they don't have a sample. Because they know there's people like me that'll go read that paperwork.
Well, why did they put it there? You see what I'm saying? Like this is how I look at it. This is how I try to, because I'm not in the government. First of all, I come from the standpoint that I know I'm going to make some type of mistakes in analyzing information.
Yeah.
You gotta know that first. And so everything is a calculated estimation based on the information. Now, I can't say that you're wrong, that there is COVID-19, but the reason why I say that there is something that they are calling COVID-19 that can kill your ass is because the fact that this is the reason why I say it is because when people getting sick and the doctors that are used to treating certain diseases like a flu, when the ventilators kill the patients instead of helping the patients, then you're dealing with a different disease. And that's all I'm saying. Now they could keep putting different strains out there. They could, and I do believe that they are lying and they're manipulating. But I believe they're manipulating something. It's a disease. It's a disease. So it is something.
I think it's just a different version of the flu.
Right.
That's all it is.
Okay, and that might be fine, and that's fine, and that's what I mean. So well, it's a little bit different, but I mean, I don't. That's not my argument.
It's a controlling spirit. It's a controlling.
All I'm saying is it's something. It is something. That's all I'm saying. It is something that people are catching, and every doctor is not in the loop. You see what I'm saying? So some of these doctors,
you got to also look at the fact that there is a reason why there's been doctors come out that have come against this, that have been silenced and have lost their medical practices, and these are legit doctors that are experts in their field.
Right. But what I'm saying is these people still, even those doctors, when they get patients that come to them, they don't treat this disease that they are seeing. They don't treat it with the same meds that they treat the flu with. And this is what leads me to believe that it's a different thing. And so that's what they're calling it, COVID-19. So it is something.
Well,
and that's just based on.
The one thing that is a fact that we do have is there is yet to be a single person that has died from it that didn't have some other disease that they were already dying from.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, yeah.
When a lot of people that die with the COVID is because they had underlying diseases with it. And their body and their immune system wasn't strong enough to fight both.
You know, and I can pull up I can pull up plenty of videos, one with Deborah Birx, one with the health department, the state health department health advisor from Illinois, where they came right out and said that the way they were counting deaths was anybody, regardless of whether or not they were in hospice or anything like that, and already were dying from something, if they had COVID when they died, that was marked that they were it was a COVID death.
That's a COVID death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that right there in and of itself sways the fucking statistics. You know, that is a wrong that's falsifying statistics.
Hey Byron, what do you think? Do you think this is coincide with Agenda 21?
It is it.
Oh my God. Why do we gotta keep talking circles about the same shit we talk about?
Ain't that's what you've been doing the whole damn time?
What other things are you going to ask me over and over and over again, Hood?
Okay, though. Oh, I got to pay a water bill.
You're going to ask me about shadow people and spirit walkers and desert crawlers and aliens and UFOs and.
Yeah, I just reached out to people.
But Byron, you the great white hope, so you the one I got to come in get behind you and stuff because you're the great white hope.
Whatever, man. Really don't care.
Yeah, I got some kind of inside joke going on.
Yeah, but now I don't think about it going on. I think my last time was probably when I was around.
No, but I think that like this, they've been planning this thing for some time, and
yeah, I agree.
The thing is, yeah, but the thing is though, like what I just want a lot of us, I think we should know that things don't collapse just like with there's no civilized society anymore. It like collapsed and then it'll come back. Somebody got some background stuff? Okay.
No, you're good.
No, I mean it's just like, you know, that it's just a lot of stuff going on at the same time, and you know we just gotta learn how to survive ourselves and learn how to go through these dips.
Realize I fell asleep though.
I'll throw out there that
we got those guys,
everybody with the stimulus, rather than going out and blowing
What's the guy that just left? Zardell? What's his name? Zardell?
Mm-hmm.
The one who just left.
What
was his name?
Was it deep sleep apparently?
Zardell?
Feeding back.
Zardell. Yeah, when you got guys like that in the military who shoot because they're told to, anybody, even American citizens. Now, everybody in the military is not like that. But the point is, when you got enough people that's just like that,
We have American citizens that are enemies.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's when we have some problem. But the point is, even if you take everybody in the military, if they start attacking the cities, and it's not, and nobody,
I'm back, nigga,
and it's not looked at as justified, then you're gonna have danger from the fighting in the cities, and other cities are gonna blow up, and then they're not gonna have the personnel to keep all the cities together. But then now everybody's a target because now you got outside countries like, oh, they're weak now. Come in.
Hey, John, drop the link. But look, dude, my advice, Mike, to everyone else, if I was to give any advice about what's going on, is with this stimulus you're getting.
Yeah, I mean, personally.
Oh, you are so feeding back, man. Everything's coming right out you, right back into my ears. Instead of spending the stimulus on dumb shit, take it and get supplies. Get supplies, man. Prepare yourself. Actually use it for something that's going to benefit you. Go out and buy
get you some weed with that shit.
You will need it. But get you some water, man. I mean, because really everybody should have everybody needs to know that you should have 20 to 30 gallons of water in your house ready.
Go get that work. Mo, you got to get that work.
All right, I will.
Hood, I was not talking about the work. I was just talking about the smoke. We need some weed to smoke sometimes. That's all I was talking about. I wasn't talking about you on some other shit, nigga. I'm done fucking with you.
I'm just being real, man. You know, people need to go out. They need to prep and try the best that they can here with what little bit of money that they're going to get supplies to where they can at least survive for a month or two.
That's serious. I mean, we're talking about it, and we're in this time where we can actually talk about it. But you know, and the thing is, it's going to happen to different people differently at different times. It's not going to be televised. Like Hope, she can be like, I'm not taking the damn shot, and they say, okay, well, you're fired. So now, you know, she's in the situation, or they can come on my job and be like, Mike, okay, we can't use you, and every employer, you know, our insurance is going up too high, and we can't hire anybody who refuses to take the shot. So I'm gonna have to quit. I already told my wife and everybody, I'm like, hey, we paying the car, we got the we're gonna have a van, and
Well,
about to go to land.
the shot is against the vaccine is against my health. It's already proven that if somebody with asthma and allergies get the shot, is a danger to that person's health. So I was getting exempt from it anyway. They're not going to give it to you if you have those.
Mr. S, you're entitled to believe whatever you want to believe about the virus. You know, if you want to go ahead and go along with the consensus of what's going on, that's on you, man. I can't tell you to believe one way or the other. That's your decision. You take the information that the media gives you and you run with it however the fuck you feel you don't want to run with it. But I've learned that anytime the media tells me something that you need to look at it objectively and go to other sources and find out what the real truth is, because they don't tell truth. They preach propaganda.
They get paid to lie. Shit. We know that.
You know, the truth of the matter is, the truth is I have yet to meet, in my personal life, 10 months later, I still don't know anybody that's caught the coronavirus.
Like I said, I ain't taking the shit. And I ain't wearing no fucking mask either.
It's literally on a website. That don't mean shit to me. And you know what? Why is it that America's still shut down, but they're fucking clubbing it up over in China right now?
Exactly.
And Cuba. No. And then Africa don't hardly have.
Except America. And I'm not understanding that either.
I'm joining Antifa.
Shut up, Mo.
And then who else? Who else don't got it? Down like Jamaica and St. Kitts, and they have zero deaths. And you got a lot of places don't have it. South Korea, I think. don't have it. None
Talking
of
to
it.
a guy from what was it, Norway last night? Hood, where's he from up north? Norway, Finland.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And he said that he said that they never shut down and they never did any of the restrictions that America did, and they only had like a couple hundred deaths at best from it, and now everybody's fine.
Yeah.
They did a test run on us. They did a test run on us, and we failed miserably because we sat up there and we fell. A lot of Americans fell for the dumb shit. They embraced the fucking man.
Boston Patriot, I'm here to tell you, you better get.
They gave up their. They got scared out of their freedom.
Whether you want to accept it or not, you better prepare yourself mentally for a Biden administration because it's going to happen.
I'm already prepared.
You talking about Kamala Harris? You mean Kamala Harris?
I'm gonna be all right regardless. I'm gonna do what I gotta do. I'm gonna take me and mine gonna be all right regardless.
Man, Kamala Harris is the president? Oh shit, we're going to hell.
Me and mine gonna be all right regardless. That's how I feel about the situation. I made moves. You gotta make moves.
Harris? The president?
And I put money up.
There'll be some nukes. There'll be some nukes going off. When Kamala Harris becomes president, there will be some nukes going off in America.
She said she's been celebrating Kwanzaa since she was a kid.
Damn, Hood.
Yeah, okay. She was smoking weed before Tupac came out. So I mean, she was smoking weed when Tupac was out.
Hindustan Kwanzaa.
She was smoking weed with Tupac.
Yep. You didn't see the video that she put out talking about it?
Oh.
Since me and my sister grew up, and
I couldn't watch the whole thing. I just couldn't even finish it. It was disgusting. Sorry, it was just insane. I can't watch. I only got so much tolerance for stupid insanity.
I know. I don't understand why. I don't understand why a full-blooded black motherfucker is not good enough to be up there and the president or vice president. Why always gonna be some motherfucking people with white DNA in there? I'm just being real. That shit kind of suspect right there from the beginning. That Obama
for president,
only motherfucker good enough. Kamala Harris, they gotta get the motherfucker light skinned
you
bitch.
fucking stupid calling me a white nationalist. You crazy.
See, they be on that light skinned privilege shit too. Let me shut up. I don't get your channel flag, BMT.
Taz for president, Mo for vice president.
Mo, you're far right, Mo.
I am far right. They forced me to go. They forced me to go far right.
You're a far right extremist.
I won't say that. I won't say that. I won't get them flags. I won't say that.
I'm far high.
Far high.
I guess I'm far right too.
See, if you think about it, back in the day before we got to this whole real right left shit, back it used to be when what was it? Whoever the winning candidate was that won the presidency, the whoever lost for the president was actually voted in as the vice president. You didn't have a president run with his own choice as a vice president. Usually the loser of the race would fall in as the vice president to the president. And I think that should have never been done away with.
Who said you out too much conspiracy for you? I mean, why y'all got to announce y'all out every time y'all get triggered? Chat room be tripping me out sometimes. Like,
Jesus, life is a conspiracy theory anymore.
Y'all could just say I'm out. Y'all gotta put this fucking y'all gotta do some extra shit in the motherfucker.
Yeah, he had to. Yeah, I'm out. I don't want
like,
to conspiracy stuff. I'm out.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, it ain't that damn serious.
I mean, everything that they don't like is a conspiracy theory.
Chat room be some motherfuckers way out motherfuckers.
No, it'd be emotional motherfuckers in the chat room. It's so emotional, man. Emotional.
I'm way out. I ain't gonna lie. I'm way out.
We're going way out. Way out.
I think you got to be. If you think straight and you just think logically, I mean, you're gonna have different thoughts than what they, want to control. So why not? I think you should. To me, if you
Taz says you're Mike in the White Hood.
You straight up. That's regular. That's a regular.
Yeah, so Taz.
Yeah, I'm a Muslim. I'm a Farrakhan loving FOI. I'm
Assalamu
talking
alaikum.
to white
I like
guys.
Farrakhan. Shit.
Yeah, I
My
love
guy.
Farrakhan. That's my guy. And
Farrakhan
so
is
the
true.
thing is,
Hope, remember when you posted that about that on Facebook about you liking Farrakhan and everybody got triggered?
Oh,
well,
they
people
got
gonna
Your
get
Trump
triggered.
supporters lost
You know,
their mind.
but
Hope posted that on Facebook. Yeah, and all of a sudden, people that were
see,
friends
that's
got
what I'm
triggered
saying.
by
So
that.
that's a whole nother conversation. Like we could agree on the conspiracies, and then but if you start talking about that other subject, then we might have arguments. So
Kelly,
that's
Listen,
to me
I'm
that's
not, I don't
normal.
make people
Kelly.
ears feel good. I fuck with Farrakhan. A
Kelly,
lot
to
of
answer
people
your
like,
question,
oh, he a racist, he a racist, he a racist. I said, well, I mean, my thing is, what the fuck he lie about? I listen to his stuff.
hey, what's Farrakhan got to do with the topic of the fucking conversation?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying. Like,
so
but because he said I'm in the white hood because I'm a Muslim. He know what's up. But I mean, it's all good. I mean, I understand.
I'm just letting you know that I like I'm not even Muslim and I like Farrakhan.
Well, no, I mean that's the reason why it came up though. So I had to.
And I'm with you, Kelly. We have been hearing this since Y2K, but like I said, I think
ain't
we're
mad at
already in
Farrakhan.
it. I think we're already in it right now. I mean, like I said, this is the first time. What makes this different and very unprecedented right now is the fact that the whole world is actually being affected by the very same thing. You know, there's this shit's going on globally right now. You know, and I've seen in the last probably, I think, 5 years, we've seen there's a power flip that's going on right now, and that's a global thing too. You know, the powers that have been controlling the masses see that there is a power shift happening, and that people are starting to rise up and notice what's going on, and they're actively trying to fight against it. That's why you see all these. Look, man, that's why you see all these specific trigger points that they're using it at rapid speed right now to try and keep people hating each other.
Yeah, united we stand, divided we fall.
I mean, hell, what was it over in Columbus, Ohio? They've had 2 black kids that were shot just within the last month. You guys know that?
I didn't hear about that one in Columbus.
Yeah,
It's
shot by the cops. There was one white kid. He was shot in the back walking into his house, coming home from the dentist, was carrying a bag of fucking Subway sandwiches. Cops shot him in the back while he was walking in the door.
Damn.
I heard that.
Oh,
yeah, I didn't know that was.
And then there was another guy. He was like 41 who was shot in his, I think it was his sister's garage. He was just holding his fucking cell phone when the cops came up. The cops shot him while he with a cell phone in his hand. Said he had a gun.
And then they got the cops running up in people's houses, and the mayors is hiding it too. So it's just a lot of stuff going on at all at the same time. So I mean, hey, but that's why you got citizen journalists.
Yeah, give me a second, Kelly. I'll give you their names. That way you can look them up if you want.
Taz cool.
I like Taz. I mean, he's.
I like free thinkers.
Rough around the edges, and he
That's
likes
crazy
to trigger white people. But I got respect for him.
He's gonna put the heat on you, but he's a free thinking person, and that's what we need. And see, that's what I mean. Like I like free thinking people.
Now look, the one dude, the kid that was shot in the back, his name is Casey Goodson Jr. And then the other dude that was shot, let me find it here. Andre Hill.
When shit hits the fan, you ain't gonna see nobody on this panel. You ain't gonna see nobody on YouTube or nothing.
Pretty much.
It's just hitting the fan for different people. That's why
You ain't gonna know. Well, I mean,
shit hits the fan. It don't happen all at one time like that.
well, it don't happen. But are you gonna call YouTube? Can you call and get on the panel when shit hits the fan?
No, but I mean, we blowing off steam and stuff, and probably getting a few little ideas out there, maybe some stuff that people didn't think about to help them.
My idea is going ahead and move this fucking Yoda right now. Move this cocaine.
People are the ones who vote these motherfuckers in, They vote
I
him
need
in.
a pack.
Right.
I need a package right now. I need my $2,000
Oh, really? Damn.
Vote
so I
him
can
in.
flip that. I can flip that $2,000 real quick and make
Right,
$7,000.
voting the wrong type of people in. That's it. Only thing I can do instead of sitting around crying and shit,
I need
start
some
making.
blood too, man. Mo, where the blood is?
Likewise, if you don't think nothing's hitting the fan, John dropped the link. Come up on the panel. Tell us why.
Oh, likewise.
I've been dropping the link, but I don't know if anybody's backstage.
He
Because I've been dropping the link.
likewise.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's backstage
Likewise,
either. BMP's in control of
he's gonna
that.
see that type of stuff anyway. Likewise, he said, as long as he's getting money.
He getting his money. Likewise, a businessman. He like Hope. He a no excuse type dude.
Likewise, say he's a
a dude.
globalist though. He's a globalist.
Yeah.
Well,
He don't carry a gun, so he said he don't believe in guns. So
He's not into excuses.
I carry a fucking gun everywhere I go.
He
I don't
believes
leave the
in
house
money.
without my gun.
Yeah, I ain't mad at him.
he doesn't. When the
Yeah,
shit
it's
hits,
hard.
he don't need a gun. He's gonna just sit there and eat.
I know what kind of globalist he talking about he is, so I'm not on trigger. He's a
It's all about the
globalist.
cheddar.
Yeah, go ahead. Be globalist.
Hey, it's all good. I'm about to head off though.
Like the whole victim
Hey,
shit.
I'm
You
about
know,
to head off, y'all. It's good to talk to you because
victimize.
y'all gonna have to cut this up, BT, because ain't nobody gonna watch this whole damn 3-hour thing.
Right.
You had to cut it up in pieces, put it out. All right, y'all. Peace.
Peace, bro.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, I'm hopping up out of here too, man. Mo, if you're gonna have an argument tonight, let me know.
Argument. All my shit gotta be arguments, right?
Petty time.
Yep.
Well, usually
Anytime.
you trigger everybody before they even get arguing.
My damn self. I gotta get up 4:00 in the morning. So
All right, Miss Chapman. Conezilla.
damn.
Close your legs.
Damn, that was harsh, man. Coonzilla.
That's what that fucking
RBR.
Yeah, he a clown. Can't stand that motherfucker.
He doesn't like himself either.
Right. Hey, likewise, like RBR. He like him.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, he like RBR.
Yeah, he
What is
do.
it? Data
like
Cat?
RBR.
Likewise, right here. Hey, likewise.
Likewise.
What's up, man? What's up, y'all?
The
Oh, that's likewise. I can't read your damn name, man.
He got
Yeah.
some foreign name. That's his real name.
He got that's his Philippine name.
Philippine.
Yeah. Well, anyway, gentlemen, yeah, I mean, everybody keeps saying that like shit's gonna hit the fan. They say that all the time, but I mean, on the real, when you say hit the fan, what do you mean hit the fan? It's not gonna be any famines in the United States. You may get a little bit more civil unrest, but that's not gonna be on a national level. You know what I mean? So to say when the shit hits the fan, you need this, you need that. Americans are not thick-skinned like that, man. Motherfuckers are really not. Motherfuckers. I mean, John will be able to tell you this. Motherfuckers are not used to seeing brains hanging. You know, body parts.
Oh, and I agree with you. I've told people that on multiple.
You know what I'm saying? So
I am. I seen it in the hood.
you know what I mean? But so to say the shit's gonna hit the fan. I mean, I would say people just want to go back to normal. People want to be able to just be free to go places and do shit. And one of the things that we look at with this COVID, the main reason why we're having any type of gathering is just because of the political gatherings. Whether it was BLM saying fuck it and going out after George Floyd shit, and then Proud Boys coming out in groups or whatever, all this shit is political. You don't see people gathering, kicking it, and talking about anything outside of politics. You just don't. I think the average American citizen will be happy just to be able to go and kick it in a park and go to music festivals and do whatever. Because everybody's gathering right now. Essentially not supposed to be gathering, but everything, when you are around people, it's not a happy, festive mood. It's not. I don't care what smiles you see. It's Trump rallies, it's BLM, it's Antifa, it's Proud Boys. It's not a happy, festive mood.
I'd love to see a live show right now. Fuck out of Rage Against the Machine.
But at the same time, there are no alternatives. So, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, if shit hits the fan, it's gonna hit the fan now. Because this is a rallying point. This is where you're gonna have everybody's attention, because this is the only time that people can gather. Because there's no alternative. People say, like, what the fuck, I want to go to a Trump goodbye party or go to a Proud Boys shit when I can go to this fucking Red Hot Chili Peppers concert. There are no alternatives.
Well, they were talking. Likewise, they were talking about the government falling because of our national debt and just keep on printing money.
We're America's in debt, but also America is
a lot of people, rely on that government check.
But at the same time, nobody in America is going to starve. Okay,
there's people already starving.
No, they're not. If you're starving in America, that's by choice. If you're starving in America, that's by choice.
Thank you, likewise. That's what I say.
Yeah, but there are long lines at the food banks in parts of the country.
But it's there. That's the whole point. It is there, and Americans, like I said, Americans are soft and thin-skinned. I mean, go to some country, go to my country. If your ass on the side of the road and starving, you know what? You're probably gonna starve to death. Because nobody gives a fuck about you. There ain't gonna be no handouts. There's gonna be none of that shit. You know what I mean? People need to adjust. I'm from the islands. People need to just adjust, man. You can't always keep up with the Joneses, man. You got to get in where you fit in. And just take care of you and yours. Don't worry about the politics, because everybody keeps worrying about Trump and worrying about this and that. Man, get your fucking money. I don't want to hear any excuses, man. You can go. Hope will tell you. You can go spend 3 or 4 years online, fucking become a nurse, and RN or whatever. Depending on how long it takes. Go work at Kaiser, $160,000, $200,000 a year. You didn't already fucked off 1 year right now with the COVID bullshitting. When you could have been online doing that. 2 more years, you could be making, basically 10 years from now, you could have $2 million in your pocket, and there's nothing that anybody can say to stop you. Nothing at all. Period. So I don't want to hear this shit. Oh, you people are starving. Starving for what? Starving where? Where are people starving at?
What about all the people that are being told that they can't run their businesses?
Well, you just have to adjust with the times. If you can't run your business right now, then you know what you do? You change the field. You change what field that you're in right now.
Change the field? What the fuck?
Thank you, likewise.
Change the field. So I'm just gonna give up my business and just go to another field. You know how dumb that fucking sounds? You sound fucking an idiot. You sound fucking retarded for saying some dumb shit like that. Okay, I just give up my damn my business, my bar or my restaurant, just going to another field. Man, you sound dumb as fuck.
Well, listen here, bro. You didn't hear me out. I said give it up
people took their livelihoods, took 20, 30 years to build their business up. I'll just go to another field. Shut the fuck up, man.
You gotta come out.
Hold on, sir. Before you start to insult me, what I was saying. Well, then shut the fuck up and hear what I gotta say.
Fucking what the fuck? I'm just going to another field. I mean,
let him fucking answer, man. Let him have his response.
Yeah. What I was saying is going into another field until things change, until you can go back. But don't sit there and write it out for fucking 2 years when there ain't shit going on for 2 years, because you know what? You can't get that time back. You have to account for your time, bro. You have to account for your time.
But I see that. But then, what do we do about all these politicians that have been sitting in office right now that have put us even further in debt just to rip us all off and take all that money and put it in their pockets?
Well, you know what? You just have to take notes, and then when the time is right to vote, you vote them out. But until then,
we saw this last election, and that's all the way down to state and local level.
Okay, but here's the thing. You're asking me. The one gentleman, when I addressed him on a real issue of survival, you're telling me that you're gonna ride the motherfucker until the wheels fall off, and when you ain't got no fucking food to eat, you go eat the fucking glass out of your fucking bar. Okay, well if that's what you want to do, then that's what you do. What I'm going to tell you in the meantime is other people that are going to fill in the gaps, and you got a lot of people that are switching industries and are making 10 times, 100 times what they were working in the original industry.
Exactly.
And I get that because I have to switch industries too. It took me a while to find a job because I don't know shit about computers, but you know, now I'm fucking online salesman for fucking XM satellite.
Yeah, but see, that's and like I said, you're accounting for your time. You're getting something,
right?
Okay, so
but I still feel like that. I still feel as though that I'm being held back from my craft, something that I actually worked for a lot of years, you know, and practiced and worked towards.
Well, here, man, I'm gonna tell you like this. I've been on my own business for like the last 22, 23 years. Okay, I know what you're talking about. I'm a business owner, so that's not the issue at all. The issue is adopting with the times.
Well, that's my problem. Is, you know, I'm a musician, and I just finally started like maybe 3-4 years ago becoming, you know, self-employed, you know, and making my own money, not having a boss. Now I'm being forced to resort back to having someone else be my fucking boss.
Well, yeah, but see, that's adjusting to the times. If you're in the arts, if you're a musician, then naturally you're comfortable in front of a camera. You're not. You may not be photogenic, but your posture, your stance, just by you being an entertainer, means that you could probably translate into making independent movies. And what better time to make independent movies? Everybody's fucking at home all the fucking day. You're still staying at, then on top of that, you got control of the fucking soundtrack for your fucking movies. I mean, let's be real, man. There's so many things just to morph and enhance. I mean, look at Rob Zombie. Rob Zombie got money. What he did, he said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna start making movies." You know what I mean? And people who watch his movies don't even know who Rob Zombie fucking is. They don't know he's the shit in music. You know what I mean? You know, so like people have to adjust to the times, man. Be creative, like I said. For some people that are on getting subsidized by the government, your little checks or whatever, take that time and be creative and be selfish and think about some things that you always wanted to do. Because I'm going to tell you one thing with this COVID is that there's a misconception that the big companies are behind this. No, the big companies are losing their ass. The big companies losing their ass. How? Because like when you look at retail is gone now. Fucking Amazon is going to put a fucking stranglehold on that shit right now.
Yeah, but
Amazon,
Meijer, what I've seen is Meijer and Walmart and like Target, they fucking tripled their sales just in the last 10 months.
Yeah, but see those companies for the most part, coexisted with the shopping malls and all the other things. Amazon is putting a stranglehold on the rest of that shit. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny that. You are correct, because Bezos went from being a millionaire to a billionaire in like fucking 6 months.
Oh yeah, and you know it's getting worse because you know they bought Whole Foods, and then he's going to be putting up Amazon stores everywhere.
Well, and then he just got into selling pharmaceuticals now too.
Yeah, but that's my whole point. Is that okay for him? He's winning, but on the other end, the rest of the companies, the clothing stores, the clothing lines, and the shopping malls, they're fucking done. That shit may never come back. This is an opportunity now. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to like how the fashion is going, to where people aren't buying big brands now. They're making their own shit. You know, people are making fucking sweatsuits and they're selling them for, you know, they're paying $50 to get them pressed up and selling for 100, 150. People don't give a fuck about big brands no more.
Right.
This shit is going micro. We don't know who the next big thing is going to be, how it's going to be, why it's going to be, but it could anybody. It's open source right now. You know, it's not. It's for the big companies like Levi's and Gap and all them. They can't afford to advertise right now because people can't go out and spend the fucking money at the stores.
No, let me ask you something. What would your advice be to people that are solely relying on government, you know, some kind of government pay or, them to provide for them? What would your advice be to them to be able to withstand this to where they don't lose their ass out?
I mean, if you're talking about people if you're talking about people that are disability, that's always going to be there. But I'm talking about like people that are on welfare, Section 8, shit like that you know, they really solely rely on the government, even though they could be doing other things to make money. You know what? I can't speak from that because some people, I can't because there's so many different variations. I mean, there's too many different levels to that. Some people are just simply people are just like they were late getting off the porch and they don't understand what life's about. They are who they are. You know what I mean? Some people are just simple and just, you know, they never were able to get ahead. Some people in certain environments, I mean, you take the state of Georgia, they don't have a fucking minimum wage. You know what I mean? Right. So by the time they're 25, 26 years old, they don't know how to comprehend and make money in advance because the opportunities are not there. So then you have people that just don't give a shit. You have people that are just content and happy to like have a big screen TV, which ain't shit nowadays. You get a fucking 50-inch TV for what, $300?
Exactly.
Right. You know what I mean? This shit is diluted and watered down to where the average person, depending on where you're at, what's impressive really ain't shit. I mean, you take a motherfucker and you give him like, especially out here, you take a motherfucker and you give him like a Mercedes Benz, $80,000 Mercedes Benz. That's a nice car, right? But you know what wealthy people do? Motherfuckers go buy Teslas. A motherfucking car I can't even drive 1,000 miles. You know what I'm saying? Like I gotta stop and spend 35, 40 minutes to charge my car. That's how fucking much I think about this shit. You know what I mean? So motherfuckers,
you give me an $80,000 Mercedes Benz, I'm calling the motherfucker and buying a house.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying people's perception of like what doing good is.
Right, I got you.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
was just wondering if you had any advice for those kind of people that you know that are kind of sometimes their own worst enemy, you know, and that they're kind of putting themselves in a position, you know, that right now their lifestyle has put them in a position to where right now they're doing even worse off than what they were before by waiting on and relying on a government that isn't going to be there for them.
Exactly.
Well, people migrate, people adjust. I mean, it just depends on what you want in life. I mean, ambition is not for everybody.
It's about choices.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But
okay,
go ahead.
So okay, I was listening to that, and I've been talking to people while they were listening to some of y'all, and somebody brought up something about that they were born, they had a nice job, and their kid has medical expenses that are up the roof. But what they're hearing is that's your choice. You chose that. So they really trying to understand where y'all are getting at, because them having a child that's born with umpteen medical exposures, what are y'all telling them that, hey, you chose that fate? That's your problem. You deal with it.
But see, that's what I'm saying though, is that like there's so many different levels to that. That's why I really didn't want to give an answer to it, because
that's wise to say, but see, that's what I'm saying. It's easy to talk shit when that's not your situation. It's easy to talk shit when that's not your situation. That's why when I listen to people, I like letting them talk. But then when other people hear them, you start seeing the look of disdainment. Like, who the fuck are you?
Right.
If you're gonna talk that type of shit, say it to my face. Like I said, don't worry.
I could say any fucking thing I want, and anybody thinks I can say on here.
That's fair. I'm saying it's always good to say these things, but y'all, everybody's always welcome to say what they feel. I mean,
right.
And I tell somebody to their face. I don't have to use the computer to say any damn thing.
I look at it this way. Y'all guys can hear me?
Yeah, what's up, Zeke?
Here's the thing. That whole medical expenses thing is sad that person went through it. But the old adage is mind your business, right? So I need to just mind my business. I'll take that as that. I understand my taxes go to social welfare and things like that. That's the whole point of the tax system. Take advantage of that. You know, we are a republic. We're not a democracy. All right. We do have a capitalist system with certain socialist tendencies, such as our medical system. Is it a perfect system? No. But it is a system that works and is able to provide for its patients, for those who want to enact upon it.
So, okay, so the system, in saying that, we've seen it whereas to a little girl in Texas, because the hospital was saying that it was too costly to have her there, was saying to, mind you, the little baby was still alive.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to wheel the baby out of the hospital. That's so. What do you tell a parent like that? Well, shit, it is what it is.
I'm
Well,
not
you know
in
what
that
I would have.
situation, and you can go to another hospital.
Yeah, you.
See, a hospital has to want to admit or take you in. They have to
Well,
take.
go to another hospital. There is a chain of
That's
hospitals
what
in
they say. Go
Texas.
to another one.
That's where the ignorance, you just kicked it in.
How?
That's not when if a hospital is not taking them, then guess what? It's other hospitals out here. Go check
Literally,
it out.
you have local hospitals.
You can just give up and
You
not.
have pediatricians. You have nursing homes. You have hospitals. You have general hospitals, and you have children's
This is why I
hospitals.
hate sometimes when I talk to conservatives, because you think you got all the fucking answers. If a certain hospital,
You asked our
or a
opinion.
certain- hang on, hold up.
Yeah, you did.
If a doggone hospital does not have John's treatment, John is fucked. He has to go search out of state or whatever.
BMT, you said a hospital. Go to the next hospital down the road.
Hey, listen. Yeah, that's your problem. Yeah, I did say if
The next closest hospital is 100 miles.
Go.
Well, I'll put it like this. I'll put it like this. In this day and age, if you have 2 or 3 days or a week notice that this is going to happen, all you got to do is make the situation go viral.
Yep.
Make it go viral, and motherfuckers is not having it one way or another. Somebody that has resources, whether it's athlete, politician, or whatever. I bet you it's going to be some fucking helicopter there to fly her to another hospital. You got GoFundMe's. You got everything in this world right now. Everybody, any politician, any politician wants that on their resume.
Whoa. So hold up. So you're saying that you want the government to force a facility to house somebody without their permission?
No, I didn't say that. What I said was if that's a situation, they're not just going to tell you, "Hey, BMT, your kid's right here on the fucking curb." You're gonna have a week's notice. You're gonna have enough time to figure out that situation. And if you just don't have the resources, you go public with that. I bet you somebody's gonna step up and help you. Because
I really wish y'all knew how hospitals work. That's what's so cute about
On top of that, you have government hospitals or private hospitals.
Exactly.
Private hospitals are going to be more expensive. I know how hospitals work too. So if you go to a private hospital, they'll admit you as long as you can pay for it.
Right, but my point though is that
that's why in certain areas you have the ambulance authorities, and then you have the Jewish hospitals, which is powered by Hasolo, and then you have Presbyterian hospitals, which is like powered by Mount Sinai Ambulance Corps. I know this.
Don't forget the Catholic hospitals.
Right.
Yeah, I completely understand that. What my point was that in a dire situation, you're going to get somebody that's going to sponsor that child, one way or another.
You know what? In the perfect world, you would be right. But sorry, we could pull up countless stories of people saying, "Hey, I just need help with this medical bill. I need help with this funding for this or my sickness or treatment." And guess what? Y'all are pretty naive to think that hospitals are just opening up the doors. Hell, I'm a serviceman, and they have to ask or have to pay certain hospitals to want to take servicemen. People, the medical world is the.
But BMT correcting you said a child. You said a child, and that's a entirely different situation.
You don't think? Listen, you don't think they don't take kids like that? You don't think that they don't say go fuck your kid? Like, I'm not taking that kid. Especially BMT. If a situation like that were to go viral on the internet, somebody's going to step up. Some athlete, some politician, some actor, somebody's going to step up. Yes, they are. Yes, they are, because somebody's going to want it on the.
Someone's got that's running for office is going to want that on the resume because that is
that's every day in that situation.
You're hoping somebody
because lack of awareness, though,
I
too.
know somebody in my family that had an issue with their lungs. Okay, it's the hospital 5 miles south of me couldn't admit him, so they took him to the next city over. They couldn't fix him, so they took him over to the next city, which is 100 miles away, and they covered it. So if they can cover that man, they can cover the child too, and they can cover you also. So there is a system. Someone is messing up in the medical subscriptions policies and their financial policies. If they cannot afford that child, something's really wrong.
Right.
That's my point, though, is that like there's enough there's enough social awareness to where somebody's going to bite to make something happen, because politicians go by brownie points. We know that. They go by what they do, and they build that stuff up over years. Because when they start running their ads and they're saying, well, if it's some child that their name went viral, I bet you that's going to be in his ad campaign. That's going to be in his commercials, what he did 3 or 4 years ago before he started running for office. All that stuff adds up, And if it's somehow tax deductible, some type of write-off, oh yeah, of course.
But I think what he's getting at right now, though, is the fact that not every child that gets sick and parents put that out there. Not every one of these situations go viral.
No, I know that. I know that. I'm just saying that.
I'm just going to be blunt. Who cares? People die every day in Chicago. They die every single day. Is that going viral? No. A lot of faces without names die every single day. Is that going viral? Are we making GoFundMe's for that? No, we don't.
But here's the thing, though. When you talk about issues where there is recourse and there is a chance that you can change something, that's different than people that are dying not only there but also in Indianapolis, Kansas City, St. Louis, which has the highest murder rate.
Imagine how many situations per hour with recourse that can happen we don't know about.
I know, but Z,
really a non-secular issue.
Right, but Z, but we can't say that just because people are dying over here, it's okay for other people to die over there, because that means
it still happens. It's out of your power.
That's pretty insensitive right there. That was pretty insensitive.
No,
it is because what I'm saying is,
I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. The world won't care unless it's some sort of incentive. But at the end of the day, they're not going to care.
Won't care, then you're going off the same. We need to put down the same metric system that you're hoping some millionaire or some rich person will pick up the slack and be humane to say, hey, I'm going to go fund your baby and make sure your baby that only has a time ticker of a heart transplant, I'm going to keep them alive. You're hoping that.
What do you want me to do?
Oh, no,
I'm not asking taxes. That's my contribution.
See, that's the thing about it. Y'all think I'm asking y'all. I could give a shit to ask any of y'all. But at the end of the day, I'm telling you how this system right here is working right now, that's being operated, that literally there are going to be a lot of people. This is why I know people aren't listening to me and John, that we already said there will be people falling by the wayside. You think people give a shit about y'all businesses?
They were falling by the wayside long before SARS-CoV-2.
Nobody cares. When y'all start talking about certain things, that's your narrative of your values, of your truth. We are in a society.
No, there is no your truth. It's just the truth. The truth is that the truth is that people choose to make their lives whichever harder or easier for themselves. What you put in is what you're going to get out. Life ain't fair, and sometimes what you put in is not what you're going to get out. That's just the way it is. Life is about action. Whether you like it or not, there is no such thing as your truth. The truth is that when you go up, you go back down because that's gravity. That's the truth. That's a fact because we know we're all affected by it. That's just the way it is.
So that's your truth. There you go. Thank you for telling us your truth. That's your truth. So, no matter what.
PMT, what's your truth then? What's your truth then? Because it seems as if you're trying to go outside of reality instead of facing it. No, the truth. So you're
No, no,
telling
no.
me gravity doesn't
Watch
affect
this.
you?
Watch this. You see. Watch this. That's my truth. My truth is this: I can choose to listen to you, or I can choose not to listen to you. See how I
Only
just
on the
did that?
panel, but someone else would do it for you
No,
in
no, no,
real
no, no,
life.
no, no. But see, here's the thing about it. I'm showing you. I can choose to listen to you or not.
And I'm
Y'all
showing
niggas
you
giving
that whether you like it or not, you could be the ostrich in the dirt while the lion still eats you, whether you like it or not. You can put your head in the
So
sand while the
guess
lion still
what?
eats
So
you.
guess what? You see how you were so happy when that politician gave you that little praise? Oh, thank you for
Yeah,
making
I
me
was actually
money.
happy. Am I not
You see how
supposed to
you
be
got
happy?
happy?
Am
You
I
see how
not
you
supposed
got
to be
happy
happy?
about
Sounds
the
like you're
politician?
jealous, sir.
See, no. I'm just telling you.
It just sounds like you're jealous a little bit.
Why would I be jealous? I've been
Well,
open
you're
with
bringing it up. I
listen.
have to bring it up ever since.
No, I'm just showing you. See, you're on my
I'm
panel.
just showing you.
Okay. So I'm showing you
Alrighty.
something. So are you going to be mature?
I'm being mature. I'm talking to you.
Okay. So here you go. Here we go. You were happy that a politician gave you praise.
Okay.
That, about your business. You said I don't have to react to how other people have to react to the system. However, a politician was telling you, give me praise, thank you for participating in this system. So you literally got a pat on the head for participating in a political system that had been shutting down other people's businesses unfairly.
And that's why I said it's
So,
about how you set yourself up too. My
so
business
wait.
is not political whatsoever. It's
So
just
hold
so
on.
happened that my business expanded under COVID-19. I
So,
was always had a good setup from the beginning. It's just
so
praise for the fact that I helped the community. There's a lot more to it than I'm really letting on.
So
I
hold
took
on.
my losses, but the thing is that I still persevered. I adapted. That's the key word. It's been talked about 3 different times tonight. It seems as if it's flying over your head quite a bit because remember, I'm gonna use your words. It's your truth and not the truth. Remember?
Exactly.
So here's the thing about it. So when we heard you talking about your stuff, right? We heard you talking about your business. We hear y'all talking about y'all truth of y'all reality versus somebody else's reality of what they're dealing with.
It's
Y'all came
just
on here.
reality with different facets of situations that is
Okay, well
directly
guess what?
affected one another. That's just
So
reality.
we have it right here where one person, mind you, like we got it where one person says, "Hey, that's what I believe in," and that's fine. They can believe in it, and I welcome you to have your opinion of what you want to believe in. That's fine. Y'all can do that. But see, on my end, I'm dealing with a whole different narrative. I didn't have to help my friend that was going to blow his brains out. I chose to. I chose to do that. I don't the things that I do or the stuff I go by. That's because I choose to do that. I don't do like some people and go on rants and tangents about the black community and say y'all people need to do this, y'all people need to do that. I don't have to do that like some people do. I only speak about, hey, we got issues. Me and Trailer have been doing this for how long, Trailer? Right now, I've been going to different things to find out the same issues and problems are going on for how long now?
Couple
And
months
you know
now.
what? Yeah, almost a month now. Now, mind you, other people been banking off of the misery and suffrage of other people, saying y'all need to get that shit together. Y'all need to do this. But then all of a sudden, I'll be like, well, shit. What the fuck was your come up? What's your angle? So I'm always curious on the talking points of certain people because, again, just like I'm hearing the essential and non-essential, we had it where some people had a job, some people had a livelihood. But guess
Then
what?
adapt. Go get a CDL. If you got a degree and you still got bills to be paid, get a CDL and go get a job,
So let me ask you a question. Do
whether
you
you
have a
like it or
family?
not.
No. Do you have a
Again,
family?
I want to put out there,
Oh
you know,
no. Let me.
my job.
There's between me and Zardell. So Zardell, do you have a family?
Excuse
Do you
me?
have a wife and kids?
No, I don't. But the
So
thing is
so
that
hold
if
on
I
now.
had a
Now to
wife
go
and
to
kids,
CDL
whether or not
to go
I
to
had a wife
CDL
and kids,
school.
I still got to do what I
You
need to
brought up.
do, get the bills
So
paid.
so you brought up CDL school. So to go there,
Go
would I not
go
have to
get a
leave my
CDL.
wife and kids? Would I not have to leave my wife and kids?
Whether you can be local and get a CDL.
Would I not
So
have
you're
to
not
leave my
leaving.
wife and kids? So let's say if Trailer's wife is sick and she's on disability, and he's the only one that can really watch the kids
So
and
you're
move
telling
around
me you're
like
not
that.
going to get a job and you're still going to be a sinking ship while filling it up with water.
You see how now?
Great.
Do y'all see
Exactly,
how?
down.
No,
Great.
I
You're
I
just sinking yourself
love
even more. The
I
bills are
love
not, BMP, listen, the bills are not going to stop. The landlord's going to still ask you for different things. The lease is still going to have to get paid, whether you like it or not. These things don't
right,
stop. Numbers don't stop, right?
right.
Whether you just
But who put
gotta,
those people in that
it's a
situation?
shitty, look, BNP, it's a shitty situation, right?
But who put those people
But
in
you
that
still,
situation?
hey, when life hands you lemons, you make key lime pie, bro.
But who
You make
put those
lemonade.
people in that situation? You're refusing to admit.
Did you choose to get married, BNT?
Who put those people in
Did you
that
choose to get married?
situation?
My question to you now: did you choose to get married?
Right.
Did you choose to lay down and have children?
But did you choose to get married?
No, but I chose to
Right.
keep working.
Now, hold
I
on.
got
Time out,
bro, I got
time
laid
out,
off
time
during
out.
COVID-19. I still
Time
picked
out.
up another job.
Time out.
BNT, I got laid off.
Time
And
out.
I picked up the next job.
Let me
And my
interject.
bills were all late and I still adapted. That's the whole point.
Go ahead.
I did not sit here and cry. I still kept trucking, bro. No pun
But you
intended.
had nobody that was relying on you.
Bro,
Now,
I worked
now,
construction
now,
while I was having
Zardell, let me
sex.
ask you
What are you
something real quick.
talking about?
You
Let me
I
ask
worked till
you.
I bled, bro.
I've
What
always
the fuck are you talking about?
But that don't
Let
have
me
people
ask you.
not relying on them.
I
Let
don't
me ask
rely
you
on
one thing,
anyone.
Zardell. You was asking him if he chose to get married, right? And you asked him if he chose to get married. You asked him if he chose to have kids, right?
Yes.
And I'm assuming that you're going to your point was those were choices you made, right?
Yes.
But so going by that narrative, these people chose a career, but they did not choose to be put out of work by their government.
But guess what? You also had the choice to get back on your feet.
Bam.
That's the freedom you have.
But at the same time, they have also
Hey,
been
Trailer
lied
Hood,
to
didn't you not
over
have
and over and over
aren't
again.
you a musician? You had to learn how to get on a computer and get a job. So you made a choice, didn't you? You made a sacrifice, didn't you? So get with the program. If your computer job ain't gonna get you, go get a CDL and get driving.
I won't get a CDL. I'm not leaving
All
my
right,
family
so
like
don't
that.
cry when you run out of money.
Now,
That's what I'm
hold
saying.
on. So you're telling him
So you're telling me I gotta live without my family and make my kids suffer
That's
me not being
not my
around?
problem. You still got to
I'm
get bills
not
paid.
saying it's your problem.
You
Did
are
I say
you
it was
are the
your
sole
problem?
provider of your family. You're a man.
Did I,
Go
no,
get a
listen,
job.
no. Did
Get
I
a
say
job.
it was your problem? I never said that, but I
You
should
guys
not
are looking for
also.
other excuses of
No,
why
I'm
you
not
don't
looking
want
for
to work. It just
excuses.
sounds. All I'm hearing is just that I don't want to leave my family, bro. I haven't been around my own biological family in 2 fucking years.
Whoa,
I
that's
that
your
was your
choice.
choice.
That's your choice. That sounds like a personal problem.
I know it's my choice, and I'm not really complaining about it. But the point is that my
But
point
see,
is this:
the thing is my
I
family
make the
is important to me, and I
sacrifices
don't want to be
to
away
do
from
what I need to do. All right, it sounds like you just don't want to work. You sound like every other American to me.
Really? Dude, I want to watch my kids grow up. I don't want to work.
You sound like every
Dude,
other fucking
that's
American.
just some fucking bullshit, fucking flake shit right there, dude.
Really, is it?
Sounds to
Really,
me like
is it?
you didn't want to step up and be a
Really,
dad.
is it? You sound like a bitch-made man to me, bro.
Dude, I wish you would tell me that to my face.
I'll blow your fucking brains out. Bring it
Oh
on.
my God!
Well,
Can we
let's
just all get
Bring it
along?
on, bro.
Let me get rid of him on this one. See, when we got people starting to threaten people, I don't play that shit. I don't play that shit. You saw, so that was some bitch made shit right there when you're threatening another man's life. That was some bitch made shit. Talking about blowing another man's out. That's why I be saying that's that flaky shit I don't be playing games with. I don't play games like that. You don't start threatening another man's life. See that's that cunt shit. I don't play that fucking shit right there. Y'all got some of y'all got
Boy, I
some
never
really-
thought that you'd be called a lazy man because you want to be a father and actually take part in raising your kids.
Yeah, like Zardell, yo, just block me, dog. I'd rather you just block me on Facebook. I don't got time for your crazy shit, dog. I gotta let you go, man. I'm not gonna let you threaten my homie and all that shit. And anybody that's gonna be threatening my friends like that, yo, y'all gonna have to move the fuck on. I don't play that shit. You don't threaten my people and think I'm gonna ride with you like that. And that goes for anybody on this panel, anybody in life. Y'all can get the fuck on with life. That shit's crazy. You're telling people who already have families, who already have started lives, who already got shit going on, and I'm keeping it real too. That was some bitch made shit. You're threatening another man's life. I'm gonna blow his brains out. Like, see, what kind of cunt shit is that? Last time I checked, I was told as a man, you throw hands. You don't grab no gun. But again, we're in a society now that it's easy to opt out. I can't just say, well, you know what? I'm gonna go get a job and leave my family. You know, guess what? I can believe that was the Great Depression. A lot of men didn't come back. A lot of men didn't come back when that happened. Now we're even in a Greater Depression. Guess what? I wonder what's happening now. I just told y'all suicides are going up. We just did a show. People are offing themselves. So y'all can keep playing it. Well, that's your problem. Well, guess what? Then why the fuck we need to give a fuck about y'all problems?
Right. You know, because at the end of the day, you know, while you're sitting there saying it's your problem, you put yourself there. You know, one of these days you may end up being in that same situation. And what you going to do? Somebody going to look at you and tell you the same motherfucking thing. You know, I want to know where humanity went, where all that went. I want to know where a person's words stop meaning anything. When a man telling you that his word was worth something, when that stopped meaning something. Because my point about all this was there are people who were put into positions that they never asked for, that they never chose, and they were legitimately told by their government that they would be taken care of until this was done. So why is nobody holding them accountable for their actions? Why is all this getting put on the people and the governing system that started this and put this into play? Why are they not being held accountable, and why are they getting the slide by?
Right, like, yeah, I'm telling y'all, I just put a man that was doing back to school giveaways, that was doing things in his community, X, Y, and Z, that was told countless times that he had to keep shutting his door. He even snuck to open his business and got slapped with a $5,000 fine. He snuck. He done already raised his credit by his charging his cards and shit. So you're telling me a family business in our town that had been open for 3 generations, that you're telling me that an unknown somebody was telling him to close up his bait shop? But then the bait shop and Walmart can stay open. The corporate giant and Target can stay open. But the motherfucking goddamn farmers and goddamn people who have shit out there in my town, they have to close their shit. So my town has to starve out, but the bigger cities, they get to eat fat. And those corporate giants don't even live in our fucking area. They don't care if it swallows up our businesses.
And you're wrong. There are plenty of government checks that have stopped, especially the people that are unemployed because they were told they have to be unemployed. A lot of those checks have stopped.
Like I said, it's easy to talk it. That's why I said, y'all going to see a difference. You see, the people that were up there, since y'all like talking about Michigan, and I'm just using this, a lot of those people were family people with guns. Mm-hmm. Those weren't no singular bachelors or people that were living on it. Those were family men and women. People that had something that was counting on them, that were strapped up saying, open up the fucking town. There were people in Charleston with firearms protecting their business and their livelihood.
The thing is it's easy to say, you know, adapt and go start a new business or get a new job when you haven't invested your entire life in something.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. That's what I was that's what I was saying earlier. I was like, how you just come and say, well, you get rid of your business, just start a new business, give that. And people did their livelihoods, their whole lifetime to start a business. Just say, well, just go and do something else. Like it's just like nothing. It's like, man, that was disrespect. I'm like, what the hell?
Like
people did their livelihood to start businesses and stuff. You know, I mean, that's their life.
And the truth of the matter is nobody should have the right to tell anybody any of these things that have been going on. The real fact of the matter is all that I've personally been advocating is stop with the government checks and open the fucking country back up and let people fucking live their life.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It just amazes me when people just say, hey.
Hey, yeah, it's okay. Yeah,
of your life, you know, doing one thing, you can just restart over. Like the fuck?
That shit doesn't work like that, man.
I just did a 15 to 20 year bid just for nothing, and I'm supposed to just re-pick up and do it again? Like, what the fuck? I'm supposed to just magically pull another skill out of my ass?
You know what it is? People who say that, they don't have a business. They never run it. They don't have family members that run a business. They don't know what the aspects it is to do that. So they just feel like talking out the side of their neck. That's what it is. That's what it is. So they've been in that shoes and been in shoes of these millions of businesses, middle class that's being destroyed right now. Businesses, mom and pop stores getting destroyed. They don't know that.
And the thing is we live with other risks we've been able to live with and function.
Again.
Now we don't have that choice.
Yeah, and that's the issue is we're having our freedom of choice even taken away now.
Like I said, I would never tell. Likewise, if I know, and let's say like this. Michael has a mechanic shop that it was passed on to him, or better, let's say he took his money, saved it up. He's paying down the lease on a garage pit. Mind you, it's hard enough to get a spot, a brick and mortar if you can. Plus also the equipment there, the skills and everything. But now they told him you can't open it up. You can't just open it up. Wait, why can't I? Well, you just can't. So I can't open up. What am I supposed to go do? I don't know, sir. You're going to go find a job. Wait, you're going to tell me with a skill that I have to go work under somebody, or I have to be under somebody else's power rather than be under my own power. That's crazy.
And you shouldn't be okay with kissing the middle class goodbye. Because then that separates everybody to the haves and the have-nots. And that makes everybody a fucking slave.
Again, I always look at, listen, I understand, listen, I get it. Picking up and move, I work the two, I'm a much older man now. I'm not working fucking 2 and 3 jobs to bust my ass. Just no. I work too fucking hard. I'm not the younger 20-year-old strapping lad I used to be. As you get older, they tell you, work smarter, not harder. I'm seeing older people fucking bust their ass at fucking Church's Chicken and goddamn running orders and shit. And I'm like, yo, what are you doing here, man? You need to go sit down. I can't, man. Like my SSDI check ain't gonna cover everything like that. So you're telling me that literally they gotta go, and y'all haven't noticed the elderly people who should be retired are now working fucking minimum wage jobs just to get by?
Right. And they're only allowed to pull part-time jobs. They ain't allowed to work over 20 hours, man. So they're still just really only getting by.
Get the fuck out of here.
And they were sold a bad bill of goods. I mean, that was the whole purpose of the Social Security system to begin with. So they would have a comfortable retirement.
Let's play this next game. What do you tell somebody who's worked 5 or 15 to 20 years at a company, and the company says, "Oh, I'm just picking up and leaving." Wait, what happens to my my plan that I was promised? Sorry.
That's what happened to my wife, BMT. 20 years she worked at Macy's, and they decided to downsize, and at store they closed it. And when she went to draw her 401k, she didn't know about anything about 401k, so the stock was automatically invested in Macy's. And as a result, after 20 years, she walked away, I think, with 12 grand. Or they would have gave her something like $10 a month or something.
Social Security might be dying, but they sure aren't slowing down on how much money they taking out of motherfuckers' paycheck.
But 20 years, 12,000. That's nothing.
Again, let's talk about law enforcement and the unsavory practices. A lot of you bleeding hearts have been, oh man, they should have complied. But then when we finally start looking at some of this bullshit, we're noticing, yo, these guys are not actually practicing what they are properly were trained. These people have it with insurance policies or certain kind of things are mandated are allowing them to get by with bullshit.
Like qualified immunity.
Man, that's supposed to, yeah, that immunity bullshit.
Qualified immunity gives them the right to be ignorant to the law, even though a judge will tell you that you don't have the right to be ignorant to the law.
It's all fun and games until you are the one at the guillotine. It's very interesting that the same president that a lot of y'all are for, guess what? He's bitching about the same system that he's saying fucked him. But y'all saying, oh wait, there ain't nothing wrong, everything's good, just pick it up. Why ain't he just picking up?
You don't like it when a white dude. You don't like it when a white dude tells you grab yourself by the bootstraps.
Notice a billionaire is saying they are cheating me, that they're fucking me over, and y'all are crying. Well, this is a fucked up election. Why not tell him, hey, don't worry about it, you'll get over it? Because you know, at the end of the day, that this system is bullshit.
100.
Y'all, some of y'all don't. I tell you, some of y'all don't really believe what y'all are saying.
Well, I'll put it like this. I'll put it like this, man. You know, people can complain about all this shit, but then again, if you're here to deal with the shit when the shit opens up, then you have nothing to complain about. If Mike wants to sit around for the next 2 years to save his bar, which may never come back, period, and don't want to work, don't want to adjust, fine. Because we see it all the time, we just don't pay attention to it. You know, when we see the natural disasters where motherfuckers lose everything, I mean, like fucking everything, like towns and cities and all that other shit. And you know what? Most of the motherfuckers, like, you know what? They figure out something to do. The mind is a terrible thing to waste. You know what I'm saying? So we're speaking from a sheltered place to where everything.
Yeah, but
everything.
Hey, likewise.
Yeah, John.
Likewise.
Everything.
Those guys that lose everything in a hurricane, when they get the money they just usually rebuild, and they start their business again.
Yeah, but
they don't usually switch.
Well, that's if they rebuild. Like when you look at the fires that happened here in Santa Rosa and in Northern California, I mean, people lost like Paradise. They lost that entire city. It changes everything. Like people that were grandfathered in and all that stuff. Even if you give you the money, things are different. My point is that when you look at the way businesses are and what we're speaking about in this chat is that we're speaking on a frozen time. People want things to go back to exactly what they were before, and that's what people are assuming is going to happen. It's not going to happen that way. Some places that weren't doing good or doing okay are going to boom. Some places that were doing great aren't going to do as good. It's just going to happen. It's just not going to happen. And my point earlier when I was speaking was that this is an opportunity for the smaller person to step in because the big boxes are losing. If you're talking about having a restaurant, you know what? Opening up. If you have a restaurant that went out of business, now's the time to like figure out how to adjust and do your marketing stuff because there's certain businesses that are not going. They're not coming back. Buffets are not coming back. If you're near a casino buffets are not coming back. They're just not. They can't take that risk. See what I'm saying? You got to switch gears. If you want to keep what you got, you still have to switch gears and learn how to market advertisement and learn whether resource.
But
go ahead.
Casinos are open.
But not the buffets.
But why can't other businesses be open, like salons?
But I wasn't speaking on that. I was addressing Michael when he was talking about people who have businesses, and I was just using restaurants as an example. You know what I'm saying? Because things are not going to go back to what they were before. I mean, you got a lot of salons here in California that are open.
Now let's look at it like this. So And what you say is true, Doctor. I hear you. I hear you. And you know, whenever because again, we were covering that when we began. When you reset a computer, you don't always get everything back on that computer. You don't. People believe they do, but you really don't. You have to have a backup. And a lot of people, I'm not gonna lie, for almost 15 to 10 years, don't have a backup. If you had a backup, you wouldn't be running to a temp agency. If you had a backup, you wouldn't be running to certain other systems to help you get your system started. You know how that works? If you had a system that worked, you wouldn't have to run to another system to get your system to stay afloat. Your system would have just kicked in. But you don't. A lot of Americans don't have that.
Well, here's the thing, man. Is that we've discussed this. John knows my theory. You know my theory. Is that every 10 years there's a reset, particularly in the United States, on how things go, how you're going to live, all that. You know what I mean? And it holds true. You know, when you go back to 80s into the 90s, we went from pagers to where you could find somebody to cell phones. Along with cell phones, cell phones hurt a lot of businesses.
And when was the last time we were $28 trillion in national debt?
Yeah, but that's on a different level that honestly won't even affect the bottom line on how you get your money and your ability to get your money.
It affects the value, but it affects the value of your money because that's inflation.
Yeah,
because your dollar isn't worth as much because you owe money on that dollar.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. It also depends on what game you want to play. If you want to play the game of a lifestyle compared to the game of constantly trying to make money, then there's two different things.
What about if you're just trying to play the game of life and now your dollar just got its buying power decreased and a gallon of milk now costs you $5?
Well, it depends on where you live at. If you live in places where it's expensive, move to places where you can have a better lifestyle. People, when you look at California, for example, everybody want to say, "Oh, everybody's living in California because it's so expensive." Well, because they want a better life and they're willing to change the environment.
Now, not everybody's able to just up and move like that.
I know, but I'm saying in theory. I'm saying in theory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because some people live on set incomes too.
The thing is, I'm not dealing in theory right now. I'm trying to deal in reality.
I know, but what I'm explaining to you is that we can't just speak from one person's perspective. I mean, one person's situation because we're not all in that same situation, so we see it differently. You know what I'm saying? I get
what you're saying because look, dude, I've been pretty blessed through this. I'm one of them people like you and BMT and others that I haven't had to worry much, but I still understand that there are people, even though I haven't had to go through it myself personally, on a level to where it affects me and my ability to live a decent life. There are other people that have been affected in a way to where they don't know what to do because all the options have been taken away.
Right, like understand this, y'all. Y'all listen. I got a whole family. I got a lot of stuff going for me. So, I listen, but I don't want to be ignorant to listen. But I also understand what one man or woman don't have, and they see that you have. Listen, after so long, they'll come and want to take. That's just a fact of nature of the goddamn beast. And I've seen this time and time again when it comes to certain countries, certain areas, poverty, and goddamn.
I've been victim of it.
The victim, like all this stuff, people start doing stuff and getting that desperation, and they'll tell themselves, "Listen, I got to eat, and if it means I got to do whatever I got to do," and I'm not praising that, but I'm also realistic because guess what? We've been having quite interesting riots as of late. Motherfuckers to just say, "Hey, fuck that! I can't afford it. I'm just gonna take it." Like, listen, They had 3 people run up in Walmart on Black Friday with guns. They didn't give a fuck. Like I was like, I am very fortunately blessed that I did not go to my closest Walmart for the PS5. Some people are going to get desperate.
Well,
This is a reality.
BMT, to address that, the people that will do something like that are the people that don't even understand, that can't comprehend the balance of risk versus reward. Because let's just say you go in there and you get away with, a couple PlayStation games. What's that? $2,000. You could go to New York City, sit on the street, and beg for that on the street, and probably get it, and still have your freedom. But if you get locked up, it's not going to add up. First of all, it's probably 10 years just for having a gun. The crime itself, anybody that probably would go that far probably already has a record. So you're looking at 15, 20 years. So
nowadays, you don't even have to have cash to bail out. They just let you out.
But my point though is that the risk is not worth the reward, because let's say you get $1,000. Okay, even if they gave you 3 years in jail, that equates up to $1 a day.
Likewise, I thought in California you could shoplift up to $900 and something without being able, before it breaks the law.
But
risk reward thing, but these people don't care about that.
No, I know. I understand that, Trailer, and my point though is that majority of people who have that mentality always had it and probably always will. So even if they can make things better, like in the long run, they don't comprehend that.
But the thing is we have seen since this COVID thing happened a lot more of this. People, I mean, it's already started with people going in and breaking into people's houses. I did a video. What was it? A month and a half ago, did a Facebook Live video about it was a family up by Akron, Ohio. It was either Akron or Cleveland. Might have been Cleveland, Ohio. Anyhow, they had some dude in the middle of the night run up in the house, shoot there was 2 couples there, the couple that lived there, and then they had some friends, and then the one lady had her 5-year-old baby sitting on her lap. And this dude kicked in the door, shot the 2 guys. One guy got shot in the back. The other dude got shot in the head. This lady's sitting there with her baby on her lap, begged this dude not to shoot her kid. And this guy walked up and shot her kid right in the fucking head twice while that kid was laying in her lap, all over a $4,000 check.
Yeah, but at the same time, like I said, those are the people, you're always going to get that. And those are the people that don't comprehend, like, the risk versus the reward.
But what I'm getting at is whether they're like that or not. There are certain situations that are being put into play that are causing that to become more prevalent.
Right, like let's pull this out. Let me try this out. When we had Katrina had hit, right, and literally law enforcement and a lot of agencies stopped coming. A lot of things stopped coming. It was left up to the people and to hopefully be civil. And so a lot of things started happening. Women started being raped. Men started getting harmed and all kind of shit. Kids started getting neglected. Even some kidnappings had happened. I did a video on 2 girls and a child being kidnapped from doggone up north and being brought all the way down to South Carolina. This has all been sent, and these are during different times of crises in the U.S. Best believe, listen, civility goes out the window when the world goes to shit. I'm telling you, we're banking on people are going to be just. That shit don't matter after a certain point. Yeah. It's either it's survival of the fittest. And I'm not proud of this, but listen, when we was in the service, we used to play this sick little game where we would take a bag of MREs and then we'll have 2 boys tie their hands together and take two sticks, and whichever kid could wail on the other kid and not fall out, they would get the MRE. Rather than one child could say, you know what, why don't you take the MRE and we just split it? They rather have beat on each other just to get that bag than share. Those were children. Do you honestly, y'all think adults will do that? No, they will not. I am sorry. They will not. You are hoping that I am my brother's keeper. When you heard it on this panel alone, men and women saying that's your problem, not my problem. That's their fault, not my fault. So if people don't mind saying that here, what do you think they're gonna do when shit hits the fan on them? They're gonna say that's your situation, not mine. Fucking run me that. And you understand that likewise from, like we were just talking about the hood. We were talking about the power rich people don't give a fuck. Hell, rich people don't give a fuck either. As long as they can keep up their lifestyle, nobody gives a shit. So long as they get what the fuck they want. I know the nature and the beast of man. It's not pretty. Trust and believe. I've already, listen, 3 boys tried to rape my girls. And that was in the beginning of COVID. They tried to rape my girls. I had to run off of a show, off a panel, to go get my girls that were going to get raped at a park. So y'all can miss with this bullshit narrative that people want to start giving a shit. They're not. If a man knows he can get away with a crime, fuck that. This ain't goddamn PBS. They're going to do it. That's the law of how this country is. If people think they can get away with burning, looting, arsoning, raping, pillaging, they're going to do it. And we need to be real about ourselves in 2021 that people are going to start running gambit. Like
I'm going to be down in the chat. My battery's going to die, right, so I'll be down in the chat. I'll see you guys over there.
All right, John. Like I said, I saw quite a few people. There's a reason why they're worried about people who are buying firearms. Firearms has spiked up significantly by 70% since COVID. Clearly, motherfuckers must realize something in the pudding.
Yeah, I mean, hell, when this first started, I had when this first started, I was having 1,000 rounds mailed to my house every 2 weeks.
Right. Gun sales have gone up. Ammunition sales have gone up. Law enforcement and other agencies, have y'all not noticed that militias have shot up? Motherfuckers ain't playing no games anymore. Come on now, let's be honest. Militias were never this open like this. The militias had never been this open like this.
That's why I've been telling people, you know, my honest advice to them is, if they do get this next check, use it on shit that you can use that'll help you be able to survive.
Yeah, well, I'll put it like this, man. Like we don't have too many militias here in California. I mean, the closest thing to militias we have is probably, probably small Proud Boys memberships and little factions of white supremacists and biker gangs. But we move different out here, man. We move, especially in Northern California. Right. Like Northern California is much different from Los Angeles, man. We really don't.
I think you got more militias out there than what you know, man, because I've been on a couple nationwide militia group pages, and there are militia groups out there.
Yeah, but my point though is that like I'm saying particularly here, like in the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, it's like for some reason we're immune to a lot of that bullshit. Yeah, we had a few protests and all this and all that, but we don't have like a lot of civil unrest and all that other shit, man. You know what I mean? But California is a big state. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
You know what I mean? But just the bottom line is that people in this area are a lot more courteous.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? A lot more courteous and a lot more considerate of what's going on. In a lot of ways, a lot of times, like you're gonna be held accountable out here. Like if you get out of line, somebody's gonna check you. You know what I mean? So it's much different than how you guys move out there. And I can't just keep harping on that because everybody acts like America is the same. It's not.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And I understand that. You know, every state has its own little culture.
Yeah. Yeah. So like I said, so a lot of stuff that you guys are talking about, it doesn't translate here. So it's like I could tell you a lot of stuff that goes on out here. It's like you wouldn't see it. You can't visualize it because it's not your reality.
But wasn't it out in California where they had people going right up on other people's property trying to get into their houses when all this shit first happened? And that where that one Democratic couple was from that pulled the guns on them protesters that were on their property?
That wasn't in California. That was
That was Louisiana. That was Louisiana.
No, that was in St. Louis, I believe it was.
That was
okay.
St. Louis.
Yeah, no, yeah. But see, like I said, that's the thing is, out here in California. First of all, we have strong gun laws, but we also have a lot of guns. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. People don't understand that the whole situation with guns is like, yeah, BMT can walk around with his gun because the population of his entire state, the density of it is so small, and you have a lot of people there are on the same page. They know why you have a gun. They're used to seeing guns. You know what I mean? They're not going to call the police because you have a gun because they understand that. Okay, well, maybe he shoots deer in his backyard. Maybe he has 50 acres where he can just go shoot guns. That's different here.
Hey, bro,
You know what
I
I
live in the Midwest, and I've had people call the cops on me because I walk down the street with a pistol holstered on me.
Right. So imagine in a place where that's mixed up with so many different cultures, and not, like I said, not everybody's on the same page out here. You know what I mean? To where it's like you go to Mississippi, Alabama, the culture, you guys have culture down there. We don't have any culture here in California. It's all it's all either money or glitter, but there is no California culture anymore unless you go to, Fresno, which is you guys probably never even fucking heard of Fresno.
Yeah.
But Fresno's a farm town that's like the population is like 500,000 people. You know what I mean? And so like they may have a culture that's different than if you drive 2 hours away, 3 hours away, 5 hours away. I'm in California. I'm in the Bay Area, actually just north of the Bay Area. But from San Francisco to Los Angeles is like 6 hours.
So you're in what we call liberal hell.
No, it's not. But see, California's not as liberal as you would think. What's liberal? You know what I mean? Like liberal is like what pertains to you and how you identify. If you want to identify with somebody based on a liberal point of view, then yeah. But I think America people have more in common than that. Like you could be the most devout conservative, I can be the most devout liberal, but we'll never know until we start talking about some shit.
Right.
But if we pull up, if you go fishing, if you like fishing and I like fishing, I see you catch a big bass, and I say, "God damn, that's a big bass." We start talking about fish. What the fuck does it have to do with politics or a liberal party?
Right. And
you know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying is that people have a lot more in common than what they would think, and it's not until you talk about politics or some other crazy stuff that it really matters. So that's why when people say, "Oh, California,"
me and BMT's actually been trying to tackle that is the fact that people have more in common than what they think.
Yeah, and so, so that's the thing is people say, "Oh, California is liberal." You'd be surprised where liberal is in California. Like San Francisco obviously is, but San Francisco is not even the biggest city in Northern California. That would be San Jose. You know what I mean?
It was, but
what's
I
that?
don't know. I always thought LA was, but I don't know California.
No. But see, what I'm saying in Northern California because LA is 6 hours away.
Oh, see, that's how much I know about the geography.
Well, yeah, basically.
That's the thing about it. Like I lived in South California for a while, so I understand what you're saying. But I remember when you had to talk about that a while back, and yeah. I think, and now that I live on the East Coast, it's kind of more so the law of the land listen, it takes a while for the sheriff or the deputies to get out here. So
Sure the fuck does.
you gotta be your own goddamn judge, jury, executioner for a case by case, you know. So, but I also understand that, you know, I don't listen. My pet peeve, especially for tonight, I was just getting tired of people saying that's your fucking problem. But then I'll hear the next breath, well, damn, what are we gonna do? Or what the nation? Wait a second.
No, well, no. It is your problem.
Listen,
It is your problem. It's not everyone else's problem, because the thing is like, my solution may not work for you, and even if it does work for you, if I tell you, you may see it half empty to where I see it half full.
Now,
so
okay, no, okay. So let's look at it like this, okay? Now you remember when Kobe Bryant died, and you were upset about that. And
no, I wasn't upset. I wasn't upset about it. I was upset about people that had something to say that his impact on the world and him didn't, like, it was just disposable when actually it wasn't.
Well, hold on now. But see, would it have been wrong if somebody said, "Well, that's your problem, not ours."
There wasn't any problem. It was a choice that he made to get in the helicopter. That was his choice. But for people on your panel to dismiss it like, oh well, here's a 40-year-old man that just, retired Hall of Famer, halfway to a billionaire. Oh well, disposable. No, it's not, because the thing is, you have to understand, when you talk about all this poverty shit, all these people living in poverty around the world, not just in the United States. That's the only thing they have. That's the only thing they can visualize is people like him, people like Jordan. That's why when you talk about Jordan, I believe I can fly. They're underdogs. Okay? Those people are not disposable. They're not that disposable. They're different. They don't change the way that the world moves, the world thinks. What it is they give people on the bottom level around the world a picture to something that they could possibly be, because the average person that lives in my home country, Eastern Africa, any third world country, you know what? You're shit. You're never gonna be shit. I could never visualize being a Bill Gates. I could never be able to visualize fucking anything other than what I am. That's why basketball players, in particular around the world, are who they are. That's why they're idolized, because they represent the average person that's never going to have anything. Even if I want to go to school and study hard, I'm still never going to be shit. You go to the Philippines, it takes a college degree to work at McDonald's.
Wow,
and that's facts. It takes a college degree. If you don't have a college degree, you can't even fucking work at McDonald's. So what the fuck does a poor person that doesn't even have a ability to even go to high school? What the fuck they got to look at in life? What the fuck they got to look at in life? So,
but now, likewise, in saying that, right? In saying that, when you're looking at people now, where they're talking about back then, listen, you didn't need much to go get a goddamn job at Mickey D's. Damn, I'm old as fuck. You know what I'm saying, Mickey D's. But you could just go there and go to work. You feel me? Nowadays, motherfuckers goddamn, listen, shit. They are they're starting to get picky. And not only that, they only need so much people, because now they have it where, okay, well, what do we need y'all for? We doggone have machines that can do what y'all can do. So they have automation. Everybody don't know how to do automation. The military.
I tell you the thing. My thing is with BMT is, when you look at low level jobs, entry level jobs, I think they need to pass laws to where. Hold on. I think they need to pass laws to where minimum wage jobs have to have a certain percentage of people 20 and under. Because when I was young, I worked at McDonald's. I worked at McDonald's for like 16 years old.
I worked at Sonic's. I worked at Zaxby's.
See, we don't have Sonic. We don't have Sonic out here in California. But my point being is that those are entry level jobs to get kids to understand how to interact with people, put pocket in basic money in their change, learn how to manage and deal with things. And I understand it from both point of views. That kids nowadays, even if they pull up their pants, cut the dreads off, and say, you know what, I want to go get me a job, the jobs aren't there. And I also understand from the business point of view that, okay, well, if I manage this restaurant, I need to be able to rely on my workforce, because in a fast food restaurant, it's all about accounting. You have to manage everything. So I can't have it to where kids are like calling in sick, constantly quitting, this and that. So I understand that. But those jobs were also not meant for a middle-aged foreign person to come there and sit there for the next 10, 15, 20 years. I understand. I understand it from both sides.
No, you're right about that. I hear you. And I had to argue, and I had a discussion with this one guy. He worked 2 jobs, and he was complaining about minimum wage. Granted, this same man, right? The same man, he had 4 mouths to feed, but he was working minimum wage. And I was like, dude, you probably might need to go get a more stronger job. But I get it. You're complaining about minimum wage. You're not getting enough time to spend time with your kids. You might need to go get a stronger job. And
well, no, BMT. As soon as the situation of dependables, whether it's your parents, whether it's your siblings, whether it's children, getting a better job is out the door. No, you actually go back to school and you learn a trade that's going to be consistent to bring in money. Bottom line.
Now, the one thing I know about this whole thing is the one thing that the job forecasters were bringing out before this COVID thing happened and started putting people on the unemployment line is the fact that a lot of jobs were going to be, like he said, automated, and a lot of robots and shit like that, taking over, and it was actually going to become a problem within the next 10, 20 years and putting people out of the workforce.
I'm not understanding.
Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
I hear a lot of men saying this. I have seen women. I saw a lady with 3 children, a deadbeat man, working as a CNA full-time in the hospital, go back to school for RN and get all A's. So I hear, because I've heard on a couple of panels, men say, what happened to taking your butt to school, providing for your family, and getting job training and going to the next level? I see it all the time. I see CNAs that work their way up and go to RN school while being single parents and holding down jobs. So I'm not understanding when they're saying the stuff is not here. It may be a lot of hard or harder, but I just hear a lot of men saying this, and I don't hear women having that. It's just like, we know we got to do it, so we get it done.
Well, no, I'll put it like this: it doesn't. Whether you're male or female, it doesn't make any difference. Everybody does the same thing. Either you want it or you don't want it. Sometimes people are forced in a situation where they have to make it happen, and they see it from a reality standpoint. Obviously, any caring mother is going to understand it, the severity of it, a lot more than probably a deadbeat father or even a man in general. You understand the whole what's it called, grizzly mama, or what is it, mother bear syndrome, where it's like, yeah, to where I have to make it happen regardless. Yeah, but my point is that if you want to go get the money, you go get the money however it can, but set yourself up for longevity. Is what I'm saying. Is that like going to get a better job? That's not how it works, because you should always want the better job. like who wants the lesser job?
That is true.
You know what I'm saying? So basically, it's about like how she was saying. It's like that's the thing. It's like I was saying earlier. It said, you know, any type of job working at Kaiser in California, anything you can, if you want the money, if you just want money, you can take home $200K a year. RN, LVN, receptionist, call center, guaranteed for life. You can work overtime, double time, triple time. They will give you whatever you want. Okay, so for people to saying that, like, no, you just have to want it, man. If you don't want it, maybe it's just not for you. And that's what I'm saying is that, like, people that are ambitious are always going to find a way. People that have desire, those are the people that are always going to envy people who have that ambition that went out and got it. They want to see you when they see you when you have it, but they don't see the steps that you went through to get it. And that's what the key is. You know what I'm saying? If I knew how Bill Gates, if I knew exactly how Bill Gates did what the fuck Bill Gates do, I would take every fucking step to do it.
He stole.
You know what I'm saying?
Bill Gates had some other stuff in his pocket. I don't think he was just this poor kid who started it.
No, but my point though, Cynthia, is what you were saying is that you saw people go from LVN to, from CNA to RN. They didn't go to LVN because they knew where the money was. So you know what? They took the extra steps to go there and do it. Like you can't just like, you know what? I want the money of an RN, but I don't want to put in the work that it takes to be an RN. You see what I'm saying? You have to want to do it. That's where the ambition comes in. It doesn't take long; it just takes time because you have your whole life. Like I was saying earlier, it's like a whole year right now of people kicking back at home could have been a year out of the 3 that it takes for you to get your RN from a CNA, or even not even from a CNA. You need your fucking 3 years. You would have 30% of that shit knocked out. So 2 years from now, you could be working here at Kaiser making $200K a year, and you sitting there fucking crying about a fucking $2,000 check. Man, leave me the fuck alone. Period.
I think one of the things about it is this, and like I said, it seems like we're getting more into a level discussion. Again, where people are going to have to start learning how to be copacetically dependable of their own self, and what could possibly help them get to the next level. Now, is that plausible? Yes. Are a lot of people going to make it? Hell to the no. A lot of that, and like I said, it's like knowing that the goddamn great flood is coming. Everybody knew the flood was coming, but shit, they were like, "Well, we got time." You didn't have time. You just got sucked in. It just happened. And
I don't think they knew the flood was coming. I think they thought it was some BS, and they were saying they crazy.
Now, see, and the thing about it is, you have it where, like I said, you're gonna have it where people are going to do something, whatever they can. They're gonna one day, like your son is blessed likewise, because he has a dad that literally teaches him how to put together a bike. I don't know a lot of dads that do that shit. I just don't. I don't. I mean, shit. I mean, I find it very staggeringly interesting when I talk to a lot of young men today. Hell, they don't know how to deal with just talking to a woman, handling a family. I mean, Koja, me and you just had a conversation about children. A lot of kids are going to get thrown by the wayside. I mean, you already got it with parents don't mind, and we've already seen it where parents do not mind giving up their kids to doggone to get a meal. So best believe it's easy to talk to Gambit until you become the expendable one, and then you will start wondering, oh shit, wait, you're really gonna do this to me? You're gonna pull this on me? Yeah, hey, it is what it is, kid. Like we've seen how these people in society become. It's not pretty. Like when nobody wants to be told that you are a non-essential or you're an expendable. It sucks. A lot of people don't have Datu to, hey, son, you need to dribble. I could never imagine Datu just telling his kid dribble a ball, rap, dance. I could never imagine seeing Koja's daughter come out the house half naked, not decent. I could never imagine Triller's children not having no moral value. See, when y'all have values in a system that y'all run on, but a vast majority of society, which we are seeing, do not. So when you don't have that versus the haves and the have-nots, guess what? Those people are going to be pressured. Do I join the masses, or do I actually stick on my belief? See, it's always it's like Peter when Peter told Jesus, "Yeah, I got your back, Jesus." Until guess what? When he wasn't around Jesus, and the masses started pressuring him, what did he do?
He denied him 3 times.
Exactly. He went against his own moral code. So it's easier to say that until you're pushed against that wall. You know,
Well, that you got to look at the aspect too. You know, all throughout history, there's been signs that have been shown to people, and as cliche as this may sound, and as much as people may not want to admit it, it's always started out with an instance where you are having just a small little piece of your liberty or freedom taken away that doesn't seem like nothing until one minute you look back and it's all gone.
Right.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't think
to me, it seems the people who talk about these liberties, the people that talk about these liberties and want to, they don't mind taking away other people's liberties. I always say, we in this COVID thing, you got the people over here that are talking about they making me wear a mask, but those same people don't mind sticking their nose up a woman's vagina and telling her when to have an abortion and what birth control she's allowed, if any. Because everybody thinks it's about abortion, and it's not about abortion. They go to the point of, are you going to give me an option that I have birth control or this or that? So those same people who talk about, oh, I want my liberty, my freedom of speech, my this and that, is the same people who stick their nose up women's vaginas and tell them what to do with their body. So
I'm not even going
that's what kills me. They're the same ones voting out there saying, you can't make me wear a mask, I can't breathe, da-da-da-da-da. But them the same ones fighting against abortion or fighting against somebody's right to choose what they want. Me having
nice talking to y'all,
or birth
nice talking to y'all,
control,
man. But I gotta get back to doing what I gotta do. But yeah, nice conversation.
No. Okay,
but it's not, can I get this out? It's not just abortion, it's my right to choose. Because they don't stop at abortion. It starts at abortion, but it'll go on to what type of birth control are you able to have, if you're able to have any birth control. And I know I'm going to cut out because I'm going to go into the dead zone for a second. But those are the same people, my liberty. But they impede themselves on other people's liberty. And that's what I got a problem with, the hypocrisy. Because you breathing out COVID impacts me. You having an abortion don't impact me.
You bring up a good point. With
kind of.
Okay, so go ahead. What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts on that? What's your thoughts on that, Triller?
When it comes to abortion, where's that baby's liberty?
It's not your business. It's not your business.
Well, I'll put it like this. For me, I think that when you look at the situation with abortion, is that if the father signs off on it, fine. If the father doesn't sign off on it, you have the abortion, then you're fixed to where you can never get pregnant again. Because at the same time, we have situations to where women have children, and then somebody is responsible, and it's not always the father. It's not always the father who's responsible. The society becomes responsible. You have a lot of
versus equality, and
yes, but,
it's not equal that Viagra is covered under Medicaid and insurance, but women don't have the G-shot covered. Some stuff we just don't get. I don't get to sleep with 20 men and not be a whore, but men get to sleep with 20 women and be a stud. It's equity versus equality.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Cynthia. But here's the thing, Cynthia. in the interest of better health, I'll tell you straight up is that if in the past, if I would have gotten a woman pregnant, I wouldn't have stressed. I wouldn't have been shocked. I may have been happy. I don't know what I would have felt. But I'll tell you one thing, I would have figured out to deal with the situation, whether it was through abortion or having the child. But if I slept with you and I get a funny feeling, hold on, Cynthia. If I have sex with you, then I start feeling funny, and I go and they tell me that I'm HIV positive. It's a motherfucking problem. You see what I'm saying? So it's more than just the child. It's the behavior that goes along with the shit. You know what I'm saying? Practice safe sex with condoms.
Nobody here finna stop fucking.
I didn't say that. I said
nobody finna stop having premarital sex. So
who said to that? You didn't hear what I said. I said practice safe sex.
I'm saying
whatever. Because the thing is, at the end of the day,
and then I'm gonna tell you, men have control. The man dictate the market, and I always say, men made it a priority to have a pill that get their dick up than to have a pill that control their fertility. If y'all demanded it, it would be here faster than Viagra. So saying that men don't have a choice, it's not a choice. It's not a real argument. It's disingenuous because if you want to control over your fertility, just they got Cialis that could keep.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking
they
about
have
that.
a male birth control option that will give you more control over. There hasn't been a demand for it.
Practicing safe sex. That's all I'm saying. I'm talking about practicing. I always strapped up. I remember.
But you said the man signed off on the abortion.
Yes, I'm saying that.
I think it was you said, well, if the man signs off on the abortion or something.
Well, I said that the whole issue with abortion is that because of the fact that a lot of women will have children with a man and entrap the man or put it on a man that's not even the father. You know what I'm saying? And it's a lot of deceit.
We actually have solutions to that. We have solutions to that. I can have the amniocentesis before a child is born and a paternity test is there. But you have an option of demanding that the market produce something that controls your fertility, but you haven't demanded it, and men haven't demanded it.
What he's getting at,
like I said, Cynthia, the only thing I would say is this: is that both parties, you know what I'm saying? Like for me, like I always strapped up. And in your situation, if you're moving, you know, make sure somebody straps up. Because like I said, the worst case is a kid. A kid could be a beautiful thing if you let it be, regardless of the situation. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of who you are, a kid can be a beautiful thing. There's nothing, you know, you don't say anything bad about yeah, but the thing is though, if you walking around with that package, hey, you know, I can't help you, brother. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like
what package? The HIV package. The HIV package is a chronic illness these days. Ain't nobody dying from HIV. It's a chronic illness. I know people who done live with HIV.
Well, I'll put it like this, Cynthia.
I'll put it like this. You could be walking around with that package for a long time.
Well, I'll put it like this. There's only one person I know that actually had that I knew had it. And you know what? I never saw him as a person again. I always saw him as a disease.
And I've been, ever since I was in the 5th grade, the first person who I knew died in 5th grade, Punk Tyrone. I know it's politically incorrect, but that's what his name was around town. And I've been living with, not me personally with HIV, but I've been living in an area that was the most populated besides California and New York with HIV. So I've been I can't imagine hardly no people don't know nobody who ain't had it.
Yeah, but see, what I'm saying is that like most people aren't going to be out and open about it. So, you know what I'm saying? Somebody might slip up on somebody, and next thing you know, you got the heebie-jeebies. And you know what? You could deal with that, but me, I'm going to be over here strapped up. You know what I'm saying?
Some things don't line up. But some things, to me, don't line up. You can't say you're this, well, not you in particular, but I can't have the rationale that we're not going to allow people to have abortions, but you're going to engage in because it's not right. It's not morally right. It's this, and that. But you're not a moral person because you're engaging in the behavior that produces that. So I kind of have a big problem with the people who having all this premarital sex, want to get all these morals when it comes to abortion.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is that what I'm saying
engaging in
only
technically immoral behavior.
only thing you have to do, Cynthia, people have to do is do it right. I'm gonna tell you, when I was in college, we was doing it so big that the health department came to our
kick morality out of it.
I know, but when I was in college,
Kick
we was
morality out of it. Just say, I want to be.
May I?
Yeah, but like I said, it becomes a scourge upon society to where everybody's life gets messed up, even the kids. You know what I'm saying? Who wants to be a kid?
If you have an abortion, ain't no kid for nobody to be.
Yeah.
Baby, I'm gonna tell you like I tell my daughter. Some people get a mama, some people get a daddy, some people get both, some people don't get none. Some people orphan, some people just here. So we'll be glad if we were given everything in life to have the best life. Well, that ain't life. Sometimes you got to carve out a niche and carve out the life you want, because the reality is no one is born with everything of the best. It's the best option. And in life, we don't always get the best options. We just have to work with what we got. And setting a child up saying you're going to have the best option and life is going to be easy is not a realistic, because you still got to move in the world with people who don't have those best options, and you still got to know how to guide yourself. But one of the other things I had a problem with that I want to bring up, the same people who wouldn't wear a mask is around here getting mad at nurses and healthcare providers that say they don't want to take the vaccine. I mean, like, look at the hypocrisy. These people don't have a problem with stuff. They just have a problem with wanting to control other people and stick their nose in other people's business and control others. The same segment of the population that don't wear a mask is a group of people that's around here complaining about medical people who say they don't want to take the vaccine.
Well, no, Cynthia, like I said, Cynthia, I understand exactly what you're saying. I don't disagree with you, because I've chimed in before, even on BMT's panel, about the same people that are against abortion want to complain about a woman that's on Section 8 with 3 kids. It's like if she's responsible and doing her thing, taking care of her kids, okay, then you can't complain about it. It's a double. There's true double standards to everything. I understand that. My thing is just be more responsible, because the situation affects more than just you and yours. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, if you want to have an abortion, okay.
If I have an abortion, it don't affect no more than me and mine.
No, I completely understand. I know. I completely understand that. I'm saying that when other people get involved in the decision making for that, but they ultimately don't have a choice. Like, a man cannot force you to keep the child. A man cannot, like, you may get pregnant and say, hey, baby, I'm pregnant or whatever, and then he's joyful and happy and calls his family, hey, you know what? You're about to be a grandmother. You're about to be an uncle. You're about to be this, that. And you're like, you know what? Cut that shit off. I don't want this child. The man doesn't have any say about that. But if you ultimately decide to have that child and you don't even want that man in his life, you know what? He's still obligated. And you know what? He can lose everything. He can use his driver's license, which means he can lose his job. His check can get garnished. Oh, he can go to jail.
Let's keep it. I'm gonna keep it 100 by this child support stuff. Child support is only collected consistently in 20% of cases. The amount of child support the average person pay is less than 17% of their income.
But the point though is that, particularly like here in California, you are going to pay it. If not, you're losing your driver's license. Okay, and you're losing your driver's license, and your check is getting garnished.
Do you know how many steps it has to go through? Do you know how many steps they have to go through to get to the point where you lose that? It will really take somebody who in the system to know how many times you got to go to the child support office, how many times they got to go to court, how many times they don't have to pay nothing but $25 or $50 to start the whole process. You're talking to a woman who is old over. You're talking to a mother who has owed over $125,000 probably in child support and bank child support. So this is not something nobody had to tell me. This is something I know from firsthand experience, and I can sit there. The only people they bother is the people who pay. It's more money owed in bank child support than Obama loaned through the banks took
I
for the
completely
bailout.
understand that, Cynthia. But
That
my
ain't
point,
collected.
though, I know, Cynthia. But my point, though, is only one person has a choice in that decision making, and that's you. And that's the person that's having that child.
Before you get to the
once that
point
child,
where you lose a license, before you get to a point where you lose a license, it's so many times you have to not pay to even get to that point. It
okay,
just
but
don't
here's the
happen.
thing, though.
You have to not pay. And what happens is, I'm gonna keep it 100. This a man have a job. Soon as they do the garnishment, which the garnishment, I tell most people, the garnishment men should absolutely take and like, because they get to say, you know what, you took it out my check, I ain't had no problems with it. It's there. But when they do that, you have to get behind first to even get to that point in the state of Florida. Other states may be different. It's a state by state basis, but you got to get behind to get to the point of garnishment.
right? But Cynthia, the point though, the point that I'm making though is that only you have a choice in all of this decision making. You have a choice to whether you want to have the child, whether you want to have the abortion.
You have a choice. You could have had anal sex. You could have had oral sex. You could have put on a condom. You had choices.
Can I make a comment?
Cynthia, anal, oral, you get down like that, girl?
I'll come back another
I'm just joking. But
You had choices. I'm just telling you, you had choices.
No,
You
I
could
know.
have took a hand job. You could have done a lot of things, but just don't say you ain't had choices. You had options.
I know, but my
Other
point.
than vaginal
I know, but my point though is that
unprotected vaginal.
no, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, ultimately, you have the final say on everything. You know what I'm saying? Like how you want to
No. I'm sorry. That's just how it's given. Like I say, I can't screw 20 men and not be a whore. You can screw 20 women and be a stud. It's not the same. That's just how we get it in life. And y'all working hard to be able to have babies. And I hope y'all be able to. They develop the technology where y'all can.
Well, my technology was a condom, and I just kept it at that. You know what I'm saying? And that's what worked for me. So, you know, like I said, I don't.
How old are you now?
I'm old now. I'm done.
Like the thing about it is, okay, so at this,
So
I'm married.
you got the option of getting the vasectomy, so you never have kids again.
No, what I'm saying is
You
like
have
I'm
that
married.
option. You can go and get
No,
the
what I'm saying- no,
vasectomy.
what I'm saying-
You can get a
no, what I'm-
reversible vasectomy.
No, what I'm saying is I'm married now, so I'm cool. But what I'm saying is like when I was moving around, that was a different thing. Like I always knew what like for a lot of different reasons to strap up. I always knew that. So you know what I mean? And it's like understanding that now is that like you have situations to where people have just a mutual attraction, but they don't understand like the responsibilities of it. So you know, some people get knocked up, and you know they're just not ready for it. They get forced into having the kids, and it can become control factors on both sides. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, we have an issue in the United States. We have an issue in the United States that we don't have enough babies. The reality is the United States was made on young children having babies. And now that we have options of birth control, we're going to go into the problem of not having enough people possibly to maintain the culture of the United States.
Yeah, but at the same time,
So we are decreasing. I mean,
yeah, but here's the thing, Cynthia. It's not just bringing people into the world. It's the quality of people that you're bringing in the world. It's the path in life that you're going to set the people.
Sometimes we need a numbers game because the numbers.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's the quality of person that you're bringing in this world. It's the path in life that you're going to set these people in the world. You can't just have kids and just like turn them over and let them just turn into whatever. It doesn't work that way, because we know for a fact that it's easy to in this day and age. It's very easy to do bad. It's very hard to do good all the time. We know that. So, with that being said, the whole population, that's why people are looking at other cultures that are here. Like when people say, okay, well, Asians are the model American citizens. Why do we see that? Why do we consider that? Or why do we say that Hispanics are hardworking and family oriented? Why do we see that?
America always looking for somebody to exploit. That's a really fucked up thought process that America is always looking for a new slave or slave labor. But that's
yeah, I know. But my point though is that like they look at other ethnic groups because of the fact that America has like evolved into a lot of different things, because America is not one country. It's not one ideology. It's not like if you say, oh, I'm in Italy, so I'm doing what Italians do. America is not like that. So
I think we give America a lot more credit than it deserves on some stuff, because we absolutely don't tell the truth about America. America is the greatest right now that we have. I'm not gonna take that, but we got a lot of messed up stuff that we romanticize about America.
Well, hold on. El Ghost, actually, you know what? You'd be surprised. You can't just say Asians, but generally when people say Asians, they think Chinese. And I'll tell you, a lot of Chinese do not have this shit together. They're just given the benefit of the doubt because they dress the same, they act the same, and they don't do outwardly expressions. So you'll never know what they're thinking. You'll never know whether they're sad, whether they're happy, whether they're rich, whether they're poor. It's monolithic. Okay. Now when you talk about my people, the Filipinos, that's an entirely different thing. When you talk about the highest average income in the United States, yeah, you have the Indians with tech. You know what I mean? But that's the only reason why they're number one, because of Silicon Valley. They don't have the numbers. Filipinos make the most money in the United States, period. On average. Average is over $90,000 a year. Is the Filipinos. Chinese are stealing that thunder because people think Asian, they think Chinese. No. Trust me. It don't work that way. Here in California, the third most spoken language is Filipino, not Chinese. Number one is English, obviously. Number two is Spanish because it's Mexicans. Number three is Filipino. Okay.
I'm from Florida, so we have a small population. I'm from a small town, and my friend from California, he's like, now I was like, our Filipinos are the educated Filipinos because they're not the ones. He's like, the Filipinos over in California, they in gangs and everything else. So
no. California has the most Filipinos outside of Philippines, for one, and number two, they're the income level for Filipinos in California is second only to the Indians from is second only to the Indians from India because they all work in Silicon Valley. Like they all make over $100,000.
Say that our stereotype of the cost of few Filipinos that I have come in contact with and encountered have been the college educated ones, not the the ones that's the nurses, because that's the field I work in and tend to be those or that type, not the and he was like, no, some of our best break dancers and stuff is Asian or Filipino and this and that. So it just messed up my stereotype of what we have for our limited view. That's all I was.
Oh yeah. Well, you're talking about the Jabberwockies. The Jabberwockies are like when it comes to the DJing and the breakdancing. No, you leave them alone. Like you'll never be able to compete.
Yeah,
like
the Filipinos we have down here in our small segment was not the breakdancer one. So it just messed up my complete stereotype when he started telling me that.
Oh yeah, no, they're all out here on the West Coast. But yeah, the Jabberwockies, DJ Magic Mike, DJ Qbert, those dudes are all from Northern California. Like I said, we have a large Filipino population. There's more Filipinos out here than there is any other Asian group. It's the third most spoken language, so they're set up out here in California. But what's up?
I couldn't believe I was still open on the panel, but I'm gonna have to check out. I done got off my traffic run, but I'm enjoying conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But it was good hearing from you all, and y'all keep it going. I'm finished listening to you all in the morning.
Yeah, for sure. Stay up. Nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you all.
Yeah. Anyway, BMT, you there?
Yeah, I'm right here, man.
Yeah, for sure, man. But it's nice conversation today, bro.
Thank you, man. Like I said, I'm just trying to get back into the swing of things. Just just having a conversation. Again, like I said, just talking with a lot of these people, man, and we understand. Like I said, you're a fighter, likewise. So am I.
No, I'm not a fighter.
Yeah.
I'm not, bro. I'm not a fighter. Like, I'm honestly, I'm actually like very recluse nowadays. I'm a very recluse person around nowadays. I'll walk away before I fight. I'm not a fighter.
No. Okay, no.
Yeah.
Okay, you misunderstand what I mean by fighter. What I mean by that is that you're always fighting for a solution to your problems.
Oh yeah.
I don't mean. I'm not talking about the physical aspect of going around and putting hands on people. I that would surprise me if I saw you doing all that. But I know that you're the type of person that, we've sat down and we've had countless of discussions on problems and situations that could be mitigated or handled. And when we talk about these kind of things, yes, I understand some people saying, "Hey, y'all just need to get y'all shit together. Y'all just need to do that." That's fine. But I remember, and I'll showcase this. When we were here, everybody was saying it's the immigrants' fault for why I am failing. And I remember you said, no, that just sounds like laziness.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, the reason why immigrants, what I said was the reason why immigrants are even here was because you weren't handling your business. Because if you were handling your business, there would be no need for immigrants.
Well, like I said, somebody's gonna get thrown with that bone of while we are failing. Somebody always gets thrown with that little card or that little clause of the why, shoulda, coulda, woulda.
I'll put it like this, BMT. Here's what happens. Okay, you have to understand. Let me address something with El Ghost first of all. Well, here's the thing, El Ghost. First of all, here in California, you have second, third, fourth, fifth generation Filipinos who don't even speak Tagalog or Bisaya or Wari that have never even been there. Okay, so to say that they're sending all the money back, no, that's not always the case. Like you got. I know half of my family here. They ask me again, we want to go over there, or my cousins that are Filipino here, they've never been there. They don't speak it. They're here. That's like if you take an African, that's been here for 50 years and he got kids and grandkids. He may never been to Africa. So to say that they're spending all that money back, nah, it don't always work that way. You got generations of Filipinos here in California. Okay, but back to what we were saying, back what we were talking about. What was the point again? Sorry, BMT.
No, I'm saying the point that we're looking at is that there are going to be some people who are going to readjust and fight to get their shit together. Other people are going to hope and pray that somebody is going to be benevolent enough to help them. And you're going to see, that's why, and I was only pointing out that, hey, that, there are going to be the doers and there's going to be the takers. And that's something of a reality that we need to understand and just put that into stock and value.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know, BMT. The thing is that you're in America, so there's always recourse, and then there's always a second chance. There's always a third chance. There's always a fourth chance. There's always a million chance. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because it's there to consume. It's there to be exploited. You know what I'm saying? It's there to be discovered. It's there to be created. You know what I mean? And that's what drives a lot of people's ambitions to where certain places, in certain places in America, it's just not there. So when we were discussing earlier, people saying, "Well, man, I'm having it hard. I just don't see it." Well, move to where greener pastures are. You know what I'm saying? Move to where there's more going on to where you can explore and probe on the things that you're doing. Like obviously, like you know, saying if you live in South Carolina and you live in a city that's a population of 500, and you're talking about doing computer repair, obviously, bro, you need to move to Charleston, or you need to move to Augusta or somewhere else. You know what I mean? So you have to take in consideration of your environment. So you know what I'm saying? Like, and you have to just go by the law of averages of the service that you have to offer, supply and demand. If it's needed there, you know, it's like, okay, well, computer repair may not work. Okay, fuck, but I don't want to move. Okay, well, I got to fire up the goddamn lawnmower, or I got to go wrestle alligators, or I got to go chase water moccasins, or I got to zap fucking mosquitoes. You know what I mean? Or clean your gutters or anything. You know what I'm saying? But just you have to adapt to your environment if you don't want to move, and that's what it comes down to. You know what I mean? Like straight up. People are saying they're having it hard. I can't move. I don't. Okay, well, what can I do that this other person doesn't want to do or can't do?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's what you do, man. Because I'm gonna tell you, a lot of businesses are just not coming back.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I don't care. I don't care what anybody says. It's just that people, the reset has happened. The 20-year reset, the 10-year reset that I spoke about has happened. I'm gonna tell you, and people are saying that, okay, well, man, people saying, oh man, you know what? I was in this business for 20 years, and man, I can't just walk away. Fuck that. Well, you know what? I'm gonna tell you what. When the motherfucking internet went out, postcards went away. Straight up. Right. When bottled water came out, Al Hammer just fucking disappeared. Bottled water delivery was fucking gone. You know what I'm saying? Cell phones came out with the camera. Kodak fucking went away. Instant cameras fucking went away.
Yeah, that's true.
No, every fucking 10 years. I can put this down to 2 to 3 year window over the last 40 years, bro.
No, you're speaking big facts. I agree. Like
every 10 years. And this is and so it's like when you look at now, we're at the 10-year mark. 10 years ago, what do we have? We had Apple with the goddamn iPhones came out, and that change went from the flip phone to just motherfuckers calling you in the middle of the night to taking pictures to looking at your goddamn screen. You know what I'm saying? The long distance call was gone. Just all that shit. The postal service is fucked up. You know what I mean? And it's just you can't reverse time. You can't go back. Now everything is micro. There's gonna be so many opportunities, BMT, for motherfuckers just to come up like from nothing, because the people at the top, they can't talk motherfuckers into investing in shit now. They can't say, well, man, the mall's opening back up. Invest into this sunshade shop or watch shop that we're gonna have in 60 malls. Motherfuckers be like, are you out your fucking mind? Do niggas even wear watches these days?
Not really.
You talking about some goddamn shades? I can go to the flea market and buy 20 of them motherfuckers right now. Then nobody know the difference for $5 each. And you trying to charge $35 plus the rent of that motherfucker and employment and insurance and hiring motherfuckers working there. We don't know who's gonna blow. We don't know why motherfuckers gonna blow. But when something goes viral, people fuck with it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got people. You got motherfuckers. Do you remember the Pet Rock?
Yes, I do.
Motherfucker made like $50 million of a fucking Pet Rock, taking a fucking rock and putting it in a fucking box. If motherfucker can convince you to buy a motherfucking rock, a motherfucker can convince you to do any motherfucking thing. That's how Americans are. That shit only sold in America. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you need to partner with somebody and fucking and buy the rights to Cabbage Patch dolls or some shit. Because motherfuckers going crazy for that shit. Cabbage Patch dolls was like the Michael Jordan of dolls.
Yep, the Cabbage Patch Kids. I do remember them.
But that's what I'm saying though. Like that's just motherfuckers who want to make it happen. They're gonna make it happen, and we don't know how it's gonna happen. We don't know what it's gonna be, but it's just gonna happen, and it's probably gonna be in the physical form because everything is so much online now because of the COVID. People want to touch and feel. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's motherfuckers will be giving out free kisses, free this, free that, free titty squeezes, free samples of food and just everything. You know, all them old brands, all the marketing companies, marketing is gonna be huge. So like if you know marketing, if you know advertisement, get a business, get a website, get a business, start running ads on Facebook and all that shit. I'm gonna tell you. Reach out to the motherfucking companies. When this shit goes loose, people gonna want to touch and buy anything that they got their fucking hands on. It's gonna be like it used to be back in the day where people used to give out free samples. Because everything is online. Now what's gonna be the main difference between me and you being online is the fact that I'll be on the ground reeling motherfuckers in to where you're relying on everything that's the same. That's gonna be the only difference. I'll be reeling them in to where like you're already online, I'm already online. Okay, we know what's going on. Everybody's online for the fucking last year. You know what I mean? Like there's so many opportunities. You just got to be space age with it, man. You got to dream. You got to be space age and think outside the box. There's nothing weird. There's nothing strange. Like I said, motherfuckers bought Cabbage Patch dolls and fucking a pet rock. Now, what's stranger than like, hey man, I just bought this pet rock. What could be weird? What could be weirder than that? Like, nigga, you went and bought a rock? like a rock, like a crack rock, nigga? No, a rock. Niggas wouldn't even understand what you're talking about. You know what I mean?
But
yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that like, if you can dream it into existence, people will fuck with it. You know what I mean? Like, in the marketing, the advertisement, if it's something popping. You put that shit in Amazon, you see that shit around the fucking world. Most people are consumers nowadays. People buy shit they don't even fucking need. Like perfect example, bro. You look at like Walmart every year. Motherfuckers lining up to run through the fucking store to save $10. Motherfuckers don't even know like if you needed it that much to fucking to go through all that shit to line up, you would have bought it before. You know what I'm saying? People want to go through the experience of this shit. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's in hysteria. It's hysteria. I gotta do it. Like you look at the what was the other shit? The Popeye's chicken sandwich. Motherfuckers died over a fucking chicken sandwich. Then did you see the girl in LA tore her car trying to cut in line for a sandwich?
Yeah. And the sandwich wasn't that good. I'm gonna tell you right now. I had a piece of that sandwich. It's a pickle, a mediocre sandwich that they heat up in the microwave, and goddamn a piece of shitty bread.
Well, it's not necessarily good, but it's just different. You know what I'm saying? But my point was that like they whip motherfuckers up into hysteria, and it's not so much a sandwich. Even if the sandwich was all that, what it tells you is that American society is susceptible to some bullshit. Cause nigga, she tried to cut in line and then tore her fucking car up.
To get a goddamn sandwich.
Motherfuckers got in an argument over like who was gonna get the last sandwich and lost a life, and nigga went to jail for the rest of his life. So if you motherfuckers are like that, let me find something that, you know what I'm saying, like you motherfuckers might just a small mention of you motherfuckers might want, and I'll be good. That just tells you like the mentality of people in America basically is open source. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the only thing I can sum it up. BMT is like motherfuckers Americans are open source. Like anything that you throw out there is not going to be far off. It's just not. Like if you throw it out there, it might work, it might not. Keep throwing it. Something might stick. It just might be. You know what I'm saying? Like, like the thing that stuck to me that's weird is like Jordans. And it's like, Jordan, like they drop a Jordan like what every month now.
Right, but it's the same. It's the same shoe.
But that's what I'm saying. Is that like, but that's what I'm saying. It's like people have to have it. A fucking shoe. Hold on, El Ghost. No, man, I'm not saying that. Like, I'm not saying advocating become a con man. I'm just saying that. Well, hold on. How are you seeing this BMT? What El Ghost is saying? Maybe El Ghost. Maybe you're young, bro. But we're talking facts. You know what I'm saying? Tell this dude, BMT, motherfuckers bought millions of fucking pet rocks, bro. Like,
yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it was between that. I've done watch these crazy trends, the rock craze. Motherfuckers were dying or killing themselves to go get pet rocks, the chia pets, the fucking goddamn shrub that literally people were paying $30 and $60. Tamagotchis. It was all kind of. I was like, God damn.
Well, also, El Ghost, you got to understand that, like the thing is that, like, it's not bullshit if people want it, because I'm gonna tell you, I've never owned a pair of Jordans, and I never will. I don't wear hoodies. I don't wear sweats. I walk around with a motherfucking sense of purpose. You know what I'm saying? I'll design that for you all day. I will embroider on that shit for you all day. I don't wear none of that shit. Okay? If motherfuckers want it, they want it. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, El Ghost, is that the American mind is an open fucking source. Okay? So if I got something I can plug in that and motherfuckers gonna buy it, it's not being a fucking con man. It's filling up motherfuckers over with something that they wanted at that period point in time in their motherfucking life. How is that a fucking con man? Nigga, I'll put a fucking rock in front of you, and if you want to buy this goddamn rock because it's a rock, and then you look at the shit that motherfuckers are spending on Jordans, $150, $175, $20 on a fucking pair of shoes, and you niggas don't even play basketball? But I'm a fucking con man? Nigga, please. Come on, bro. Like, I'm just speaking facts on the fact that how to open up your mind to be creative and understand that, like, anything that you may think about may not be that far-fetched. That's one thing I'm seeing. Go ahead, Elgos.
How you guys doing today?
I'm good, bro.
Good. Now, when I say con man, I'm not specifically saying you likewise are a con man. I'm not going to say that, okay? Because we're just talking theoretically here at this point.
Okay, good.
But I will also say that there is a certain lack of integrity selling Florida swampland or other weird stuff that's gone over the past 200 years, because it lacks integrity to do stuff like that. Even though you can become rich, sure, I'm not going to deny that. You make tons of money, but it's not right. Because when that person realizes I spent $100 on this pet rock, then they're going to be pissed off, and there's nothing they can do about it because they're free to do that. You know, a fool and his money are soon parted. We've all heard that term.
Yeah, but also, Elgos, at the same time, we have an entire fucking city and state of Las Vegas that depends on foolishness. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I'm not questioning that. And again, if you want to be the one participating in that, that's up to you. But I'm not gonna promote it. I'm not gonna say that's a good thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm just saying. I just brought those examples of, like, when we had Trailer Hood, Voodoo Ninja, and other people were asking, like, well, what do we do with this time that we have on our hands in our situations to where some people are in dire straits? I was like, well, throw something out there, because let's be real. This is information era, and it's never going away. Any question that you ask, it's going to be answered. It may not be the answer that you want, but it's going to be answered.
Well, let
You
me
want
put it
information-
another way, though. Sorry to interrupt you, but let me put it another way that's clear. We're pretty much all around the same age. I might be a little older than you, but not by much.
No, I think I'm older than you.
Either way, then
Well, how old are you?
Well, I'm not going to say specifically, but I'm going to say I'm over 40.
Well, I'm over 50.
Okay, so we're around the same.
Right.
So here's the point, though. So you're very familiar then with multi-level marketing.
Of course. I went to school for advertising and marketing, degrees in both.
Okay, well, if you're getting a degree, that's one thing. But if you're sitting at a phone bank just pumping out, phony baloney stuff, that could be MLM too. Buy my Amway, get my phone card, subscribe to me my magazines. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, I went to it because I actually owned a business at the time. So,
okay, but I'm talking about the guys still sitting in the phone banks that are selling this stuff.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'm not trying to hedge my words here. Yeah. And the point I'm trying to say is, I'm in Florida, okay, where there are tons of those call centers, just like they were in Vegas. You mentioned Vegas a few minutes ago, okay. That's a bad thing to be doing. There's no high ground on that.
No, there isn't. But like I said, I wasn't speaking specifically on things for people to do. I was speaking specifically on how acceptable the minds of Americans are, to where if you're a creative person, if you have a thought, you throw it out there and it just may stick. You know what I'm saying?
And I agree with the one point of it. So, for example, if you were selling Sonics franchises to open up in California, like you said before, there are no Sonics in California, then I would say, okay, that's a creative use of your marketing skills, and that could really be legitimate business for somebody. I'm not questioning that. I mean, the United States is founded on that kind of thought process. How do you think the settlers first came over here? They were sold on getting land in the United States. Same thing, okay. But if it's selling pet rocks, I put that on the same scale as, like I said, an Amway salesman.
Well, true, but I was just speaking on the fact that how open source the American brain is. Obviously, with all the stuff that's going on around now, you would have to offer more value for what you're putting out there, because it is going to get critiqued in so many different ways, particularly on YouTube. You got motherfuckers that just basically will buy your product just to tear it down and tear you down.
True.
But my point though is that success on your own and your own initiative and your own however you would say it is achievable. Not only because it's your thought, but because all the tools are there. Any question that you have,
I agree with what you're saying as far as it can be done and it can be very wealthy. I think it can be done also in a way that has integrity, and that's the only thing I'm saying.
I just threw that out there, obviously, because the things that we threw out there really didn't have too much integrity. I mean, obviously, Cabbage Patch dolls, it's a kid's thing. And right. you could take the Cabbage Patch dolls, and you back in the day, and you could equate that to an iPhone or a PlayStation game or Air Jordans for kids nowadays, because back then that's what they wanted. See, when the Cabbage Patch doll, all girls had to have it, and if your girl didn't have a Cabbage Patch doll, you crushed your daughter, and you couldn't recover from your daughter not having a fucking Cabbage Patch doll, because she didn't want the bike, she didn't want money, she wanted a fucking simple doll.
But check this out. You just take a slight twist to what you said and make it a Beanie Baby, and people lost a crap load of money on those.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I was, like I said, I was just throwing that out there for the psyche of the American mind, to where something that really doesn't add up to anything to the masses can add up to for one person, but the masses are still happy.
Oh yeah. Again, I'm not disagreeing with you in that sense. I just said I've seen enough of those things, like the Beanie Babies. People were mortgaging their homes to buy Beanie Babies, and guess what happened to them?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they still homeless with a Beanie Baby.
Exactly. They got a whole warehouse full of Beanie Babies, and they got nothing else.
Yeah. It's interesting how it all shakes out. Like I said, I just throw it out there for people that are how the gentleman was saying it. Like, hey man, I've been on my job for 30 years, and this is all I know because I've just been 9 to 5 and then take care of my family. Well, it's like, what have you ever thought about in life that you might have wanted to do, or like you thought was cool and people may have liked? You know what I mean? Like, because what happens is, like, if you throw an idea out there on the right platform, then you get investors that will or people that will buy your idea that know how to take it further than you.
Oh yeah, I'm not denying. I remember that back when I was still in high school, there was a guy on the East Coast that came up with the Chipwich sandwich. They don't make them anymore, but they're basically chocolate chip ice cream sandwiches, and he made crap loads of money back then.
Well, are you talking about like It's It?
It's a circular. Carvel makes a circular ice cream sandwich, but this one had chocolate chips in the top and chocolate chips on the side.
Well, no. Okay. Well, you know what? I didn't succeed because he copied It's It. It's It is like the original, which was like ice cream in the middle of 2 chocolate chip cookies.
Well, he made a pile of money. He wasn't a failure at the time.
Right? No. What I'm saying is like that's probably why like it's why not around, because It's It was like when It's It came out, it's like we had to try the ice cream sandwich that was based off 2 cookies and ice cream in the middle.
Mm-hmm. But I think you said, or maybe another person on the panel mentioned, that a lot of these things have a 10 or 20 year span. I think you said it.
What's that?
And a lot of these ideas and the economy has a 10 or 20 year cycle.
No. What I said was that every 10 years there's a reset. Things that we had in the past are still here, but some things change. Like basically, like if you go back to mid to late 80s, we had pagers that came in. So
I was listening. I was listening to what you said.
Yeah. I'm saying so basically we're at the 10-year reset right now, and it just so happens to where it's not technology, it's COVID. You know what I mean? So it's not like there was anything revolutionary that came about, which was like the last 10, 20, 30 years that came out.
I don't want to sound like I'm a conspiracy person. I know BMT doesn't particularly care for that, but I think what you just said is why people think this is a pandemic. The idea that everyone sat down in the room and said, "You know what? We got to shake things up. Let's do it this way."
I mean,
I'm not saying I believe that.
Yes and no, but I mean, yes to where it's conceivable, but no, because the people that would have been architects are losing everything. Because like how we were talking, our conversation that's going on is the fact that now anybody can come up with anything that's going to appeal to the masses, and the people at the top are not going to be able to control it. People at the top, that's what people don't understand about like Hollywood. Hollywood cannot stop you from making your own fucking movie. They cannot stop you. They cannot stop people from liking what you produce.
True.
You know what I mean?
Well, they could, but there's another edge to that though, because we have the days now where they could, if the government stopped you with funding, and all sorts of weird ways that they're doing things nowadays.
Well, you know what? Fuck it. I'll take this shit to Australia.
True, you could do that.
Well, you gotta think some of the best series or shows that I have been seeing lately have been on YouTube, where somebody will go buy a $20 or $30 program, and them and their friends, they will go ahead and just say, let's just let the camera roll and just we'll do our own effects and we'll do our own thing, like find somebody who can do some martial arts or a little stunt double, and we play out a choreographed scene and stuff, and you get enough views, and guess what? Like, it starts picking up, and you can go from there. I mean, these things happen. I mean, hell, Bollywood, Nollywood, majority of those people in those areas, they're doing a lot of their production off of phones.
Well, yeah. That's what people don't understand is that Nigeria has the third largest film market in the world. They make the third most amount of movies. Actually, they're number 2 now. India's number 1, Nigeria's number 2, then comes the United States by volume. The quality of the movies is not good. The subject matter is not good, but by sheer volume, it's there. The best quality movies made in Africa are in South Africa. The second best quality is in Ghana, and then the third is in Nigeria. But yes, technically you are correct. But that's my point though, is that you don't have to get discovered. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to like sign a bad deal. You just make it happen, prove it, put your point down, and then people are gonna buy in.
Oh, there's no question. I mean, look, what you just described, both you and BMT, is basically the concept of an independent movie. That's what you just described.
Yeah,
that's been around for ages. So no, of course you can make media without being endorsed by a large conglomerate. It's just harder to get wide distribution if that's your goal.
Well, no, it's not, because here's the thing: is that basically in the United States, you still have DVD distribution through a company called Family Video, which serves majority of the Northeast, because they get snowed in a lot, so they're still there. But other than that, I mean, everything's online. I mean, it's like everybody watches on their phone, and nowadays with YouTube and a few other sources, Venmo, there's even a couple like Rocco TV, which is in Africa, is that you can go global instantly.
But the numbers aren't the same. And here's an example. I was just reading about Wonder Woman 84 and how it made $16 million on its opening weekend when it first came out. And whereas the last movie that was done with her, the first Wonder Woman movie, made over $100 million. So yes, technically there's a way to do it, but it hasn't reached the numbers yet.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's how that works, El Ghost. Perfect example is Angela Jolie. Now, I'm in the film industry as well because I do a lot of color correction, color grading. It's a hobby.
Okay.
I'm not just telling you this, okay? But it's a fact. Okay. Now, here's how it works. Okay, now, we know Angela Jolie for through the 2000s, not 2010s, but 2000s was the shit.
Right.
Majority of her movies sucked. Right? They flopped. They didn't go blockbuster like they did. Okay, what happens is American movies are the most sought after movies in the world. So the movies that flop here go huge overseas. So when they spend $100 million on a movie here and it flops, they still make money because they still license it overseas. They license it in China. They license it to every country in the world.
Well, I'm not saying global box office. I'm talking about them because they don't have those numbers already.
No. I know, but I know what you were saying, that like movies that sold big, like you were talking to whoever you were talking about before, that the first movie they did was big and the second was small. Okay, but that's here in the United States because they still market that movie overseas. Is what I'm trying to tell you. Like a movie that goes to China is in an audience of 1.5 billion people. A movie that goes to India is 1.5 billion people, and it's still a top shelf movie because this is an American offering, which is the de facto for cinema. You see what I'm saying? So they never lose money. It may not be the expectations that they do over here. Like one movie over here that did good here, but was actually what made it bigger was Black Panther, because Black Panther went big here, but Black Panther was like extraordinary big in China, extraordinary big in India, in markets that they had no idea that it was going to be. That's really what propelled Black Panther to be what it was.
But you're saying that, and I'm not disagreeing with it, 'cause I'm sure you have the numbers available. It'd be easy enough to look up. But I've also heard, what's the guy's name? He's an older black actor who's done a lot of movies. He starred in Training Day.
Denzel?
Denzel Washington.
Yeah.
And they said one of the things that held Denzel Washington back was that people in Asia don't want to see black stars in their movies.
Oh.
So, and that's why it's hard for
They
him
got
to
Mike,
get.
what about Michael
No,
Jordan?
no. Here's what happens: is that in China, well, not in Asia, but in China, what happens is only about 20% of American movies get shown there. Okay, and all the movies are heavily edited, but it depends on the subject matter. If the subject matter is like violence or influence or influencing a particular culture that might like influence the people over there, then they're not going to allow it. To where Black Panther was like, seeing a science fiction type of movie, they will allow that. They will allow an Avatar, but anything that's like dealing with reality and dealing with like, politics. They're not. China's not going to allow it.
Well, I wasn't saying that the movies weren't shown there. It's just that it's hard to make a movie with Denzel Washington because they feel the people there won't accept it.
No, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. I'm gonna tell you, once you get outside the United States, unless you go to like South Korea, I'm talking Asia because I'm from Philippines. So unless you're talking about South Korea, when they see when they see black people, they only see the best. They only see the actors. They only see the movie stars. They only see the sports people. They only see the singers. That's it. They don't see, seeing that motherfuckers that don't make it. They don't see the bullshit unless they want to push it into propaganda, which is what South Korea does. South Korea will show movies of bums in LA, but they will only show blacks. They will show crime in America. They will only show blacks. When you go to other places, people want to talk to you. They want to know. They want to see what it's about. Trust me, it's not what you think. They don't, because you could be a black person in Asia and they don't know you're from America because you have blacks from all over the world. You see what I'm saying? You have blacks from Africa. You got blacks from everything. So they see you as a black person. They don't see you as a black American that can sing and dunk a basketball or shit like that. They don't think that way.
Yeah, I was gonna say I follow Michael John White, and he goes over to
Thailand.
A lot.
Thailand. He goes over to Thailand.
Right, and he goes over there a lot. And when he stopped making a lot of his movies here in the U.S., that didn't stop his flow of money over there. They would consider B-rated movies, but a lot of the actors, they wanted that experience with him, an experienced martial artist actor. And so here we were seeing him do movies with Tony Jaa, the guy who did The Raid, which now he's booming up. He's doing so he was able to maneuver over there to doing movies over there. Hell, Chadwick Boseman, people thought that his biggest movies that he was doing was Black Panther. Yeah, that was his biggest movie, but he was already doing Netflix series movies which have a longevity of streaming, and like The King, which he was doing movies over there in Africa. A lot of these guys, they go over to other countries to go do films, to go, get their feet wet. I was seeing the guy, the guy who did Spartacus. I saw him over there in goddamn Middle East. I said, "What the hell are you doing over here, dude? Shouldn't you be doing like European film?" He was like, "Well, this is why I make good money out here. Like these people, they like us out here. You know what I'm saying? This is a dark-skinned black African man out there in the Middle East, doing a movie about the Colosseum. Like, they
that's how it works. I mean, if you know anything about people leaving the countries, then you know Chuck Norris.
Oh, yeah.
Chuck Norris is the king of Africa because he was the only actor that would go there. So if you look at Chuck Norris in Africa, he is the king of Africa. Period. You know what I'm saying? It's also based on the genre. action, because most other countries in general, like their demeanor is reserved to where they don't act out and get crazy like we do. Like if there's a problem, at the checkout line, when we get to cussing and acting crazy, they don't do that in other countries. That's why action is always prevalent in other places. Drama is not. So that's why when you see the people going over there, they're doing action.
You're not gonna get body slammed if you're in the grocery store in Nigeria.
No. What I'm saying is that like
I'm joking.
I mean, you might, depends on where you're at. But my point is that like their demeanor is much different than it is here, because in a lot of the countries they don't have the recourse that we do.
Oh, I watch World Star. I know what's going on out there. It's crazy.
Yeah. So like you just don't have the recourse like we do here. Like you get out of line, you going to jail, or something's happening to where it's like, call my lawyer. You're like, fuck a lawyer. I'm your lawyer. You're going to jail.
Or you might get the same action coming back to you.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing is that no, once you leave the United States, unless you go to certain countries in Europe and South Korea, you're really not going to get the stereotypes and the reactions that you would like you think you would. Man, I've been to 40 countries. You know what I mean? Okay. And I went to Russia right after communism ended. It was a beautiful place. It's fucked up now, but it was a beautiful place. People wanted to touch you everywhere you went on the subway. People were looking at you and like this and like that, and like, just people are so naive. People in certain countries are just so naive to African people because they don't have an experience with you. You know what I mean? Like they can't say anything good or bad about you. I mean, good about you. They can't say anything bad about you.
But you mentioned Russia. So during their last Olympics, not Sochi, but the one prior to that, even their government told people from other countries that hey, if you're not really white, you shouldn't really be here.
Yeah. Because it got bad. But see, I went there in 89.
Okay.
So it was like they were only like 5 years out.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like in certain places, they already had the universities, the trade universities, but like I went to Stavropol. I went to Lake Kamchatka. I went to a couple other places where like I was the only person that these people will ever see in their lifetime. Like up close and personal. So like
we weren't concerned about running into a bunch of skinheads in a subway station.
No, that's in St. Petersburg. But this is before. What I'm saying is this is before that movement happened. This is when they're coming out of communism, to where it's like they're just figuring out who they are. Right, like they're not trying to identify with anybody. And the crazy thing is that skinheads in Russia don't mix because of the fact that it was Russian. It was the Nazis that were killing up the Russians. That's how America. I mean, the world was able to end the war was because Russia, because Germany committed so many resources to fucking trying to conquer Russia. When Stalin already said, "I don't want to fuck. I'm not trying to fight you. Just go do your thing."
I'm familiar with World War II, but the point is that today those people do exist.
Oh yeah. Well, right now, like if you go to Russia, you can't just go. Like I was messing around with this girl back that was from Russia. She was an exchange student, so I went out there. But nowadays you can't just go to Russia. No, you can't just. I'm like, if you go, you have to go to Moscow. You have to know where to go, who to go, whatever. But just like you can't move like anywhere else. But in general, but my point though is in general is that like. But even still in Russia, you know what I mean? Like outside of America, people are still inquisitive about black people, period, because a lot of them just don't have experience. Like if you go to my country and you say, "Hey man, you know what? If you say LeBron James is my cousin, I'm gonna call him right now." They'll believe that you're his cousin and you're calling him right now. No, I'm serious.
Right.
Like if you're over 6 feet, if you just walk around, they're gonna think you play basketball. If your name's a certain name, or like if your name is like Brown, they're gonna ask you, "Are you related to Chris Brown?" They're gonna, you know what I mean? People are really naive to that because they just don't know. They don't have a negative experience with black people, so to speak, to where it's like, if it's a white person, okay, he's got a white wife, a Filipino wife, or he's here on business. They don't know anything about you. They can't assume anything about you.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's only in certain countries. That's only in the Western world. So yeah, when you go to Asia, I mean, China's good. It can be testy, but you go to Indonesia, you go to Malaysia, it's all good. Like they don't, especially Malaysia, like they don't. Man, they just see it different. They just see it real different. You go to Indonesia. Indonesia's huge. Indonesia's like I think 280 million people, damn near, the United States population, all Muslims. But you go there, they be partying, smoking weed, drinking.
I gotta go grab me something to eat, so I'm gonna shut it down. But I think we did 5 hours.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm gonna go ahead and hit it, shut it down. But I definitely got I will be starting back up later on.
Yeah, well, I think with BMD, you know what? Let's you know what? I would think that moving forward, let's just do let's once a week. Let's just do like an alternative show.
Okay.
Because like when you look at tonight, Elgo's talking, you talking, other people coming on. It's like it's not bent on anything that's like stressing motherfuckers out or people arguing. There's nothing to really argue about. It's just an opinion and just having fun. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Stretch the shit out to where it's like people can just like give their opinions on daily life and shit and have fun.
No, you're right about that. And like I said, my only vexing peeve was this. I don't want people to understand this. I get irritated when we're having a discussion and people are cutting other people off, or B, people are just coming up, they're not adding to the conversation, they're just saying, y'all are just complaining.
Yeah, but see,
why the fuck did you come up here then?
Yeah, but see, the thing is, what it is that's because of the subject matter that you're bringing up, and that's what I'm telling you. It's come up with some other shit like how we're doing tonight. Like we're just talking about experiences. Elgos is giving his opinion, asking questions because we're talking about some other shit that's not like Pookie and Ray Ray. Like you know what I'm saying? Like that shit don't mean nothing nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers just trying to get opinions and like give and think about other shit. Like there's more than just what's going on with the average motherfucker that's what I'm saying? That's struggling or ain't struggling or whatever, but just have fun with this shit because like once you get open topic, then it's open topic.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I can shut the hell up and Ghost can talk about whatever he wants to talk about and I can ask him questions. But it doesn't have to be bent on like solving a problem.
No, that's fine. I just look at it that, like I said, me and Triller have been doing a few shows lately on, talking about different stuff, and I've been collabing with him and different other people. And he likes, and we like to discuss these kind of various things. And I'm fine with that. I just don't like it when people. I don't mind when you're coming on and you're like, "Hey guys, well, if this is the problem, well, here's a few solutions." But then you're like, "Well, I'm never gonna say this is the whole community or this is everybody." You don't know that. Just like when people talk about the hospital thing, and Elgos will tell you, I covered the story when the show was a little bit more sober. With the little girl in the hospital that was literally had an irregular heart. Right. If they unhook her for over 20 minutes, she's dead. She's dead without the machine. So
I came on for a minute when we were talking about, but like I said, that's different though. That's different when you're putting up something and you're asking for a solution, or you're asking a question to a difficult answer. that's different than us just shooting the shit and just like having an open chat to where it's like people are discovering new things and new ideas and new thoughts just by shooting the shit. You know what I'm saying? That's completely different. Like when El Ghost came on and we're talking, he's asking me questions and this, and we're having fun. And it's like that's just how it is for me. When you talk about like the other stuff, yeah, I'll give my opinion on it, but at the same time, like I'm not going to learn anything from that because it's just if it happens, it happens. But that's all theoretical. You know what I mean? So, but that's what I'm saying. Like let's just have a one once a week to where we just shoot the shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's cool. I don't mind doing
that. I'm just saying because that's where I'm at. That's where I'm kind of at in life right now. Like I got my shit that I handle, but like how we were talking, we got to talking about the filming. First, we were talking about some other shit about the perception of blacks, and then we got in the film industry and how that affects the image of blacks, and we started talking about like just how blacks are feel around the world and
right.
That's what I'm saying. That's shooting the shit on reality because that's the side that people don't see a lot. You know what I'm saying? People see niggas struggling. Niggas see people like in Hollywood doing stupid shit and fucking the weaves catching on fire, but you know what I'm saying? But we never talk about the Michael J. Whites. We never talk about motherfuckers like going over, you know what I'm saying, and having beautiful lives and doing shit around the fucking world. And, I ain't heard from Michael J. White in 6 months. That nigga might have been overseas 4, 5, 6, 7 times, nigga. You know what I'm saying? A plane flight to here to fucking Thailand in 16 hours. That nigga go over there and make $5 million, come back here in 3 days, and you don't even know he even left.
Mm-hmm.
BMT.
Yes. What's up, bro?
You had a person on the panel. I don't remember her name right now, but she was in her car, and she was talking about issues of abortion and sexual rights and all sorts of crazy stuff. And talking about mayhem and confusion. Those topics that were raised during that portion of this show could have made me upset. I didn't want to talk about it, but I could see why that could be a problem too. I mean, unless you want that kind of anger,
But that's what I'm saying. That was my whole point with we can do that all day because that's always going to be there. It's always going to be some fucking. Seeing somebody that got in some type of trouble that we could talk about, but at the same time, it's like that's not really insight into anything because that's always going to be there. You know what I'm saying?
Right. There's no way that no one's going to resolve that conversation. It's just
that's what I'm saying.
Crazy conversation to even talk about that stuff.
Yeah,
we all know what the talking points are now. So I mean, I don't know. How do you feel about that, BMT?
Y'all know in my time on doing goddamn shows, boy, I done been hit with it all. I do get caught for some stuff. Because again, shit, ain't no man. I agreed with likewise when he said, listen, no man. Once you put that seed inside that woman's womb, man, we got no control of that woman. After that, shit, we can only hope.
Right. And I'm not even going to get into that. I'm just saying the topic as a whole.
It did go far off. It did go far off, and when it went there, but I didn't know how it got over there. Hell, we were trying to keep Michelle from going there when she was talking about babies. So again, you're going to have people who detract and bring their narrative, versus what you're trying to talk about. And so I understand why likewise said, hey, let's just have a bullshit 2 hours where we just bullshit and just talk about any and everything. You know what I'm saying? It don't have to be something hard where we have to focus on. We just want to just talk about things out there. And yeah, I don't mind doing that. Like, that's what I have my other channel for. But I also understand some people, they want to come up and tell X, Y, and Z and blah blah blah, but I guess they have certain stuff that they want to vent off.
But see the thing, BMT, is that like there's not a balance in it because if you bring up a subject of like what are future's baby mama's gonna do when he goes broke? then you're gonna attract ratchetness, and that's all it's gonna be. You know what I'm saying? It's never gonna be anything positive. It's never gonna vary from that subject matter to where like how we did.
Space is. What do y'all think majority of this space is? Like, people be asking me to take the high ground every damn time of, hey, let's have these good conversations. I'm like, the fuck y'all think all these other people are talking about? Like, come on, like, y'all think everybody else is talking about? Like,
but see, we had me, El Ghost, and you had a good conversation. We can expand on this type of shit. But what I'm saying is that, like, the subject matter, it's a lot of shit I look on here, and like I'll see your post, and I'll be like, man, you like, I can't fuck with it. You know, honestly, I don't know who Pookie and Ray Ray is. I don't. I because I've never had to learn who the fuck they are.
Well, it's been a while since I talked about Pookie and Ray Ray, and you know.
No, I'm just telling you. I don't know who they are because I know, and that's what I'm saying. But like I said, like you.
Conversation. No, I'm saying people ask me to do those logical conversations, and those are the least watched shows, or the least funded, or supported, or financially gifted shows ever. I do a bullshit show. Oh yeah, I'll make my money. So
yeah. But see, what I'm saying is that like there's room for that and for other shit too, because you have to expand. Now I'm gonna tell you, I could easily go on TMZ and find some bullshit and start a panel. I'm not saying I can do what you do and start a panel and talk about that shit, and I'm gonna get views as long as I do my fucking hashtags right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. It's like when BMT, me, and El Ghost came on here,